example of abuse of power.
You mean he uses veto power?
He will
Jimmy,
use Jimmy veto power.
Jimmy, I don't want to interrupt them. Remind them of Hope Uzodinma. The first time Hope Uzodinma won, he was number 4, and they took him and made him number 1.
Yes. But that one was based on negotiation, sir.
So my question is, when
what was this former governor's name? That this guy, they went to raid his house. This
Okorocha.
That was negotiation, no. You don't forget that court case. His son-in-law had to concede to Hope. He considered to Hope on sometimes like abracadabra political gimmick game there.
So
if not for that,
see, bro, any point anybody wants to bring out now, I will ask them. If they say what's the name? Remi Tinubu tried something. I will ask you, who was the president then? That would be the question. Who was the president? You don't understand when the guy said that man.
Okay. Jimmy, you think Nigerians are not frustrated?
Oh,
you think we the diaspora alone are the only frustrated ones?
Or people that did not campaign. Or people that did not campaign won the election.
And another thing they use is their thugs. Right now, even the thugs are angry. But guess what? The moment they give those thugs certain amount of money, the people that wants to come out, the thugs suppress them. It's as simple as that. And these thugs, they have firearms.
Do you remember what happened at Okota during this last election?
Okay.
Do you remember they killed one of those thugs there? Remember?
Yeah, they did.
Everyone brought out their dogs to attack anybody.
Of course.
Even Wasi himself.
And that's because Buhari was still in power. Buhari was still in power at that point in time.
All right.
You see right now?
You see now?
Yeah. Hey, team moment.
All right. So the argument is Lagos State might be on its way to having a dynasty in place.
Oh yeah, I have no single doubt. I have no single doubt, honestly speaking.
All right, let's move forward here. Nasa, take it away.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Tudo, Jimmy, and everybody on the space. First of all, Tudo, I'm gonna come for you. Not like coming for you in a very negative or in a very bad way. So you were saying you made a you were trying to add to what I think BOFL said, and what Jimmy said, and you said something about the police people don't know, like most of them don't know what their colleagues are doing. I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, they know Sabi when Odejobi is not posting the picture of himself and his pot belly. The other one in Delta State, that fair, everything he call himself, he could show a fine face with no pimples. And that yellow girl for Abuja, waiting that one call herself, going to show her yellow face. That's what these people care about instead of using their platform to update their officers. So you get the point we're making, right?
But then that's what I'm trying to say. I put it to you that they know. These people know, but they don't.
Okay.
They know, but sorry speaking, they know, but they don't care. Like they don't give absolutely 2 fucks about nobody except themselves and the emails that are being sent to their Gmails. That's the only thing they care about. They know what is going on. I mean, you cannot tell me that a young, talented, handsome boy was killed in Enugu? Yeah, the same Enugu, just a week apart. And this guy, this other musician, was killed as well. And you want to tell me that they are not aware? Even the idea.
Nasa, I think you're getting something. Let me bring this back again. The argument was this. I'm sorry, not argument. The point was this: that a larger percentage of Nigerian police force are not on social media, so they are not privileged to the numbers of cases we report day out.
And I still disagree with you. Because, sorry, calm down. Just calm down. Calm down. Let me use this scenario. Look at this scenario. Something happened in this is a scenario actually it didn't happen. Let's say something happened in Access Bank, Abuja, right? And of course, you have other Access Bank in the States. And maybe some other Access Bank, majority of them don't have access to the informations and all that. You want to tell me that if that thing that happened in Access Bank in Abuja will not get down there? See, walls have ears. Gossip. Hold on now. Come on. Hold on. BOF. Now, see, BOF, let me give you this gist. And this is a real gist, by the way. It happened in Abuja when I went for protest in Abuja during the PPT section, right? We were talking to police people. I mean, let me just on a lighter note, I was standing as per fine girl Wabi. The police, one of the policemen said, "Oh, come enter our Sienna now. May you rest while they wait. May the protest start." I sat there and they were talking, they were exchanging, conversations with one other guy. By the way, let me not say anything about it. Basha was there, and the guy was asking them, is it that you guys don't know about all these things that is happening? Is it that you guys don't do this? Is it that you guys don't do that? Guess what they said? That they know. That majority of them know, but they cannot do anything because all things went to their bosses. They get information and order from their bosses, and there is no way they can do anything. So hold on. If something should happen, do you want to tell me that other people will not be aware of it? I'm sorry, but maybe, just maybe, people they use with the inside village, where they use Nokia 3310, they might not, let's just say they might not know. But trust me, informations go around. But just let's leave that aside. Coming to this guy's stuff, this Abino guy, first way escape Abino. Now, by the way, I like the fact that the Uber guy stood on his ground with that recording. Because guess what? If that Uber guy never recorded that thing he did, and he comes out on social media and started complaining, calling out name, that man is going to deny and actually file a lawsuit against him on defamation. But thank God for social media and thank God for camera. And the fact that the guy had that confidence and guts. He has that boldness to do that. Now, another thing I want to buttress is, thank God it happened at night. Let's take, for instance, this thing happened during the daytime and people were around this man's house. They are going to beat that Uber guy to stupor. They're going to beat him to stupor. Nigeria is a lawless country. We know that already. There is nothing. Only few in 100% of government, only 10%, if not 1%, are the good ones that will listen to your cry. Who will do that? According to Jimmy, I hope the guy gets sued and in fact dismissed from whatever he claims to be, senator, wannabe, whatever, House of Rep. He should be dismissed using his power against somebody, and on top claiming the right and telling the person that he's going to lock the person up and they're not going to. You just threaten somebody. You just threaten to kill somebody. That is it. If that Uber guy is going to press charges, that is what he should use. Threaten to take him out and nobody's going to see him anymore. That's threats. You threaten him to death. Like, I mean. Now I'm going to leave that at that. Jimmy, I'm coming for you, my dear. Thank God I'm not calling my love because you don't worry. To talk. Okay, Jimmy. So I heard when you're giving you're sharing your experience and all that, right? But then, Jimmy, can I ask when was that? When which year? I guess you know where I'm heading at.
This was I think 2014. Yeah. Oh. 2013 or 2014. Yeah.
That was during, if I'm not mistaken, that was during Jonathan's regime. Jimmy, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Jimmy, I'm so sorry. Do you think you can try that right now? Like, based on this government?
I did Nigeria. Can I
If you
even go Nigeria?
If you're there Nigeria right now, like, do you think you can like still have that confidence to, try that, and also went as far as calling the IG of police and all that, going to their office, collecting the money back? Do you think you can still do that right now?
Nasa, no talk too much. If I did Nigeria now, they don't kill me, I will not die.
Okay.
So, thank God you know.
No, that they don't kill me. I go don't die since. If I did Nigeria, no.
Jimmy, you can still do that now from experience. This is personal, kind of, I had issues with some police guys. I mean, for them to take care of something legally, not illegal. So one of their bosses was trying to use some stupid veto power. And all I did was what you did, Jimmy. I went online, looked out for the number to complain in that state. I called the control room. I spoke to, luckily for me, the guy that picked my call was a very sensible, smart, intelligent person. Right there on the spot, he gave me another number to call directly, which I called the CID, the area commander or whatever there, and that guy immediately they transferred the case to him. So I believe that is still working. I'm talking about this. This should be late last year, so it will still work. If you still, just do whatever you have to do. Make the complaint. It's still going to work.
Okay.
It's still going to work.
Okay. Thank God. First of all, thank God you used the word "luckily" for you. Like, thank God you made use of that word "luckily" for you. What I'm trying to say, when I asked Jimmy that question, is based on what has been going on. I mean, recently, I think as at yesterday, there's a video going on social media right now where some police people wanted to come into somebody's compound and they refused them coming in the compound. The people we are videoing, the police people we are videoing the people as well from outside. You're coming into somebody's compound for search without search warrant. Nigeria is a lawless country without search warrant. Now, let's take, for instance, based on everything that has been going on so far and the reason why NSAS started in the first place, the reason why NSAS happened, by the way, may the soul of the dead rest in peace. Based on everything, you're making a case with the police, telling the police that you have the right, as a citizen of Nigeria, you have that right to ask them, why do you want to search my house? Why do you want to search my car? Why do you want to search my phone? Why are you seizing my laptop? You're videoing them. The same police where you the video, we're supposed to protect you, was you 5 to 10. Was you don't be sitting, smash your phone on the floor. That same police people. My dear, anywhere I see police right now, be you good, be you bad, they write them for forehead. Are they, as in at Sapa, are they wrong? I don't care whether you're good. I don't, because there is no single trust, no single atom of trust anymore. When it comes to the security agencies, the police people especially, no single atom of trust. And now they've given the, sorry, I'm gonna use soon. And now they've given the FROS, whatever. They've passed the bill for them to start arming themselves. What will happen? What will happen right now? Okay, Nigerians, let's be strong. This is an advice. As I talk to you, I did Nigeria. But this is an advice to both me and each and every one of us in Nigeria. Let's just be strong and continue believing. For those of us that goes to church every Sunday and pray, continue praying. Maybe one day that God in heaven will come down from heaven to earth and come and save us, right? For those of us that still have the voice to still shout and voice out of the whole calamity going on, let's continue to do it. Maybe it's just maybe somehow something is going to happen. Magic is going to happen. Thank you very much, I yield.
Nasa, do you know your rights?
Sorry, Tudo, about what?
Do you know your rights?
Oh, my rights? My dear, I know my right, but is it useful? If that's the question, is it useful? Is the right useful in Nigeria? It's not useful.
You don't
It's not.
confront
It's not useful.
you don't confront police before.
God forbid, I no go fit. The first time I experienced tear gas, Tudo, the first day I experienced tear gas, they shot tear gas inside the same bus in Owerri, inside the bus I was in, without any violation, without nothing.
Damn.
Everybody, they run for their life. They constantly pursue those people, then they shoot tear gas.
Damn.
Tudo, that job.
It is well.
You don't know how bad Nigeria is. I've told her I escaped death.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to hang tight, guys. Let's keep talking here. My Nengi, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Good evening. Yeah, good evening, Jimmy, and good evening to the entire house. I've been coming on job, going off. I've been getting calls all over, so it's been a very crazy day. Yeah, just to most people have spoken very well. I think I was here when BOFL spoke, and it was very interesting, his takes. So big ups to you. Just to talk about it, right? Yes, that guy, what are the mascot? Waiting. I don't know if he's currently serving, but I know he was a serving minister, House of Rep member. I know he was representing Abia South and Abia North, one of them. I don't know how they East or I don't really know, but I know he was representing Aba. No, Abbas, I think about East and about West, one of them, right? I know that I know I was very sure because I used to always go to when I was in Nigeria, I used to go to Abba very well. So I had people when they were campaigning for him and the rest of them. So I saw the billboard. I also knew where he won. You understand? So yeah. What really broke my heart is not really the outcry online. It was people I know that are always here to fight feminism, tell us about preaching, men has come, blah 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 blah. Men don't defend themselves, don't defend women. You know these people that I don't know. You would expect better. That's basically what I'm trying to say. You would expect better from them. So I saw a couple of them, just the same thing they did with the Nigerian national team when they first of all ran with the rampage. All of them started tweeting, "Oh, Nigeria did them first, blah 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 blah."
Sorry. Respect better from who?
No, there were some accounts that always had like this "I am better than all of you" kind of attitude online, right? So they had good followers. So you would expect them to like do some research, get some findings, and then put it out. But there's one particular account, a girl like me, I don't eye the girl, make I no lie. I don't eye the girl and I don't hear her for space she talk 1 or 2 times. So I was like, okay, this girl better the girl get sense. So maybe one of these days I go just say hi to this girl, make her hear as it could be. But sometimes they say patience is a virtue. Look at sound like Christians. Patience is a virtue, and the more you wait, maybe the Holy Spirit will minister. And then today I just came online when I was at work. So when I came online to check what was going on, because I saw this stuff in the morning, and this girl tweeted saying, she knows mascot, right, or whatsoever. What is his name? He's too humble for him to do such a thing. That he feels like this guy must have even fought with mascot, and then he did not video the part that he insulted or assaulted mascot. And then he started videoing only the part where mascot was attacking him. I was like, wait. How? like I told you, like you said, when I joined the space earlier, the guys, should I say, what's the right word? Let me try to remember the word you used again. He was able to hold himself. His withdrawal, English won't come up from my head right now.
Oh yeah. I was talking about his emotional intelligence.
Yeah.
De-escalation skills, all of those things that he demonstrated in that video.
Right.
Because a lot
exactly
of
what you said. That was
even
what
me. I don't have the kind of strength, inner fortitude that guy has. Me, as I carry phone for one hand, my brother, they use the other hand. The bass balls on the other side. So that my reason for recording is if we go to court, they will see that my own
self-defense
punches is to defend myself.
Yeah, but I watched that video. I was like, God damn it, man.
Bro,
this is the kind of person that's meant to be a pastor.
You guys missed another part, too. My name, you guys
Yes,
missed
brother.
another part too. You know, there was a part he said, I look like your elder brother. I will
Chai.
beat you. I will put you on the ground. I will beat you.
And I will lock in
you
my
see,
generator house.
those light skin people, light skin people. If
You know
you
what?
was 500, your hand go show for the
Jimmy,
cheek.
waiting light skin people do you? Leave us
Justice for
alone.
light skin people. What the hell?
No, you know, see, you know,
Very good.
NASA don't talk am. NASA don't talk am.
Waiting
You
they
know,
do
the
you.
guy now small remain now albino if they come. If
No,
you
but
was and slap, your
but
hand go down cheap.
but imagine, right? And then the next thing that got to me, right? The police did not say nothing about this video. No authority came out to say anything about this video. Who were people tagging VDM? God damn it, man. Just to show you how bad the country has gotten into. People no longer
Of course,
trust the
now.
police.
Nah, that's
People
the
no longer trust any
that's
authority.
the new Avengers in town.
Jesus Christ. Everybody were tagging VDM.
Avengers in town. A pastor preached about VDN, saying the fear of VDN is the beginning of wisdom. Everybody is now staying clear away from VDN. I said, Jesus Christ of Nazareth. So people are actually now looking up to this guy for justice. It has gotten that
It has gotten
bad.
that bad. It has
I
gotten
mean,
that
it's
bad.
like the Berekete family show, right?
Yeah, that Berekete guy. Yeah, I used to
Why
listen to him
why do
while in
we have
Abuja.
shows like that? It's because people they can't get justice.
They cannot
In
get
a
justice
working
now.
society,
In a working
VDM is
society, you shouldn't
irrelevant.
have shows like Berekete show and all those things. You shouldn't really.
Nah.
Sorry, that's a great point.
Bro,
And
what
that,
VDM
just,
is doing
yeah.
is something. If I was in Nigeria, I would do that kind of thing because now they believe he has gone to the House of Reps. He went there and he came out and nothing happened to him, and he made a content out of it. But originally, this VDM is just proving a point, and he has all the evidences. Why am I going to be scared? And if you look at it, the people that is alleging this accusation at, they didn't show up.
Yeah.
So it's about knowing your rights. The moment you know your right, nobody can stand against you. So him going to the House of Rep, that thing emboldened him. Like, yes, even they are even begging him to off his mic, because he knew where to strike and
I mean,
strike at the right
Jimmy,
time.
whatever anyone thinks of VDM, he has accidentally or intentionally, stepped into his role that the universe has
Bro.
designed for him. And
Oh,
this social advocacy thing is doing is like, okay,
oh yeah.
we are here. When I was growing up back in Lagos, back in the day, they used to have this show called Boramiro. For those who know what I'm talking about.
Oh my God.
Boramiro was the
Boromiro,
show in Lagos that they will NTA 7. NTA channel. So they will bring family matters to that show. People will sit down and they'll be solving family problems, hopefully on TV. It was a funny show. So, but then, as time went on, I'm wondering how much of this, whatever they resolve, whatever they agree on the show, how much of this is legally binding? Okay, whatever settlements they agree on that show. I'm always thinking about it when I was growing up. Okay, is this a legally binding resolution, or are we just here to just do TV show and we move on? So the same thing with the Berekete thing, family that we see now. The Berekete show, you hear some crazy stories, some crazy cases of abuse of power on that Berekete family show, and then you're wondering. Again, the rest, whatever we discuss here is this. I don't know if anyone has been on that show or you know anyone who has been, and you please come and tell us, is there something legally binding about this? That okay, whatever is resolved there, at some point the law will take over and then they will seek redress or whatever, So VDM is playing the same role, and these are signs that we don't have a functioning society. Because if we did, what do we need the likes of VDM for? Playing vigilante and we don't need vigilantes. We need the rule of law. That's what we need.
Bro, the Boromiro thing is just like court of public opinion, and the people respect the opinion of majority. Like when the majority of the people say "Nti o da o, no comedy ko da," and people are like, iro, nti o da niyen," people respect those kinds of views, and they know it's more or less like a place for them to conclude what they're doing is wrong or right. So it's court of public opinion. or in VDNC's case, is doing his own online, and people don't want to be put in the limelight. They don't want their topic to be on the front line, so they just refrain from whatever it is he wants to talk about. And I think that's the best. That's
it's
the
a good
best
thing.
way
It's a
to
good thing. We can't
to
deny it.
control
Again,
people's behavior.
it just reflects the fact that we don't have a functioning society. We might as well, that's just what it reflects. Because if we did have the rule of law, we don't need vigilantes playing the kind of roles that this guy is playing. But let's let Mr. Mainengi finish your submission, and then we'll go to the next.
Yeah. Like you guys have said most of the things I wanted to say, right? But it begs me to then go back to our regular, what's it called, Saturday's topic, right? About the whole Christianity. This is exactly what's happening. Everybody's looking for a Messiah from somewhere. Messiah that is going to come down from. That's why every pastor comes as a Messiah to the members, and they follow him sheepishly, and they do whatever they want to do. You understand? So this is the mentality, the problem we have. Like to do like you advised, right? We've been. I can. There's a guy I know. He can quote almost every scripture in the Bible, but this guy knows be any other thing outside that. Why mama he go wake up for morning, John 3:16, everything. But this guy does not have a life, his own life. He doesn't even know what is going on with his life. I have a guy in my church. He was an oil worker, and then when the whole 2008 militancy stuff in River State happened, he lost his job, blah blah blah. This guy, when I mean this guy is very sound, very, very sound. But what? With all the book and everything, with all the everything, he's waiting for a white man somewhere because one pastor gave him a prophecy that a white man from somewhere will come and give him a manager, not any level position, a managerial position. Even people from different branches, whenever they hear him talk about school, everything, let me give you a job somewhere. Let me start up a business for you. He said, no, if it's not this managerial position, he will do anything. So this was 2008. From 2008 till now, this guy has not gotten any other. I never see him work any other work, even before I left Nigeria. Just to tell you that some people actually know book, but they don't sabi anything. Like, meanwhile, I just go here. There's a friend I know. He started off when all of us came. He was lucky because in Nigeria he worked. Under 3 years, this guy is a manager here. You understand? With what's the money bank, Standard Bank, right? He's already a manager under 2-3 years because he was already good. Now I was telling my guy, like, imagine this particular person that I was telling my siblings, like, this guy will said that he teaches most of us mathematics, who use right pass our WAEC and everything. Imagine he took those offers back then. That time that Boben or oil and gas were just coming to Port Harcourt, right? Imagine that guy took that junior level position. By now, this guy won't be like one director or something because this guy is good. When I mean he is good. But because one prophet, God, one pastor somewhere, one prophet, Messiah prophet, told him that a white man will come from somewhere, wanting managerial position. This guy has been wasting, right? People will be giving him 2,000, 3,000. He will pray for you, will not giving 2,000, 3,000. That is what you have been doing now. He became a prayer warrior in church just to wait for the prophecy to come to reality. Damn. So that is exactly what is happening to us. We don't use our brain in Nigeria. We don't use anything. We just I think Nessa said even if you know the law, how you want to use them, which is true. The street policemen, most of them, majority, not even most, majority of them, even their SSC, they forged it, right? Call it an average policeman on the road. This one I too Sabian because I follow the profile. We enter river, all those kind of things. Then we go follow this thing. Most of them cannot even write their name. When they reach a betting shop, now you go help them. Imagine the policeman write out code. They want to play sporty bet. Policeman will carry gun. He carry long gun with him big belly. Come by, we don't drink while we go. He go to tell you say make help our right game. Say, Man U, whatever they play for there. What to be Man U? How you spend Man U? Write time for me for here. A policeman doesn't know how to write Manchester United. Doesn't know how to write sporty bet. Yeah, it's not that they go when you play for the contest, say you play for me too. Come out like 3 games, play for me. That what did they do? So imagine those people that you now give them gun and ask them to enter the street. What do you expect from them? You understand? These people will keep doing it. That's why anytime when this their PRO waiting guy comes out to talk, I don't even take him serious. You understand? Because they're like in Nigerian society. They are the 1% of the 1% of the police force, the big boys, right? The all these ones, they not be us. We don't really get anything where we want you to do. Now then be the normal police people, right? Then just to end with this, right? The whole Sharia bill, Tudo, you explained it very well. I think somebody was speaking about it. Oh, they want to Islamize Nigeria. Yes, if it's a different scenario, right? Aside from that particular bill, we can have that kind of discussion. I would really be interested in having that kind of discussion. But on that particular bill, because my friend that also does this whole IPOP thing, we had a discussion. I told him, bro, go and watch that video again. Read the article on that bill, right? And then we can have the discussion. But then he did everything, finish, watch the video. He came back and apologized to me. He did not know. He saw it on Twitter click, all those headlines on Insta blog and everything. I think that's what affects most of us. We don't actually get time to read these articles. We don't get time to watch the full video. Some people don't even watch videos. Some people don't even want the one that is video. Like this particular guy's issue now, some people did not even watch the video. They only thought that, oh, he harassed or he went to go and steal, the man not caught him. So that's what some people even think happened in this particular video. So please, before you come out to give some kind of statement, at least just spend like 2-3 minutes, read the article or summary. Say some of these articles nowadays they won't do summary. You understand? So you can just read the summary to grasp what the article is saying, and then we can come back and have very good discussion. In Sharia law, the Banking Act that they were trying to amend and the rest of them, one of the senators actually explained it very well, right? Or the House of Reps was like, we already have the Banking Act, which is under the what is this? Our money waiting against us. God damn it. Central Bank Act is already
CBN.
CBN is already covering most of these things, and that if you not bring the Sharia into it, it's going to cause havoc in the society, right? But imagine, I just want to land with this. Just imagine how these guys have been able to put their interest of their religion, right? Even if they're not on the ground, it's rubbish, right? But see how they are pushing it very well. Constructively, they're not buying expensive Benz or the amount to be driving everywhere. Now, take your Christians that they'll come and defend very soon once I drop. Your pastors that are doing YouTube channel, which bill are they actually passed? Which outcry? See now, what do they call Muslim imams are tweeting about darkness in North and business is not flowing very well. At least they're talking about it now. In the south, that we are IPOB is killing people. These people are dying around the southern part of Nigeria that is supposedly Christian region. How many of your pastors have even passed a bill or pushed for anything to be done in the Christian part of Nigeria that, oh, Christians I cannot eat, hey, people are dying? At least just play that religious card for something that will benefit the south. You know, and you're shouting, I am a Christian, your pastor is driving Rolls Royce. Doing gym, I'm telling you, I'm not monetizing my YouTube page. I don't want YouTube money. They play, just they play. Thank you very much.
Well said. Well said. Thank you, my brother. And I already explained the Sharia law thing. I've seen a lot of commentators going out there making videos, and the Islamization topic is never going away. And maybe it's real, maybe it's not. Like he rightly said, we can have that conversation, but that's not what this bill is about. It's not an overreaching bill to turn all of us to come out beyond that Sharia. No. The guy just, if you read it, the guy just wanted to amend Section 262 of the Constitution of the Republic that actually already makes provision for Sharia under our laws. So it's not a new thing. He wanted to basically amend one word, the word personal, in that provision, because Sharia up until now only applies to personal issues, right? Family law, property rights, and marriage, children, child custody, all of these things. And his argument really was that by the time the 1999 Constitution was framed, our framers did not envisage a world where we'll have sukuk banking, which is Islamic banking. So we have at least 2 banks in Nigeria that are doing that. We have the Taj Bank, and I think the other one is what is it called again? I can't think of the name right now. Jaiz, Jaiz is the other one. So these 2 banks are there. So his argument is that our framers, as of 1999 Constitution, did not envisage that, but we now have that. So he wanted to expand Sharia into banking. But then, like he said again, the CBN already provides for that. Nigeria is a member of the OIC, Organization of Islamic Countries. So these things are already there. And so it was actually DOA. It was then on arrival. When it went to vote, they killed it. They killed it. So that's just the whole story. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, somebody might say, like I think Tony here was going to say, "Oh, guys, don't be fooled with all these tiny little details. This is just one small step in that bigger agenda." Maybe, maybe, maybe not. All right, let's move forward. Ifeanyi Chukwu will go next, and then followed by Odogumale. Ifeanyi Chukwu, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry if I
Oh
let me
boy.
drop and come back real quick. There is a new update. As I always update you guys. New update for Twitter. If you want to update it on iOS, you can do that so it doesn't affect you from this one. All right,
Thank you.
I'll drop and come back now.
Thank you, Jimmy. All right, guys, let's continue.
Jimmy, do you work for iOS?
No, I Kuku don't work
You work for
them.
Apple.
The guy they update us though every week.
Every Monday. So when they have glitch, they can
Every
now
time
correct it.
we space and there's a new update,
I
it's always coming
swear,
from
Jimmy
Jimmy.
be the update guy. All right, thank you. Ifeanyi Chukwu, you're next. Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, a lot of people have made a lot of great submissions, but I would say, I think with the topic that we're discussing with this guy, I think he did the right thing to record it. But I think the main issue, which in my own opinion is the way that the laws of Nigeria have been set up, where it's kind of hard for rules and regulations to trickle down to even those who are not the most, the ones that are less educated, to understand what's going on. I would assume that a lot of people on this topic, on this space, are abroad. So, just for example, look at what's going on here in the U.S. It took, even with the new amendments of police laws where they are now wearing cameras, even with that, police still shoot and kill citizens. So sometimes even it doesn't, it takes a while for things to get to those who are enforcing the law. So I just think that when it comes to the way that the police officers, the way that they deal with citizens, I don't think typical Nigerian citizens don't know their rights. They do know their rights. I just think they're they're afraid of the consequences. Sometimes someone can just kill you, and there will be no repercussions. There will be nothing that will happen to them. Even though here in the U.S., if you kill someone as a police officer, yes, there will be repercussions. So I think that's number one. Number two is with the light skinned guy that was slapping someone. I just think that the way that, like, it's almost cooked into our being that if you are a quote unquote big man, you can do anything and get away with it. Like, there will be nobody will be checking you. And it's not nobody. The only people that can check a big man is another big person. It's not a common Nigerian. Like, look, for example, look what happened between Akpinwa Mama and what's his name? Burner Boy. Both of them are musicians, but Burner Boy is a bigger musician, so he was able to put Abe in jail just because he accused him of he he accused his character of something that he may or may not have done. So I think it's something that is just completely cooked into our system. And another last thing I have to say is that, I think if what one of the main reasons why I really enjoy coming to Tudo Spaces is you come here, you have an opinion, and when a lot of intelligent, smart people have spoken, it gives you, enough time to, I guess, process whatever you want to say and even change your mind because no, you don't want to come up, and just be spewing nonsense because, people will check you for your nonsense at the same time. But you come in and you learn so much because there's a lot of, free intellectual information that's been passed around this way. So thank you.
Thank you, fine. Beautiful submission. Thank you. I think this is the first time I'm actually hearing you speak on Tudo Space. So yeah, nice to have you here. Thank you.
No, it's not the
Yeah.
first time. Oh.
Is it not?
No, Ifeanyi is
Okay.
is a
Okay.
stakeholder here.
Cool.
Jimmy, your
Alright.
voice is kind of going in and out. I don't know.
Really?
I can hear you, but it's kind of like not like before. I don't know what happened there.
I think it's a new update.
Yeah, can you update the update?
Jimmy, please update the new updates. The update is not updated.
There used to be a time whereby when you update the new new version, you can actually go back to the previous version. Okay, stop that. I'm not sure
I
what it
see.
is. But yeah, I will try and fix it from
All
my
right.
side. I'll come back.
All right, Odogu will go ahead next. After Odogu, Victor. After Victor, Nike is here. All right, Odogu, go ahead.
Thank you to the hi to everyone on the space, both speakers and listeners. Jimmy, Valela, see you, Kenike, everyone. This Naija thing, the one thing that I've said before that I feel like this is one of our major problems as a country, as a society, is that in Nigerians, we respect these two things, money and age, a lot. Nigerians put so much emphasis, so much respect on rich people, someone who has money, and, who has money to spend, who has that kind of influence in the society, and also someone who's older than them for some weird reason that I don't understand. Simply because somebody was born before you, automatically you award the person respect just based off of that. But that's topic for another day. But you see this issue of people who have money and some type of power. A lot of Nigerians, like the previous speaker that spoke, know their rights. They understand their rights. They understand the simple concept of intimidation, even if they don't know, what section is enshrined in the Constitution. Like that, both guy understood that he was right in that situation, and that under no circumstance should this man have put his hands on him. But because of that fear and respect for the authority, or rather the power and the money, he had to be humiliated the way he was. You understand? Because as a society, and the funny thing was, I think a speaker said this earlier, that the same Nigeria, the same society where we all day, right? This information, something like this came out, instead of everybody to be angry that honorable member is threatening a Nigerian on camera while he knew that he was being recorded. You still see some Nigerians coming on spaces to defend that honorable member. Like, I was like, what the heck is wrong with us? Some people came to, say that the guy was wrong, that why didn't he follow simple instruction? You see their mouth, simple instruction, simple instruction. It's just because as a society, we've learned to respect and fear things that are not supposed to, the way it's not supposed to be. You understand? So that way people just do things and get away with it. Sometimes some of those things that happen. Like, for instance, in this case that this guy was threatening him, said reports to the Inspector General. Sometimes some of them do not really have that kind of power that they're claiming that they have. They really don't. They just be saying it like that to intimidate you because they know it will work. You understand? And so it's just the kind of society that we're, that we're currently in Nigeria. And societies generally that move like this just in a very long downward decline, and what it means is that Nigeria could degenerate to such a time when it will just be a failed state completely, because it's like when dog eat dog kind of society, and then when the rich who have money can intimidate anybody that they feel like, at some point the poor will fight back one way or another. And when the poor fights back, it will be anarchy. So it's just that certain times we'll be overlooking these things. Our leaders think that that it's a joke when you say society can actually degenerate so much, to that point. And they also think it's a joke when certain people come up and be like, all these people, all these monsters that you're making today, based on your high-handedness as politicians in Nigeria or as leaders in Nigeria, the monsters that you're making can come back tomorrow to attack you. And that's the way I see us heading as a country. I don't mean to scare anyone. I don't mean to exaggerate, but I feel like if nothing is done to correct the way our society is currently in Nigeria, that's where we're headed. And the issue of the Sharia bill, Tudo, you've already said it. It's nothing new. It's something that we already have. Nigeria is already a member of the Islamic nations. So all you Christians who live in Nigeria, know this and know peace. You're living in a Muslim nation, an Islamic nation. Simple and short. There's nothing you can do about it. So just
Come on,
relax
be
and
nice
enjoy the
about it.
ride.
You don't have to say it like that.
No, Tudo, I'm gone beyond being nice. We've been nice during the protest era. Now this is post-protest. There's no being nice anymore. We've tried to salvage the country, and we keep giving our own quota every time, but it seems like both the people, like the ordinary people that you're fighting for, as well as the politicians, enjoy the system the way it's currently running. So you can't make much impact, no matter how passionate you are. But anyways, that's what I came to say. Before I go back to my hold on now, to
Oh
the
no,
stop
no,
on
no!
muting.
I did. Come on, go ahead.
Okay. Before I go back to listener session,
waiting this up. Anything for the boys.
My brother, not the. We're just waiting for. We're waiting for that vacation money from the group. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
Okay, Tudo. Thank you.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. And just for context, before we go to Victor, on the OIC thing, Organization of Islamic Communities. Again, this is for the conspiracy theory people out there. It was a Christian head of state that dragged us into the organization. How about that? Okay, just so we are clear. It was Yakubu fucking Gowon that dragged us in 1969. We had a observer status. Okay, we had an observer status 1969 when the organization started, and we were fighting our war at the time. So Gowon reached out to Gamal Nasser of Egypt, the head of state of Egypt at the time.
Wait, bro, you mean the same exemplary leader, P2B?
Yeah, Christian man, pray at Nigeria, pray.
Oh, wow.
I wanted to say it.
All of that.
The same one.
Oh my goodness.
Remember preaching Jesus.
Wow.
All of that.
Wow.
This is where Nigerians can easily be fooled with all this religion bullshit. But anyways, I'll be nice. So anyways, Pastor Yakubu fucking Gowon needed the help of Gamal Nasser to fight the Biafrans. All right? So he approached Gamal Nasser, and Gamal Nasser was like, "Oh yeah, buddy," under the guise of Pan-Africanism and all that, which he was advocating back then with Nkrumah and the rest of them. So it's like, "Oh yeah, buddy, I'm gonna help you. I tell you what, I will even do you one better. There is this group of boys, that we just started. If you come there, we will open to more countries helping you and all of that." So Nigeria, basically, long story short, was granted observer status. But it was not until 1986 when Babangida IBB Maradona himself regularized our membership in the organization. And it was because an ultimatum was given, that either you regularize your membership or you get the fuck out. And I think maybe he and his administration at the time weighed the pros and cons and all of that. And they chose in their wisdom to regularize it. But just for historical context, it was a Christian head of state that dragged us into it. I just wanted to make that point. All right. Victor will go next, and then Kainiki will jump in. Victor, go ahead.
All right. Good day, everybody. I'll start first with the Islamic aspect, the Sharia part of it. I try to listen to the contents of the bill. If it only has to do with Islamic banking, then I'm 100% in support of it. I've done a few studies on Islamic banking, and the best banking that we have today. I will not go into greater details into defending Islamic banking. But if this bill only focuses,
Victor, are you a Muslim?
Can I continue?
I'm just curious.
I'm not a Muslim. I'm a Christian.
Why is it the best?
Okay, the reason is this. If we go back to the 2008 financial crisis, that started from the banking sector. In fact, for the fact that banks are seriously driven by profits, it exposes them to a lot of risk. For the fact that banks are exposed to, or they are driven by profit maximization, it exposes them to a lot of risks. You have a lot of CEO abuses, compensation. I don't want to go into all that.
So all these
I'm trying
Islamic
to summarize.
banks, they are just there like what? Charity organizations, just moving money around, not making money. Is that what you think?
If you want me to go into that topic, I have a lot to talk.
Okay.
Please, my question is, how many countries are practicing Islamic banking?
All right.
Okay. The right question should be, what are the countries that practice Islamic banking? Are they better off than in traditional banking countries?
So just
don't start what you can't finish. So
practicing Islamic banking. I think that's the first time. That's the first place to go to. Name the countries that are practicing Islamic banking. Let's look at how those countries are doing, and then the discussion will continue from there. But Tudo, I only came up to ask a question, please. Are there any media houses that are carrying this problem that is going on right now?
Which problem?
You mean?
Sorry, hang on, Victor. Which problem, Anze?
The slapping of this, what this guy went through. Is there any major media house at home that is carrying?
It's all over the news.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. All right, Victor, you go ahead. I'll let that your comment on Islamic banking slide for now. Maybe we can come back to it, but go ahead and make your submission.
Okay. All right. So my summary is that Islamic banking is a wonderful banking model. If the Sharia bill only focuses on, legitimizing the Islamic banking model, I'm all for it. But if it has to do with, extending Islam or Sharia to other parts of the country, because we are federalism, if the North chooses that they choose to adopt Sharia, then their decision should be respected, because this is federalism. But if this Sharia goes beyond, because I listened to one of the speakers speak about the bill, that it's all about the banking sector. But if it goes beyond that, I think Nigeria is a secular country, and we need to tell ourselves the truth that if it is going beyond the Islamic aspect, then I 100% am not in support of it. Then there's a topic I would like to talk on. That aspect that has to do with is it a lawmaker abusing his rights? I think we need to tell ourselves the truth. There is a huge level of abuse by the senator or the House of Rep members that we are only focused on. There was something that happened in Nigerian University recently. Just because a student did not see a lecturer and greet the lecturer victimized the student and told the student he will not graduate. I heard that story and I confronted the lecturer. I said, sir, you are abusing your power and authority. Just because one student, if he decides not to greet you for what personal reason, does that connote the reason why you must victimize the student? We had a lot of back and forth, and it looked as if I was wrong on the matter. Fellow lecturers and fellow persons who came to listen to the conversation said that the guy is wrong and he should be victimized. It applies to this case of this senator. I'm not surprised that a lot of persons are supporting this senator. A lot of persons are abusing power. All I want to say concerning that issue is, please, Nigerians should start opposing situations where people abuse their power. Not just senators, not just House of Rep members, not just police. Even in our little spaces, if we see people abuse their power, coming in this night, I saw a pastor challenging a small child, and it was becoming messy. I had to get him. People said, no, I said, no, I don't intervene in such conversations. You don't punish a child, and the child has done nothing wrong, and you're telling the child you're going to cause. I said, no, Pastor, I am going to stand in for this child. So what I'm trying to say is this. The issue about that lawmaker, it's not just a one-off case. It happens all around us. And let's stand out whose rights are being please, I'm not feeling too far. Whose rights are being oppressed. Then please, regarding the VDM issue, I'd like to point out a matter, which it seems that we are all, maybe some persons are perhaps, let me use the word, being ignorant about. The advocacy and the influence of VDM is growing every day by day. Something tells me that this guy is going to play a huge role in the 2027 election. So let's say if I happen to be an APC member, there's every likelihood I might want to use this guy to influence elections. And these days, when he puts up content, a lot of persons appreciate him. What I tell other persons are, we need to watch out for this guy, because you don't know if he's going to be a political instrument to influence the elections. Imagine what happened in the case of Falana, Bobrisky, and everything. The moment the guy came out and spoke, and it was just barely, I think a day, 4 days to protest. The moment he came out and spoke on that issue regarding Bobrisky, it seriously affected decision to protest or not. And some person said, oh, protest, no protest. I said, please, this VDM guy needs to be checked very properly. Are there going to be people who are going to stand as an opposition, to silence his voice? Because if we allow it to say, I'm not feeling too fine.
All right.
Victor is breaking. Is it done?
Yeah, it's breaking up, but I think we got the main gist of what he's saying. Thank you, Victor, for your submission. Thank you. All right. Kainiki, jump in. Kainiki, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
Okay. Welcome, bro.
So I put something in the jumbotron. But let me say something about this OIC stuff. There's nothing wrong if Nigeria is a member of OIC. Let me repeat it again. All this. Nigeria is a Muslim country. Nigeria is a majority Muslim country. Sorry to all the Christians. You can get angry about it, but it's just it. Because Nigeria is a majority Muslim country.
Sorry, Kaneke. Sorry, before you go ahead, let me ask you this question. Have you voted?
Have I voted? Of course, yeah. Am I wasting time? Last week Friday. So let me hold on. I tweeted my votes yesterday. I shot. Why not?
Correct.
Well, of course, we're not going back.
Correct.
We're not going back. We're ignoring the noise. We are working. Let me move on.
5 extra minutes. 5 extra minutes. Go ahead.
It's true. My mother's ballot, I filled it for her. Go and report me to Trump.
I did what they call vote. What in they call it? It's not rigging.
Voter fraud.
No, Trump complains that people gonna fill out the ballots of their grandmothers.
Me, I know they yell. Me, I know they yell.
Don't start what you can't finish, oh. Better keep quiet, too.
What do they want to? I they fear anybody? May they come arrest me now. Listen, they say they don't burn ballot box for they've imported Nigerian method.
Yeah, they bought ballot box in Nevada. Yeah, they bought ballot box in Nevada. About a couple of hours
Anybody
ago,
they complain of Tinubu or any of you thunder fire you. We did a bomb, make we bomb. Okay, let me continue. So unfortunately, I mean, let's in as much as let's not be sentimental. Nigeria is the majority Muslim country, and because Nigeria is the majority Muslim country, we are going to join organizations that are majority Muslim. I'm sorry, it might be painful to the ear, but this is not about Gowon or Tinubu. I don't like any of those guys. But by the fact of the Muslim population, Nigeria is the most populated Muslim. Let me rephrase. Nigeria is the country with the most Muslims in the world, except I think Indonesia. Do you hear what I said? Nigeria has more Muslims than all the Muslim countries in the world, except Indonesia. So what are you expecting? The Muslim organizations will come and make us join. Now, to be fair, I've gone for an OIC meeting in Turkey. They speak Sharia. When I was in foreign affairs, my boss, they do prayer for Arabic. I know they hear anything with it concern me, man. I just they look around and say, at least I go don't chop my smallest where I come here. But eventually they took the schedule off my boss and sent it to the Muslim minister. I am not against it. Let me tell you what we can do. What we can do is, as Christians, make we go from Christian Islamic Christian organization for Christian countries. But unfortunately, we don't have those things. I'm telling you, most of the liberal societies there's no organization that is Christian based. Can you name one? None. So now, but to the conspiracy theory, they do have a point. The point is that Islam is a dominating religion. I'm sorry, that's the other side. It is a dominating and expansionist religion, which is why you can have things like the OIC. Let me tell you, forget the OIC. Nigeria is a member of an organization called the Developing Eight. Google it right now. Developing Eight. Google it right now. Developing Eight. Google it right now.
Developing what? Can you spell it?
Developing now. Who they asked me to spell developing again?
In the other side.
Who's asked that question now? Tony, I they speak DELDEVE.
I know develop in the eight.
Eight. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Okay. Thank you.
So, in fact, we even have an ambassador. This has been ambassador to the OIC. So those things are there. We can't do anything about it. We're unfortunately we're a Muslim majority, in as much as there are a lot of Christians, which is why Nigeria operates, in quote, we are meant to be a secular nation, but deeply what we operate is a Muslim Christian nation, which is why you have Hajj Commission and Christian pilgrimage, and the government is sponsoring. But those are things that I don't want to get into. Let me go straight to the point of the Sharia bill. Now, Nigeria is a country characterized by ethnic and religious suspicion. Everybody's suspecting everybody. But the worst is religion. If we all agree that Nigeria is a country characterized by those two things, why the hell would somebody come and bring out a bill that is titled Sharia? They don't want to know whether it's about Sharia banking or I don't want to care. Don't bring out a bill like that. I don't want to know. Listen, I don't care whether it's only about Sharia banking or Islamic banking. I don't know. Don't bring out a bill like that. You just generate unnecessary confusion, unnecessary sentiments, conspiracy theories. Why the hell would you do something like that? Why? Why would that honorable member? And again, he's a PDP member. Don't stop embarrassing my party.
Now your boy. Now I was gonna say now your boy.
No, I don't know if he's in Bauchi. I don't know who he is. He's from Bauchi, Misau.
As in from PDP perspective, he's your man.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know. You don't embarrass me. I'm trying to make people come back. I'm even trying to bring Peter B back to the PDP. You come and do nonsense like this, so that they will tell me that I'm supporting Sharia party. No, don't bring anything Sharia, anything religion. Remove your hand. The Islamic Jaiz Bank, IDB, they've been functioning without that bill. What does this bill tend to achieve?
Kainiki, we know they hear you. Is it
No,
talking?
they hear me now. No, I just got one mail.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So you understand what I'm saying? So we should ignore that bill should be, I mean, the bill has been stepped aside, so it's good. But nobody should bring out any bill about Sharia in this place. Sharia for what? Take it away. Then let me go to the last point. So I put up this link. Ever since I see you Nigerians supporting Trump, I don't take you people seriously. You see what this guy did, Alex Ikweche. I don't care. I mean, what he did was bad, but if I didn't.
Sorry, how do you say his name?
Alex Ikweche.
That's how you pronounce it, Ikweche.
Ikweche, yes.
That's Igbo. That's Igbo name, right?
He's from Aba. He's from Aba.
Okay. Wow.
Mascot.
The GH at the end there threw me off. That's why I didn't know how to pronounce it. Yeah.
I think his father used to be he was one of the politicians, either a military analyst. I need to he's in the military or something. I need to confirm his father. So people who support who they want to support. What he did was but you can see there's the Nigerian supporting him here. So I mean, again, I don't think we have any moral right. This guy, the only people that can hold him accountable are the constituents of Aba North and South. I don't know who is a constituent of Aba North and South here. I don't know who votes in Aba North and South. We have no public can shout, the police will call him. Nothing will happen to him. He's not going to pay a political price. He can run for re-election and win, and nothing will happen. After all, if you're in New York, for those that follow American politics, there's a man called Antonio Esposito. He represents a district in New York. What is the reason for him to have problems right now? Is that they found out that he went to employ his girlfriend, America, the girl Alasha. He went to employ his fiancée, right? And his baby mama's daughter. It bust my head. He employed his fiancée and gave her work in his constituency office and employed his baby mother's daughter. Now I use that word because the person he employed is not his daughter, it is the daughter of his baby mama. So he employed two people that are linked to him, and the man is not coming back. It's a scandal. But you have it.
You mean his stepdaughter?
So he's not married. Stepdaughter means he's married to the person, right?
Okay,
he's not married to the woman. So
he was never married. But how come is his baby
so
mama?
Baby mama? Let me explain to you. The woman has a child for him, but that girl he employed is not the daughter.
Oh, okay, I get it.
He confused you too.
He confused me the way you talk him.
But
no, I'll continue.
But it's a scandal. It's a scandal. In Nigeria, we see teenager where they slap girl, where they buy sex toys. He's there. We don't want.
And that motherfucker is still a senator.
We don't care. We don't care anyway.
Pardon my language.
We don't care. So what is it? I mean, it's so unfortunate. I mean, you can see the guy saying, "You slap me, slap him again." All wickedness. Anyway, thank you very much, Tudo. I yield my mic. So please, OIC, stop bothering yourself about all those things. Let me tell you, if you Christians are angry, Jimmy, you can lead the onslaught. We can open Christian countries of the world. Christian COW. We have all the Christian countries, but as long as Christians don't have trust power, we're not like Islam. Just let it.
Kaniki, let me ask you: is there a real legit plan to Islamize the Republic?
I mean, so personally, this is what I view. I am against anything religion in governance. So I'm like in America, they fight Christians in America. In Nigeria, they fight. I'm against anything religious in governance. But unfortunately, and maybe this is where the conspiracy theories win. The Constitution of Nigeria. And this is what is his name? Metaphor always says. I agree with him. Ever since I've forgiven him for not knowing where Newe is. But when he makes those arguments, the Constitution of the Federal Republic gives a lot of leeway to Islam. That's why people can bring up here to state that their problem is now personal to Islamic. No, we don't want it. We don't. No, thank you. It gives a lot of leeway because, first of all, Islam is not a customary law. So why should they have customary courts and a Sharia court? Why? Is Islam a custom? No, it is a religion. It is a religion. It's not a customary. It is not practiced. It's a foreign religion. So why should we now have customary court and Sharia court? No. So the Constitution gives rise to things like this. It gives rise because it gave a lot of leeway for the religion. That's why people can wake up and start all these things. I don't blame them. Are you now? Do I believe there's a grand agenda I don't think so. But again, I could be wrong. God bless.
Kind Kim, my man. Thank you, brother. Thank you. I appreciate you. Yeah, a lot of leeway. I like the way you put it because those guys, remember Zamfara, Governor, Shetima, Yerima, that's the name. I'm confusing them as a Shetima. Yerima went to marry that 15-year-old girl from Egypt, right? And dragged her into Nigeria because it was illegal in Egypt. So he dragged her into Nigeria and he created an opera. And what was his argument? Even in 2024, I think he granted an interview on channels or something. Even back then, the argument was that it was permissible, even though it was against the provisions of our law under the Federal Republic, because 18 under the Republic, 18 is the minimum age of consent or whatever. But under the Sharia law, he made the case with Sharia law, and then he said it was his religious right. That was the direct quote. He was his religious right to marry that minor. Yeah. When you have that within the same Federal Republic, somebody can marry openly.
Why they do?
Eh?
Why they do? Why they do?
No.
Yeah, why?
I mean, brother, if somebody can marry a 15-year-old openly, a senator can marry a 15-year-old openly in the north, but in the south, BOFL, you cannot try that in the south. In the same country.
If I'm crazy, like Sam Loco will say, if I'm crazy, I'm not stupid yet.
It's an Islamization agenda. I talk him.
I don't know what our framers were smoking to have allowed some of this nonsense within the constitution. I don't. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Tudo, there are a lot of leeways in our constitution. Mm-hmm. That being said, during last election, I'm a PDP card carrying member till now, but I supported Peter Obi with all my might. That being said, even if Peter Obi had won this last election, with this constitution, he wouldn't have done any better.
I disagree.
With this constitution.
I disagree with you.
Hold on. I'll come back to that. Let me also, BOFL, please hold on. Let me also buttress the point I was making. So Bissau, the Bauchi guy, the PDP guy that introduced this bill, like I said, he wanted to tweak the word personal because it's a matter of personal law. And that word, so in one sense, it works for him. Now, I'm going to make this case. Guys, hear me out. In another sense, it works against what he was trying to achieve. Because that word personal in the section 262 of the Sharia provision in our constitution is actually an ambiguous word. It's an ambiguous word because it allows for all kinds of nonsense that these guys are doing. But he's now saying that word personal needs to go so that we can expand the application of Sharia in our law, because his argument was, like I said before, was when the framers were writing in 1999 Constitution, they did not envisage a world where Jaiz Bank and Taj Bank will exist. They didn't see that coming. But then it is this same provision that these guys have been using to go and be screwing minors. It's a personal matter. It's a matter of personal law, property rights, family law, child custody, any personal matter. The Constitution grants them the carte blanche to apply this stupid thing. So we live in the same territorial Federal Republic. You can do whatever the fuck you want up north and brand it whatever. But if you try that in the South, they will lynch you. What kind of country are we living in? I don't fucking understand. I just wanted to make that point. All right. So Jimmy, I think you and Buffalo, you are discussing something. Let's do that real quick, and Metaphor will jump in.
Yeah, I just want to say, quickly. The thing is, I disagree with you on that one. And the reason why I said that is, if Peter Obi had entered as the president, it would have been a different ballgame. We will still be operating under the same constitution, but its presence would have actually changed a lot. And to start with, cost of government. drastically reduced. I know that for certain. You see, when cost of governance is reduced, it doesn't even matter about the constitution. It's how money are being spent on what the country needs and not what the country wants. The money won't be spent on senators. We will not have time to buy a yacht. We wouldn't dedicate money to buy a plane. It's none of his business. He wants to make sure the country is running fine. He's more empathetic towards the people. He feels the pulse of the people. He's more bothered about cost of governance. And the moment he starts cutting down cost of governance from his own side, nobody will have the balls to approach him to sign anything. And the moment he stands like that, they need to start doing the job before he start approving. There are some things that they cannot go ahead if he doesn't approve it, the Senate or the House of Reps. So they will come to a consensus to agree before he can sign some certain benefit to them, but it will not be thrown at people's faces the way they're doing it. Buying new jets, building, renovating houses for 6 billion naira, doing all crazy sort of things. Look at the Calabar Highway Road that they budgeted $11 billion for, $12 billion. It's a waste of time, a waste of money. And they stopped in Lagos. Are you hearing what the nonsensical argument the Minister of Transportation was given to the people of Sokoto, that if they want something like that, it will take them till 2027 before it can finish, that they know the right thing, they should vote for him, and they're already planning towards 2027. So I totally disagree. It's not even a matter of the constitution. It's about the leadership, how empathetic, how sympathetic they are towards the Nigerian people. I mean, some states don't have light in the northern part of the country right now, and they're claiming Fatima needs a new plane. His life is at risk. Who jumps on an economy flight to do whatever it is they want to do? You see Singapore president jumping on economy flight. It's nonsensical. So I think it has to do with leadership. It has to do with leading by
Jimmy,
example. That's what I think, anyways. But yeah, go ahead.
Jimmy, all your submission, you're totally right about leadership by example and all that. That being said, most of the things this current guy is doing right now, do you think is not constitutionally bound? Backing up by Nigerian constitution, do you think he's just acting based on his self, whatever? Every of these things he's doing goes through the house. And in as much as I see some of the things he's doing as waste, the yacht, the new jet, we do not need that. We have almost, if I'm not mistaken, about 7 jets, private jets for our president. I think Buhari sold some of it. I can't remember. I stand to be corrected on that. That being said, you made mention of the Sokoto Badagry Coastal Road. That has been there for about 45 years, has been said and quoted by the minister. This is where the constitution comes in. Whatever they are pushing, whatever project they are trying to work on, they will do everything humanly possible to be selfish and back it up with our wicked, devilish constitution. They are not just acting. I still believe if we want Nigeria to work, we need to trash that constitution. Whatever they are doing, do you think it's easy for you to leave Nigeria, to get out of office as Nigerian president, and nobody's going to jail? Look at other countries. You do whatever you want to do. Once you're out of office, you're spending the rest of your life in jail. Some sensible countries. How are they able to do that? How are they able to do that? So as for Nigeria, I still believe that constitution needs to be trashed before we can make headway. Are you the man?
All right.
Thank you.
That's a nice segue.
Yeah. Back to you.
Oh, Jimmy, go ahead.
No.
Okay,
I wanted to move on with the line.
Okay, thank you, guys. Thank you. Great conversation. Let's keep it going. Metaphor, what's up, my man?
Yeah, you know how I come in, right? Good evening to everybody.
Metaphor, no come for me, lawyer. Metaphor, no come for me.
Somehow, I have a feeling you guys just give Metaphor the impetus he needs for this. He's gonna somewhere we're gonna end up with restructuring Nigeria. Something tells me that.
Well, Tudo, I have ever been crying that one of the problems with Nigeria is the way Nigeria is constituted. And again, we continue to see that this is an endemic problem. And it's, it comes out in every facet of the society, that there is an underlying problem here, and it is the way Nigeria is constituted. So let's look at the Nigerian constitution. I believe what this Sharia bill was trying to resolve was that personal. From section 262 downwards, where personal was mentioned between Sharia law, they wanted that personal basically removed. And like you rightly said, that now broaden the meaning of that in the Nigerian society, meaning that it can now be used where it's not supposed to be used, or on those people that it really does not concern. Okay, because when you remove the personal there, it becomes sort of a public matter. And the thing here is that what the Nigerian constitution aimed by using that word personal there was to limit it to people's personal belief. But the question is, should Sharia even be mentioned in Nigerian constitution after the constitution said that we are a secular state? Should it even be mentioned at all? The answer is no. That is again where we see how Nigeria is completely jaga-jaga. The constitution is a mess. The constitution is not a representation of the reality of Nigeria in the first place. And many legal practitioners are in agreement with what I've just said. And I'm concerned that they continue to allow that Nigerian constitution to remain. What they need to do is go back, and what they need to set it aside, go back and create a new framework, a framework that is built straight out from the reality of Nigeria. I heard on the space a few days ago that Islam is a culture. Well, it might be a culture, but is it a culture or is it a tradition in Nigeria? Is there any ethnic group in Nigeria that their tradition or culture is Islam? I'm a student of history, and I don't know that I've seen any ethnic group in Nigeria that their tradition and culture was Islam until the time it was, brought and forced down on them.
Meta, I like this thing. It was in your room when they said that, and I was confused.
Yes, I remember you were there, Kaneki. And they were arguing back and forth, and I was okay. Well, Islam was brought and forced down on many ethnics of the North, just like Christianity was brought to us and forced down on many ethnics of the North and the South. And this has ever always been my problem with Nigeria. Everything that is forced down on us, we hug it and take it away with us into the future. And you know what? We even abandon our own thing and just throw our own thing. In fact, we demonize our own thing and just take this foreign thing and take it away with us. And I even heard this this gentleman that came on that space. Kenneth, you remember that gentleman that came up and said, Islamic culture. Just loading up a load of jabber that day. Well, I don't have a problem with Islam being a culture. It might be a culture of the Arabian people. That is just fine.
Culture.
Yes. But is it a culture of the Nigerian ethnic groups? The answer is no. And I have loads of Hausa Fulani friends. I mean, I schooled in the North. I went to Command Kaduna, Kakuri. I went to ABU. Yeah. And I have loads of friends that are Hausa boys. Many of them have their culture. Yeah, some of them are Muslim, but they also have their own culture, their actual culture. And Muslim is their religion. And I heard this guy talking a lot of rubbish. So here's the problem. The problem is Sharia shouldn't have even been mentioned in the Nigerian constitution. If Nigerian constitution claims that Nigeria is a secular state, it shouldn't even mention any religion at all. It should not mention any religion or any religious doctrine or any religious tenet or any religious, framework.
Metaphor. So the argument, I think Kainiki also made that point. Nigeria is a predominantly majority Islamic state country. And it stands to reason, while some of the framers, if not all of them, will think that it was necessary to include something like that in the Constitution. What do you say to that?
So
As
again,
as a majority Islamic country.
Okay, so we are not questioning whether it's majority or minority. What we are questioning is Nigeria a secular state or a religious state? It's not whether it's a majority or minority. Is it a secular state or is it a religious state? So if it's a religious state, then fine. They can enshrine all those Sharia, and even Christian people can bring their own, and what would they call it? Maybe our own is now 10 commandment law, bring our to Goa. We put it there.
The Torah.
The Torah. Because that is not whether about is a majority. It's what is this state? What is this country? Is this country a religious country? There are many religious countries across the world. There's Saudi Arabia. In fact, Israel is their entire structure is based on their religious Torah. So is that what Nigeria is? If that's what Nigeria is, then I rest my case. I have no further argument. Yeah, but that's not what Nigeria is. And the Constitution came up to say that Nigeria is a secular state. That means that the Constitution should not even condone any religious. In fact, there should be no religious doctrine or principle or enshrined in that Constitution. There shouldn't be at all. And it should continue to. The Constitution should continue to advocate that everybody has the right to their private religious belief. And all of that connecting, laws can, just point to just these basic, frame of the Constitution. Everybody has their right to religious belief. So the problem is that Nigeria, I've said again and again, the way we are constituted under that very wrong Constitution is a problem. Can we just move to fix it? Anybody that continue to embrace this Constitution, we are heading towards another civil war. Believe you me, that's where we are going. And I hope we don't find it in our lifetime. Okay, because the way Nigeria is going, that civil war is inevitable. Because this expansionism thing, whether it's going to continue.
Civil or religious war? Which one comes first, civil or religious?
Anyhow it comes, because the Northerners are already saying that Islam is a culture. So, and they believe that by virtue of that, it should be enshrined in the Nigerian Constitution, and all the culture of the ethnics in that country does not matter anymore. You very soon now, the Southern people will say Christianity too is a culture. In fact, a lot of Southern people say Christianity is a way of life. Just look at what we are as African. I'm sorry to say this as an African people behave like the most stupid people in the world. Anything they just
don't say African, say Nigeria, say Nigerian, not say Africa.
I am stupefied to just see how we swallow nonsense. They just come and give us something, we just hug it, and what is really ours, we just throw it away, and we just go into the future with the nonsense they're giving us. It's the same thing that the Christian religion did. They came to give it. Look at what Christian religion is now to a lot of Southern people. They've gone nuts with it. Yeah, that even their own tradition, their own culture that their ancestors passed on to them, they've demonized it, they've abandoned it. The Nigerian Constitution right now, that's what I was arguing the other day at that space. So, in other words, what we are saying is that our customary law right now, Sharia, honestly, I have nothing else to say. All I will continue to say that the way Nigeria is constituted, my brothers and sisters here, the way Nigeria is constituted is a serious problem. And we need to fix that for us to actually even fix Nigeria. And I've continued to propose that the simplest way for us to fix Nigeria is for Nigeria to evolve into a union of sovereign countries. I have diagnosed Nigeria for a couple of years. I have checked all of these things, and that is the only way. Because you see, look, for instance, this bill that these Islamic people are looking for, they can easily pass this in their own sovereign Islamic state. They can pass it smoothly. In fact, this will not even go through. Nobody needs to crack their brain about this, because their sovereign country is an Islamic country. And in fact, Sharia will now form the basis of their legal system. And there is no question about this. This will just fly simple and strict. But you know, it will continue to face opposition in the parliament. It will continue to face opposition from many southern and of course many other northern ethnics that are Christian or non-Christian. It will continue to face. And very soon this whole thing will now become a force and a swindle and a force, and it will now begin to descend into a conflict. And before you know what's happening, we have another war on our hands. So that's all I will say here. In the first place, Sharia should not even be mentioned in the Nigerian constitutional code at all. In a civilized society, they will not even have Sharia in their constitution if the constitution says that they are a secular state. They will not even have Sharia. They will not even have any religious thing there. What they will actually have is the doctrines of all the ethnic groups in that country. That's what they will have in that constitution. And why shouldn't they have it? Why shouldn't they? Because Nigeria has over 370 ethnic groups. These lawmakers, if they actually mean business, they will go and sit down and look at all these different ethnic groups. What are your laws of your? Let us bring all of these things together. Let us create a robust framework that encapsulates all of the principles of all of these different ethnic groups. And now let's make a big one that will now cover everybody. But no, they won't do that. Now they already have Sharia on this. Maybe the CAN, I don't know what it's CAN. Is it CAN? Christian Association of Nigeria. Maybe then too they will get upset very soon and create their own too. Moses law. They will have that too enshrined in the Nigerian constitution. And there we go. Nigeria has become a full-blown religious state at war with itself. With this nonsense. I'm sorry, but Nigeria is a joke. Nigeria is just a joke. Nigeria sometimes just make me laugh. So Tudo, I will end there by saying that again, it comes back to the argument I've ever always made. The way Nigeria is constituted is wrong. We are constituted like slaves, like people that are still colonized, like people that don't have the mental capacity to govern themselves, create their own laws, create their own. No, that's just the way we are constituted. And we really need to break out of this mess. Yeah, that's my own shower. And I'm glad. You see, the bill.
Metaphor. Let me tell you a problem. You see, why I agree with you. And maybe the solution is for Nigeria to break up. But let me tell you a very funny story. Do you know who the registrar of JAMB is? Metaphor.
Can you say that again, please?
Do you know who the registrar of JAMB is?
No, I don't. Please,
so his name is Ishak Oloyede, professor. He used to be the VC of Uni Ilorin. Do you know the position he had before he became the registrar of JAMB?
No, I don't.
He was the General Secretary of the National Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs. So you see,
wow.
I know I used to be a politician, so I know this thing. So you see what the problem is, right? So why should somebody who have had that position, right, come and become the registrar of JAMB? What kind of policies will he push? What kind of things will he promote? So the Nigerian problem is deep. Like I said before, as for me, I have lost hope when it comes to religion. The only advice I give Christians that are so edgy and shaky is let us start forming our own Christian expansionist movement. We should have Nigerian, Christian, superior, Catholic, Anglican, Pentecostal religious affairs. If not, there's nothing you can do. So we bring somebody, and the reason why I remember this case is that I've told this story before when I used to be in foreign affairs. So if they invite you, they were having a summit, and they invited some guy from Zimbabwe. He was a cleric who was living in Zimbabwe, but he was not Zimbabwe. I think he was from Sudan or something, but he was practicing in Zimbabwe.
Sorry, I think they have ecclesiastical affairs.
Well, Guinea. so
ecclesiastical, one of those ecclesiasticals.
I've never heard of that. I've never heard of that association before. But let me just tell this story. Now, this story is going to link up into a lot of things. This happened. So I had gone to Zimbabwe in 2012. So I became very friendly with one of he's still my very good friend. So let me go forward. So they invited a cleric to come to Nigeria, and the cleric was denied visa. Listen to the cleric was denied visa in Zimbabwe. And he asked a question, why is Nigeria denying a cleric visa? So I called my friend who was in Zimbabwe. I said, Madam, that's my boss, sent me because he knew my boss. And the guy told me that the reason why he was denied visa was because of. Now, Tudo, this goes to the point that Donald Trump did to Nigeria. You know your CIA fact book, right? So, unfortunately, right, there are certain countries that the CIA sends a list of, in quotes, terrorist people. Now, I use terrorists loosely. So, if, for example, Odogu had one time in Malaysia say, "Death to America," America puts his name. Odogu speaker says death to America. We put him on the watch list level 25. Metaphor says, I hate America with a passion. These Americans are fools. Metaphor says Americans are fools. We put him on the watch list number 24. So this guy had made a comment about America. So the America had put him on the watch list. So when he came, his name came and the details came to the embassy. In as much as he had a resident permit, it flagged. So it's now left for the NIA officer or the immigration officer to decide, this person gets some of these tendencies. And he was denied visa. So we came and we went back. And I told my boss, this is the reason why he was denied visa. The NIA said it's not clear. And lo and behold, but there's a story to this. The story to this is that the man came to Nigeria. So who gave him visa?
Odogu, that man was deported and he was deprived the right to vote during that program. He was deported from Nigeria.
So,
that man you're talking about.
So who came to Nigeria? How did he come? Is it that the NIA officers was a Muslim and gave him visa or the immigration? So listen, this problem, that's why, as I said before, I don't want anything religion with Nigeria. It is very complicated. Thank you very much, Ayud.
All right. Thank you, guys. Well said, well said, well said. Well, so chapter 1, I like to quote these things like I'm quoting the Bible for my religious people because we are fucking religious in that country. We can quote Bible and Quran. So how about we start quoting the Constitution like it's a fucking Bible or something? So like I was reading the rights, citizens' rights from chapter 4 the other time. So chapter 1 of our Constitution stipulates under Article 10, Part 2, that Nigeria is a secular state and we have no official state religion, and that the government of the federation shall not adopt all state shall not adopt any religion as a state religion. That is our Constitution. Metaphor, why did you laugh?
Don't you hear how cartoonish that sounded? But just go further down to from 262. He started already, empowering. The Court of Appeal to adjudicate. Come on, guys.
So
are we actually stupid?
However,
Nigeria,
this is the provision. However, the 12 Muslim majority northern states have all incorporated Sharia courts into the legal systems, ladies and gentlemen, with the power and jurisdiction of these courts just waxing and waning over the past 2 decades. So it's like in the morning, our framers came to gather. They said, all right, guys, so we're going to make a secular state, okay? We're going to make a completely secular state, all right? We shall not adopt an official state religion. And then they walked, and then they took a break in the afternoon. The Muslims went to pray. The Christians, I don't know, they went to smoke weed or something. And then, they all came back. All right, let's go. Let's go back to that chapter 1. And then they started adjusting under, what do you call it? The provision that will provide Sharia eventually, 262, section 262, in terms of making that provision for Sharia. It's senseless. And even though I always argue with Metaphor on this prescription he brings, he's stupid to disagree with the man, with the case that he makes. And I've made this case before. The country is messed up. We have 2 laws. Whether you like, whichever way you want to look at this, there's no unifying law in the country within the same republic. It does seem like everybody's just doing whatever the heck they want to do. So, anyways, it's just good to still read these things out and let people know what the letter of the law actually says.
Metaphor. Are you there? Sorry, sorry.
No, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, metaphor. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. BOFL.
Will you agree with me that if those guys from Bauchi actually mean business and they push this, they will push through with this that they are pushing? You know that because they have the numbers. Politically, they have the strength and Christians. And I mean, if this is being pushed too far, I pray and I hope, as you said, that we will not be heading for civil war. I pray so. Because for God's sake, we're saying we are a secular country, we are secular that, but we're tilting more towards a certain religion. I mean, using that as our financial strength because of our own self, man. Are you the mic? It's something else. Are you the mic?
All right. So now we're here. How do we move forward, guys? I need ideas.
Tudo, Jimmy, Kenneke, Biofair, all of you guys. I hope I can see all of you guys in the next 50 years. You know,
my brother,
yeah, I really do hope.
My brother,
I can't guarantee that.
You know, I really hope I can see all of you guys. Get to know all of you guys, even up to that time. Hopefully, we can remind ourselves of this argument we were making.
I don't know if I should be here till I'm 100, wearing diapers.
You know, I would like to remind you guys that I said it. I told you. I cried about it. Nobody was listening to me. Okay.
The moment I start wearing diapers, the moment I start wearing diapers, guys, I'm out of here. That's how it works.
I mean, do exercise very well now. So you won't. I mean, that's the reality anyway. At the point you have to you have to go through that. I mean, that's now. That's the reality. We all pray for good life, good health. I mean, and no complications, all that.
But is the point that in 50 years we'll still be here talking about this shit? Is that the point that Metaphor is making?
That's what he's saying.
Tudo, that is precisely the point I am making, because where Nigeria is, with the way Nigeria is constituted, it's a dead end. There is no future going anywhere. We're just going round in circle.
But we actually know this. We know this, and that was why we had the confab, if I'm not mistaken, to review this, to purge this out. And up to now, they just put that in a pipeline. Nobody's looking at the report.
Kainiki, let's ask Kainiki.
Nobody's looking at
Let's ask Kainiki. What happened to your boss? Why didn't he adopt the recommendations of the confab? Kainiki will not talk now. Kainiki no day. All right. Yeah.
He planned to do so. But the problem is that he became political. He was now saying, I don't want to upset certain people. He planned to do so after the election, but good luck, love. So no need. I mean, Buhari could have adopted it. Tinubu can adopt it. But
Tinubu did one. Local government autonomy.
No, that was the court that determined that, not him. You know.
I mean, it was recommended by the confab, right? It was one of the provisions. It was one of the recommendations.
Yeah, it was recommended, but I went to court.
And also, Kainiki, the national anthem.
No, I mean that's a very easy one. Now, come on.
I'm just saying again for all my conspiracy theory friends. I like to bring context to this thing. It was not Tinubu's idea to revert back to the old anthem. It was recommended at the confab under Jonathan. Just so we are clear.
Well, I'm doing an unofficial national conference, and I want to invite everybody to come and join. Let us do our unofficial national conference, and let's even see whether we can achieve what our government officials cannot achieve.
Metaphor. Are you going to give us Brian?
It's not.
No, he will send it to your Gmail. Brian will go to your Gmail. You can imagine that pastor. I will send prayers to your Gmail. I will send prayers to your email.
It's just an initiative to see whether we can actually achieve what our government officials don't want to achieve. Look, if Nigeria was actually a serious I mean, if Nigerian government were actually a bunch of serious people, they should be having a national conference every quarter of the year where all the ethnic groups in Nigeria come and sit down and talk about it. How is our nation going? Like, state of the nation, all the ethnic groups every quarter of the year sit down and talk. That national conference is supposed to be happening every quarter of the year in Nigeria, where all the ethnic groups come and sit down and discuss. How are we doing? Are we happy? State of the nation and all that. And from that quarterly national conference, they feed reports to the assembly. So the assembly can actually know that, yeah, everybody's carried along. But no, our ethnic groups don't exist anymore. Nigeria is just the same people. We are heading for disaster, really. A serious disaster. I hope I'm already dead and gone when that thing happens. But it'll be unfortunate, our children will come and have to face this.
Metaphor, are you in Nigeria? Metaphor.
I'm not in Nigeria at the moment. No, but I do go to Nigeria.
Okay, we all go to Nigeria. Why are you so worried about dying in the next 50 years? Baba, so they talk that thing, they fear me. I don't want to die in 50 years.
Well, look. I'm worried about Nigeria as a Nigerian. I'm passionate about Nigeria. I actually love.
Somewhere that will help you live. I mean, that will accommodate you living more than the next 50, 60 years. Well, you pay your 401k. I mean, you have your social security. You have everything out here. I don't know if you're in the States.
No, it's not.
No, I'm not in the States. I'm not in the States. I'm currently in Australia.
For our money, make I can't die in the next 50 years.
So, we'll get to that point. If we like it, we'll get to that point if we like it or not. But let me. Let me, sorry, BOFL. Let me redirect the space. I want people to, for the sake of people that are just joining the space, I want people to understand the impact of this conversation. I'm referring to this old mascot and the boat driver thing. So I know a lot of people have seen the video, but just for people just joining the space, I've probably not heard what happened. Let's do this.
Do you know who I am? So you think I'll give you my money with the way you have spoken to me? I did a job for you and you have to pay it. You will not see any, you will not see penny from me. With this level of disrespect, you're very stupid. Very, very stupid. Madam, who is this stupid boy that you sent to this my house? Who is this foolish boy that you sent to my house? How can this stupid idiot come to my house and tell me that I'm supposed to play and meet him in his car, pick up snail that I'm getting from you? You're not this right. I can make this man to disappear in the whole Nigeria, nothing will happen. Imagine this rat. I'm not going to give this boy 1 naira of my money. No. I'm not going to give this silly boy 1 naira of my money. You've been insulting me, and I'm being quiet. I pray that you do. I pray that you insult me. Can you please insult me? I'm not going to call my policemen to beat you up. I will beat you up. I will show you that I'm a big brother to you. I will slap the hell out of you and I will lie you down, walking in my generator house. How dare you? Why should you do that? Do you know who you're talking to? Do you know where you are? Because you saw me sitting outside here. It doesn't matter. Pay me, let me go. I don't care what I am. Are you even looking at me that you can beat me? Are you looking at me? What? Who the hell do you think you're talking to? Do you know who I am? I'm the senator of this republic. Do you know who the fuck I am? How dare you? Are you slapping me, sir? You see this place? You suffer. I'll deal with you. Are you slapping me, sir? I just did. Stop me back. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? Do you know who I am? How dare you? Did you just slap me 3 times, sir? twice. The third one, you should receive it. How dare you? I need my payment, sir. All right, so this is where I am. I just got 3 slaps from this man. Yeah. Just because I told him to come and get his stuff and pay me my money. So he's claiming that he's... My name is Honorable Alex Ikweche, the member of the House of Reps. Tell them I slapped you. Okay. Tell the Inspector General of Police, call him, let him come. Okay. Okay, sir. Record me very well. All right. That's nice. You came to my house to disrespect me? I didn't disrespect you. I said pay me my money and let me leave.
And here's the last part, guys.
Actually, with one man, he said I got a request delivery to him. As you can see, I don't have a shirt. He shredded my clothes and he slapped me 3 times. And this is the man seated outside there. He says the senator, and that there's nothing I can do about it. My phone is broken because I was showing him what he was saying and recording what he was saying. He was trying to drag the phone with me, and he broke the phone. Please, all Out1 members, please come to Maitama. All Out1 members, please come to Maitama, back of Farmers Market. I've not even ended the ride. Look at me. This is me here, and this is the man seated. This is my shirt. He just shredded it. And I've collected 3 slaps from this man. 3 slaps from this man without saying a word. And you have insulted me. Play the first video. You get all the insults you gave me. Please, everybody that is an Out1 member should please come to Maitama, Lavida Court, inside, I think behind Farmers Market. Thank you very much.
But by the way, the low volume was not from my side. I think it's from the guy's side. So I just thought I should reposition the room to let people understand. I want you to be pained. I want you to listen to that. For you to put yourself in that guy's situation. Do you know who I am? What the hell are you? You slapped. You see this big mannerism going on in Nigeria. It's a disease. And even though he knew he was recording, he was so sure of himself. The intoxication of power is so serious that he doesn't care. Whatever is coming at him, he has the money, he has the resources, he has the clouds, he has the backing to face it. And that is what we're facing in Nigeria. And my point is, this man needs to pay. Besides the money, he needs to pay for what he did. Because if we say, oh yeah, they're going to sue him, he's going to pay for damages, maybe, 2-3 billion naira, per slap. Okay. Guess what? They will start saving money for slaps. That is how ruthless these guys are. He needs to lose his job. People need to understand that for every action, there should be an equal reaction. They need to let him know that once you do things like that, you will lose your position. At first, the people of that constituency, they meant to even give out a report. This is not who we are. We did not send him there to represent us in this manner. This is not who they need to distance themselves from him. Then, Bolt, I've not heard Bolt or seen any letter from Bolt to speak on this issue. If Nahuba or Lyft in this country, in the Western world, they go first suspend that account before they start investigation and they will sue that guy. Do you know the amount of assaults that got involved in what we just listened to? The fact that you are approaching the guy a couple of times. I said this earlier on for people that are just joining. The fact that you're approaching this guy a couple of times, that's an assault alone. You assaulted him more than 4 times with the intent of impacting violence on him. Then that is besides verbal assault. You were assaulting him, right? And you were verbal assaulting him. And on top of that, you battered him. So that's assault, verbal assault, and battery. You battered him. And I love the way the guy did it. It's called due diligence. The guy was gathering evidences. He was building cases up against this idiot. And he said, "Did you just slap me?" Because when I watched the video, I didn't know it was a slap. I thought it was pushing him away. But this idiot, out of ignorance, out of the intoxicated position he was at that point in time, said, yes, I slapped you twice, and I'll slap you the third time. That is what we're facing. And my position, lastly, is this. What are we going to do about it? Because to me, this seems like a selective justice. The same thing happened during Mubad, for justice for Mubad. We Nigerians, we need to know our rights to the extent of standing up and fighting for ourselves. These things keep happening because you're a son of nobody. Nobody cares about you. And the guy said it loud and clear. And besides this particular 2 sets of videos I just played, the guy actually called police to arrest the boat driver that he came to attack him in his own house. It is maddening, the level at which people misuse power in that country. And Nigeria, we still think we have right. And the most painful part is, maybe by tomorrow, a silly topic like our own Yoruba jollof rice, sweet past Igbo jollof rice, will overshadow this serious topic we're bringing up. And it will just go like that. It will go like that. Do you know how many of these boat drivers have been slapped that way and they got away with it? TK came up with another view that it's possible that they probably want to use the boat driver for juju. Maybe the guy wanted him to come inside. The moment he steps inside, he will just, lose consciousness or whatever. And he's angry that before 12 o'clock, you have to do it. If you don't do it, it will backfire. Because I don't know who orders snails by 12 a.m. for crying out loud. And you want him to come inside and give it to you. Normally, there's a difference between a boat driver and a dispatcher. A dispatcher will, if you want him to kiss your ass, use spoon to open your mouth and feed you. They will do that. But this is a Uber driver, equivalent of Uber driver in the Western world. Your job is just to pick and drop. Depending on the service you want, if it's executive, they bring bigger car for you. You would even get down, open the trunk for them, put their load there, offer them candies, offer them drinks. But what if you enter $5 car, oga, open door, calm down, no expensive, open door. It's called service. But somehow you believe a boat driver is meant to come and give you the food inside your house, inside your living room. Power. Intoxicating. Back to you, Tudo. Welcome to Tudo Space, guys. Monday topic. It's always political. Tudo, back to you.
Thank you, my man Jimmy. Thank you, guys, for joining us to space. Honorable Adora from BC constituency. I see you over there. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate all of you for joining this space. As always, thank you. I wanted to...
Doesn't have a gate man or maid in the house that could come downstairs to collect that from you. I mean, it's very strange. I'm trying to connect, everything together. Somebody of that status should have a gate man that the driver can leave anything with. Worst case scenario. Why must he come into the senator's house? I do not get it.
Please, please, can I just say something?
Hold on. I'm coming to you next. I wanted to emphasize some things here. So I want to go back to the 2014 confab, guys. Where's Metaphor? He left. All right, Kaniki is here. Kaniki, you're my government agent in the house. So I'm going to bounce this off of you. So there are a few recommendations. I've mentioned 2 of them already that the Tinubu administration has actually kind of, not that they get credit for it, but they can say, I think the APC guys are going to love me for this. They can say that, oh, it's not our idea. It's what the confab recommended. Not that they're making that argument, like they're reverting back to the old national anthem, autonomy of local governments, which the Supreme Court has ruled on. It was all recommended at the confab. But another one that was recommended on religion, for instance, they re-emphasized that the government will not, this is big, guys, wait for it, that the government will discontinue the sponsorship of Christian and Muslim pilgrimages to the Holy Lands. Imagine that. And they went further to say that churches and mosques should begin to pay tax to the government. Imagine if this current administration decides to pass that. I said, all right, guys, the honeymoon is over. No more pilgrimage to Mecca. No more billions subsidizing trip to Jerusalem. Everybody for himself. Imagine the uproar that will happen from Cannes to the other side to, and then let alone saying they should start paying taxes. Also, the other one about which other one I wanted to emphasize. So, okay, let's talk about revenue, resource control, revenue allocation to the federation account. I think they reduced the sharing formula. The federal government will now, according to them, 42% to the federal. State government will get 35%, and then local government will be getting 22%. Which I still think is ridiculous because why don't we just restructure the whole damn thing, right? Give states full control of their resources, and then we can now pay to the center. It's as simple as that, which will also strengthen our IGR. Most of these states are just there sitting down doing nothing, collecting money, free money every month, right? And number two, you can be Hisba police running around the north, destroying people's businesses, breaking bottles because you don't want the sale of alcohol. But the same you turn around and collect monies that were generated from the collection of taxes from the sale of alcohol, which is insane. So I think they also talked about another thing I wanted to emphasize real quick. Oh, I like this one. The legislature needs to be reconfigured. They wanted to maintain the bicameral structure, which I disagree with. I don't believe that Nigeria needs a bicameral system. One is okay, unicameral. Okay, there are so many countries in this world that has just one legislature, just one unicameral, and they are functioning fine. They are doing great. It will cut down, reduce cost of governance, cut down on waste, right? And this is the best part of their recommendation, that members of the legislature will now begin to perform on a part-time basis. I thought that was interesting. Part-time, guys. So you're going to have your fucking day job, right? You're going to have your own day where you go to work. But when you come to the National Assembly, it's going to be on a part-time. Imagine how much money we're going to save if we did that. No more Olosho allowance, no more hardship allowance, no more newspaper allowance. So they made all these recommendations. But of course, Kaniki here defended his former boss, why those things were not implemented. Kaniki, what do you say to all these things? Before I go to Chris. Kaniki, no one talk again. All right, let's move forward. I just thought I should read that. I should mention some of those things rather. I mean, like, guys, if you haven't read the report, if you have not, just look up the 2014. Not all of them. I'm not excited about all of the recommendations. I've mentioned a few things that I disagree with, but they did a fine job. Those guys did a fine job at that confab. The point of that is that we don't lack ideas in Nigeria. The political will to implement these ideas is what is lacking. Because if you are a Nigerian president, is powerful, one of the most powerful in the world. He practically operates like a king. So if you are a president, you've just spent billions of naira, maybe dollars. Sometimes we don't know the official numbers of this thing, you know. So are you gonna get in there and be like, all right, I think I'm gonna give out some of my powers. You know, these powers, this amazing power that I paid for. I'm gonna give some of it out, and let's restructure, let's devolve powers, and let's practice true federalism. Is that what you're gonna do when you get there? And this is the problem with the system that we have going on, and it's a shame. But the conversation again. Oh, another one that I just remembered now, the SIECs. So the State Independent Electoral Commissions. There's a bill currently in our legislature that wants to that wants the National Independent Electoral Commission to take over local government elections. Now, this debate came up during the most recently with the Edo, is it Edo elections or one of the elections, local government elections? No, sorry, River State, my bad, River State, with the whole Wike versus Sim. So the issue here is that even Yakub Mahmoud has said that INEC is ready. INEC is ready to run local government elections, which contravenes our laws, because those elections are directly under the purview of the state. So we have our state independent electoral commissions who are directly mandated by the Constitution to run those elections, not the Federal Electoral Commission, whatever. So now they're trying to hijack that from states to run those elections, which is insane. But the thing here is that just before you think this is just all their idea and they are the ones coming up with this, 2014, the CONFAB also recommended it, which is crazy. So on the one hand, you are the Supreme Court just ruled for the autonomy of local governments, which was recommended at that CONFAB, which the current government also sponsored and agree with, by the way, just so you know, it was not their original idea. But at the same time, you are trying to strip states of their autonomy, to conduct some of these elections. Nigeria is a confusing situation altogether. Confusing altogether. So I just needed to highlight some of those discrepancies. I think that's the word. And some of the provisions, the recommendations rather at the CONFAB, especially the one on religion, the one on there's one on immunity as well. There's one of so for instance, if a president were to die, I remember this one. If a president were to die in office, he does not get to automatically continue. We are supposed to be conducting a snap election in 90 days. In 90 days, guys. So the vice president only gets to last for 90 days, and then we conduct fresh elections. So that is the provision of law. Also, the president gets to pick his vice president primarily from the legislature. So this whole idea of Muslim ticket, whatever permutations people are making now, you are only restricted to the legislature, and that's the only place you can pick your vice president from. One more thing I wanted to say real quick. All right, I can't think of it right now, but that was another one. So, but anyways, I will advise guys, if you haven't read it, just look it up. Look up the recommendations of that 2014 CONFAB and see some of the brilliant work those guys did. Again, like I said, I don't agree with most of the. Oh, they have recommendations for ministries, number of ministries. Reduce them to 18. It will reduce the cost of governance, unlike the one we have currently going on. And then the number of essays too was stipulated in that CONFAB. Not just that. So now we have that also ballooning to SSAs and the ridiculous, everybody bringing their family members and their girlfriends and side chicks to come and be, SSAs and all of these things. So that's another one. But the only issue I have with that one is, how does it parallel with the provisions with the federal character provision that mandates that the government, every new administration should pick at least one minister from every state of the republic plus the FCT. So which means we should be having the exact representation from every state, including the FCT. So I don't know how that jives the recommendation of the CONFAB. But anyways, I just wanted to throw all these things out there. Guys, if you haven't seen it, just read up on it. There's there are so many sites that have summarized these things, and they did amazing work. I just wanted to buttress that. All right, let's continue this conversation.
Tudo, before we continue, can I make one comment on what you said?
Please, go ahead.
I hate to be a trumpet for APC, but they did say that they will stop subsidizing Hajj pilgrimages from 2025. We'll see whether that one actually happens. But my question is, so if they were subsidizing Hajj, were they subsidizing pilgrimages to Jerusalem? That's the question that I have.
Yeah. They're doing both. We have commissions for both of them.
No, I know we have commissions, but
Nigeria Hajj Commission and Nigerian Pilgrimage Commission. They have both. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. We do have commissions for both, but for Hajj, so the exchange rate for Hajj was pegged at a certain amount. My question, I know that for sure. I'm not sure if they did that for the Christian pilgrimages.
That's your point. Okay.
I don't know, but they did say they will stop that from next year.
Okay. How much did you spend that day? 91 billion for Hajj?
I don't remember.
Naira, I think that was the number. I'm not sure. I think that was the number. Imagine pouring that into revamping education, healthcare. Even if we spread it around, it's mind blowing what we do in that country. All right, Chris, you are next, my brother.
All right, Tudo, thank you so much. Thank you. My regards to the audience, so I'm greeting. Yeah, I wanted to speak in regards to the audio Jimmy played and the boat driver and all the whole scenario that played out. Actually, what actually happened right there is just a typical character of an average Nigerian who think probably they have a connection somewhere. They know one or two people, but probably their dignity, or probably they have their influential, or probably they got money, or they have money, or probably a little be wealthy, sort of kind of, that's just their character. It doesn't really matter probably that person is actually a politician, just their character. Because I have been a victim as well, because I happen to be a boat driver, for sometimes like a year plus. I did a boat driver, and I know how I fall victim and all this kind of stuff. But actually, see, that assault being given to that driver is avoidable if you actually know how boats operate. That's how you operate. Immediately, that man began to, sound that way, and he said that forget about the money. He doesn't really need to collect that money from that man. The only thing just need to do is just end the trip. When you end the trip, just try to report. Boat is definitely going to refund that money to you. Boat will definitely pay. So we don't even need to drag the man of anything. It's avoidable. But probably, sometimes too, even me too, I was being involved. Even when we have that, the person I was even involved with was just kind of a pastor missus. I took it to your destination, and they got down. He telling me that the fee was so high. I took you to a traffic that because of that you are not paying this that. The woman is even a pastor missus. I become so furious even I go down to the car. But at the end of the day, I just realized that it's not even necessary. Only thing I just need to do, I just have to just end the trip and just put my report there and allow both to just take care of everything. That's what will have just happened. It will have avoid all those unnecessary, who am I? Do you know who am I? All this, all that. But it's also an opportunity also, to expose what we have in Nigeria, what we have in Nigeria, as in this society we call Nigeria anyway. Yeah, the society we have in Nigeria, that's just how it is. Everybody feels so important. Everybody just feels so, especially people that probably they have one connection up there or something. Especially this one, even just even a politician. So definitely, how important they will feel. So that's just the society where we are. It's a lawless country. So this is where we find ourselves here in this Nigeria, in this part of the country where we are. So everybody that got opportunity to probably become in the corridor of power, if you're outside there, you're nobody to them. They can do anything. They can even do away with you. There's a lot of these incidents have happened now, which didn't even come on air like this. Nobody even come on social media. Nobody even heard about them. So serious like that. It just happened that this one is just lucky. Probably he was able to record and put it all on the social media, and people are complaining about it, all this kind of stuff. There are even some that are worse. Based on my own experience I had on the field, what I've experienced so far, some of them are even worse. They didn't even come to people didn't even hear about them. They're out there. So this is just what is happening in the society where we are. It's a lawless country. So if you know one or two people, especially if you're even a force, you're in a force, probably police force, or in army or in anything. They won't have the those ones say does that they will have to behave in any way they are. They can deal away with you. Nobody will talk about it. So that's just where we find ourselves. So so how can we begin to correct this kind of stuff? Is for the time I don't think it's just deep. The root is just deep in this country, in the society already. I don't think we can even do away with all this thing. The reason why this is coming up probably it's being exposed. I get my point. Probably at the end of the day, I'm telling you, nothing will happen to that man. All this one they say they arrested him, whatever. I don't think they do so. Probably they invited him for a question, whatever. At the end of the day, it's all about people that are up there. They know themselves. So they will just probably, he shouldn't have allowed this, that. At the end of the day, the man will go scot free. That's the society we find ourselves. So I don't know. So I don't know when the new Nigeria is coming anyway. Probably when we begin to reset all these kind of things being happening in the country. So and for the other part of it, there is a Sharia bill and whatever. So it's not a news to us that Nigeria is an Islamic country for a very long time. It's not a new thing. So we are just, all these things we are just talking about is not new. It's what we have known for a very long time. Unless people that are not even aware that Nigeria is an Islamic country, you begin to talk they begin to say it's a circular. It's a circular by by words, not by paper, not by what is on the paper. What is on the paper is that Nigeria is a registered Islamic country. Everybody should be able to know that and know that's the fact. So the best thing we should just do is just for us to find a way around it. If you don't want to be in an Islamic country, definitely probably you have to start advocating that. Okay, fine. Even when we are even restructuring whatever, I just still going to implement that. The best thing just for us, we could just, we don't have something, we are in the country in which, different people don't even have so many things in common. Understand? And we keep on, some certain set of people keep on dominating. They dominate through their religion anyway, religious law, those kind of stuff. So the best thing is for every one of us to start advocating. So we just find our paths. Let just anybody that believe in probably in Sharia, let them have their own country so they can fully practice whatever they want to practice. That will be okay. So and if you want to go there to do business or whatever, then you abide by their law. Are you getting my point? So let's begin to advocate for that so we can part ways so that we can give chance for development in the country where we are present right now. We could see nothing is actually happening. We are stagnant for a very long time. Every other country have moved on, have moved away from the particular state where we are now. We are together in this particular state, but look at where they are today. Even just for the fact that we have all the resources, but those resources have not been put in place. We have no leaders who doesn't have who lack vision for development. What I even say is about vision for development. Probably is intentional. Probably that's how they want the country to be. And we now, like this, you can't control to follow the same path. We have to follow other paths to see if things can be different. And the only way I see that happening is for us to part ways. Let's part ways so that every corner, every region that want to develop, so that they will have the opportunity to do so in their own will, in their own space. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Chris. That's your own opinion. Well respected.
Jimmy, I wanted to ask Chris a question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
So, Chris, all of us go practice Sharia, Abi. Are you ready?
Of course, I'm here. We're here with you. I can hear you clearly.
I said, all of us now Sharia with the practice, with the go. So, are you ready for it?
That's what I'm telling you. I'm advocating that we part ways so that we will not practice the same Sharia. Anybody that wants to practice Sharia will have their own country, so that they can fully have the opportunity to practice their own, their religious fully without anybody hindering them. I got my point. That's my stand.
Okay, but you do know we already have Sharia in our constitution, right?
You have of course. Like I told you now, I said Nigeria is already an Islamic state, Islamic country already now. I said it here now. Didn't you hear what I said? It's that be registered in a book that Nigeria is an Islamic country. It's not a secular country. It's an Islamic country. Islamic on Nigeria. But meanwhile, we are here deceiving ourselves that we are in a secular country, which is not supposed to be. So we have to start studying ourselves the truth. The day we start studying ourselves the truth, that's the day we start, freeing ourselves. We have to free ourselves from this.
I'm clearly I'm just messing with you, but you do understand this bill is not one of those overreaching bill that will make all of us come and be practicing Sharia all over the country. It was just a tiny little amendment to proposal to the current laws that we have. You understand that, right? It's not like some overreach here that will force all of us to be Muslims. I hope you know that.
It's little by little they drop it. They would be dropping it to you now. They'll drop it. They won't come full to you. It's little by little they have to be dropping it. By the time please, you don't know what is coming ahead of you. I'm telling you, if you know what is coming ahead of you, you have to start advocating for something that will make you safer. I'm telling you the facts.
This guy is the Igbo version of Meta.
All right,
the Igbo version of Meta.
Chris, for the purpose of enlightenment, okay, we already have Sharia under our laws, right? I don't know if you want to space when I explain, because I don't want people. A lot of people are sensationalizing this thing. Every time stories like this come out, people want to run with it. We said it. Islamize. They want to Islamize us. Maybe, right? But this one has nothing to do with that conversation. This guy, who is a first-time lawmaker, by the way, is a freshman. He's a freshman.
But it's been a lawmaker in the state, though. So
in the state, yes, but at the federal level. So, he's trying to basically tweak the current provisions of our law. We talked about it before, that because currently Sharia applies to, under Section 262, applies to Islamic personal law, questions surrounding personal law, which again in itself is ambiguous and it's subject to all kinds of interpretations. But he feels that that word personal is a problem and it does not accommodate modern developments such as Islamic banking. So he felt when the framers were writing primarily the 1999 Constitution, they did not foresee a world where we have Islamic banks like Taj Bank and all of these other banks. So he wanted to tweak that to expand the provision. So that's really what it's about. Of course, it was DOA, dead on arrival. It was placed on a vote, and it failed. Because, majority of people who supported from the north, majority of people opposed from the south. And that's what. Now, we already have provisions under our banking laws by the CBN, for Islamic banking. We already have it. We already have, in fact, I think some time ago, the CBN issued Sukuk bonds, which generated a lot of controversy in the country. When the CBN announced the issuance of Sukuk bonds. And another layer in the Islamization agenda. And then the CBN had to go on this PR campaign to kind of calm nerves. No, it's not like that.
So can I ask you a question? You can just ask one question in that regard.
Okay, go for it.
You know what? Do you believe that? Okay, what do you think that what would have happened at that point in time that Babangida was taking Nigeria to go and register in Islamic organization? Are you getting my point? If it was thrown to the parliament or the people, do you think that Nigeria in the parliament will have agreed to that? And again, apart from you now, you said that Sharia law has been already implemented in the Nigerian constitution. But mind you, that constitution was not the people constitution because nobody debated it. I get my point. So that was the reason why you could actually see that particular stuff being.
All right, Chris, you're breaking up, but let
being
me
that
see.
it was actually what people did on.
Chris, I get your point. Sorry, mute your mic for a second. There's a feedback and we can't even hear you anymore. But thank you, I get your point. So let's correct a few things. I shared before on the space, I don't know if you were here, but Bangida didn't necessarily force us to join the OIC. He was a Christian head of state, Yakubu Gowon. Okay? It was Yakubu fucking Gowon that dragged us into the OIC in 1969 when we were fighting our civil war. And the reason he did that was because he needed help with the war against the Biafrans. So he approached Gamal Nasser, the head of state of Egypt at the time, under the guise of Pan-Africanism. Gamal Nasser now introduced him to the OIC, which was the inaugural year. I said, look, if you come in, we have a bunch of other people here that you might want to talk to that might assist you. And so he went for it. So we were given observer status initially, and we did that until Babangida in 1986. He regularized it. He did not to the OIC. He regularized our membership of the OIC. So that's a very important fact, because the reason that's important is because Babangida, of course, is Muslim. People say, Muslim man dragged us to OIC. No, it was a Christian head of state who dragged us into the OIC. By the way, also, there are countries in the OIC that are not necessarily Muslim countries. There are African countries in the OIC that are not necessarily Muslim countries. Uganda is there, Togo is there, Gabon is there, and these are not necessarily members of the Islamic countries by any stretch. So let's get our facts straight when we discuss these things. It's very important. Now we can come back a later time and have a conversation about the so-called Islamization agenda. I'll be open to have that discussion. But yeah, it's good to always provide context to all these things. All right, Metaphor, my friend, I was looking for you the other time.
Yeah, Tudo, thanks for giving me the mic again. I think there's something we are missing here. We need to understand, or we need to ask ourselves, to understand what's going on, we need to first ask ourselves, why is personal mention between Sharia and law from section 262? Why is personal mentioned there? Because the constitution is trying to limit it to people's belief. Your religion is your personal belief. It is not a state. Like the constitution says, the state will not adopt a particular religion. So anybody practicing any religion is their personal thing. So anything that has to do with dealing with matters of religion is really for their personal thing. So when you remove that personal from that mix, it begins to look like something entirely different. It becomes a public stuff. And whether it is for the banking industry or for any industry at all, let us just forget about all of that. Let us look at what the law says. What they are trying to do is remove that personal from it. When you remove that personal from it, then the interpretation becomes something entirely different, which could mean public. It can no longer be a personal matter. It cannot be used to be something as a public matter. Nigeria is not an Islamic state. Okay, even if there is a majority of Islamic people in Nigeria, it's not an Islamic. And I continue to maintain that Islam is not um, a, a tradition of any ethnic group in Nigeria. Islam is a religion of both of Nigeria. And the Nigerian constitution has failed Nigeria by, on the one hand, stating that Nigeria is a secular state, and on the other hand, even condoning Sharia law in its doctrine. Nigeria is an unfortunate situation, really. But the point I'm trying to make is that personal is what they are trying to remove from that piece of legislation. And they remove that, then that piece of legislation, could mean something entirely different. It could be used as to see as some sort of a public matter, and then it cannot be used to, judge not just only Muslims, but everybody, Muslim or not Muslim. Okay, so if you look at it in that sense, those that are suspecting that it's an agenda to broaden Islam on Nigeria may not be mistaken. Because when you remove that personal away from it now, then every Nigerian could be, could be that's a piece of legislation we use to adjudicate or judge or and every Nigerian, whether Muslim or not Muslim. Because it's no longer a personal thing now. The personal has been removed from it. That's why I believe those lawmakers oppose it fiercely. I said, look, especially those from the Christians, I said, look, removing that personal will now begin to make it look as though it's a public stuff and it cannot be used for anybody. So look, my point has always been the same. When we condone things like this, in fact, Nigeria should have come to a place where we need to ensure that our laws does not contradict itself. Because the Nigerian constitution has contradicted itself times and time again, and and even the courts have been misinterpreting and all that, making all kinds of judgments. Nigerian constitution is a big contradiction. In one chapter, it says something, and then another chapter again, just not too far away from it, it says something entirely contradicting itself. I mean, what is this? Are we actually
The Nigerian constitution is like reading the Bible.
I'm telling you. Yeah.
One day he's telling you to turn the other cheek. The next day he's telling you to go and buy a sword. Some people will not get that joke. It's okay.
No,
come back on Saturday.
I don't particularly blame those people that I don't particularly blame those people that are thinking that this is another Islamic expansionist, agenda.
Yeah. The case can be made, and that's why I'm saying I'm just providing the facts, just for the facts' sake. Because sometimes we need to know, okay, maybe for instance now, like Chris just said, when Babangida took us to right. Maybe if I let him know that it wasn't Babangida that dragged us into OIC initially, it was the Christian man, it was the Christian head of state. Go on. Maybe that will cause him to go, fuck. It's all about interest. It's all about interest, right? Gowon needed the support at the time. He dragged us into it. Number two, in fact, that was not the only thing he did. He also that's a historical fact right there. And we have to know these things. We have to know these things. Otherwise, I'm gonna get swept into all these conspiracy theories. And now, does it mean that those who are saying there is some type of, because now let's move forward from the OIC. Let's look at the land grabbing. Let's look at the invasion into our neighborhood.
Let's not move away yet. This is the same madman Peter Obi is saying is a responsible leader. The same madman Obi is giving different kinds of names. Now they see the madness where this man don't call.
Why are you bringing that in when Carigwe just came into the space? You want him to go?
It is coincidental. I mentioned it earlier on. And I mentioned it for the sake of people that were not here. This is the same exemplary leader that
that is how he stood for peace in time of hate.
Say you understand. So besides the Biafra, and Tudo, anyway, you don't complain. Say Yakub fucking Gowon. So I don't know. Is he someone named Yakubu fucking someone named Gowon, or how do you place it? Yakub fucking Gowon.
It's an American thing. So no. So yeah, it's good to provide all of these facts, but at the same time, we cannot have a separate conversation and say when you look at the land grabbing, you look at the invasion of some of these guys into our neighborhoods, killing people in the south, moving people in droves on trucks, and all of these things. Is there something really? Is there something? So I'm in this case are not necessarily crazy. They're not they're not necessarily crazy. But before that day comes, civil war will break out. That's all I know. That's all I know. Jimmy, I was going to ask.
I don't know why you guys keep on insulting and bringing up Peter. Peter is a politician. You guys should stop it, please.
I don't.
Wait, though. Peter is a politician. I didn't say he's not a politician.
World War
I'm
III is
just
about to
telling
start.
you.
World War III is about to start on this space.
For the record,
Hold on. Aziki.
Hold on, please. I want to tell you something.
Go ahead.
Why people rallied around P2B in 2022 and 2023 is he showed us in 2019 and 2018 that he's different from all nine. We want to destabilize the criminal organization. Now you are leaking the assets of the criminal organization. You can tell go on happy birthday politically, not lie anger. He lied. I'm not angry that he sent him a happy birthday. My anger is that he came out and lied. They don't do politics with that. That's wickedness. That shows you can do worse if you enter office.
Fair enough. I mean, I have a different view about politics. So I think when Nnamdi Azikiwe ran in 1979, he also went to meet Gowon. In fact, Solomon Lar, you're from Benue, you're old Plateau State. He picked out, I think his name was Philip Audu. He was from Plateau too.
How do Igbo people see Nnamdi Azikiwe?
It doesn't. I mean, Igbo people have different views about him, but it's not because.
Yeah, that is it. He doesn't care about his name because he's looking for office. How is he different?
Let me finish, please, Abeg.
How do I
Let me
support that
finish,
kind of...
man.
What you're saying
Let
is
me finish. You spoke. It doesn't. How you feel is not important. P2B is a politician.
Okay, how I feel as a Nigerian is not important
How you feel about
it.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
Finish my point. I mean, how you feel about P2B is not important. That's how you feel. People don't have to feel the same way you feel. P2B is a politician. Politicians have to tell white lies. There's no saint in politics. Now, still Azikiwe is the greatest Igbo man, and that's why we follow the Zikis movement. Now, you can have your views about him. I bet, let me don't interrupt you. I'm arguing with you guys. I mean, with you. You can have your view about him, but to do politics, whether you like it or not, you have to associate with your enemy. It's just politics. It's bad, but it's what it is.
A new Nigeria is possible. That is the mantra of the obedient movement. That is the mantra of PO. We built the obedient movement on the integrity of PO. A man of integrity don't lie because he already thinks he has the Igbo vote. He threw us under the bus. That's what he did. And that wasn't a smart politics. You keep saying politics. I did Nigerian politics as well. Forget that you went further than me. Rocha Sokolosha won't do that. These are politicians. Then Peter Obi came and did worse than the people that will see as bad. And you are praising.
What did you say?
Chris, mute your mic. We'll come
Mute your
back to
mic.
you.
Yeah.
Jimmy is trying to say something. Hang on. We'll come back to
Yeah. No, I just want to I want us to get back known to people that look, these are the whole Biafra thing. So I love Peter Obi, he's my principal, and you will always be, in the next coming election if I desire to be part of it. And he happens to be the best candidate, I will support him with all. But it's good that we mentioned that. And Chudo, I know the topic is the matter arising in Sharia bill. I was actually thinking the Sharia bill was actually still in that was striking his wife or about to strike his wife or going to wait till Wednesday.
Yeah, let's leave that till later.
Till Wednesday.
Yeah,
Okay.
I always put those under all these families
social.
Just gonna do. Reversion back to the old national anthem. That is one of the provisions of the 2014 recommendation. Look,
reduce the amount of travel allowance allocated to ministers or whatever. But it's one thing for him to just say it. Where is the money going, and how can we see the impact of that money? How can it affect the people on the ground?
just make sure local government autonomy. Not the national anthem one is meaningless. I just added that one to the
Then there's another one. There's another one you mentioned besides that. Fire. And the reason why I say it's going to backfire is it already. The Hajj one is going to backfire. Huh?
I think that Hajj subsidy removal will be like fuel subsidy that they removed, and you will still see on the in the lips of Nigerians.
I believe governments attacked, they feel like they are under
And
a
that's my
systematic.
point, Jimmy. What is the
Yeah.
cost for the move? You know,
Sure, you understand.
Are you damning the consequence, or are you just to offend a major core
Yeah,
base?
so Tudo, is it just the ad? What about the Jerusalem one?
Yeah, I think so. For now, it's just the. Oh,
and do things to you guys.
but it's already announced.
Yeah, but he can to come 2027. They can still say they think about they thought
or
about.
They're moving it forward.
Why the arch? Why not just the religious? Why generally? Because the way I see it now is
which will be consistent with the recommendations of the 20.
You understand? It doesn't just happen because they send people to Jerusalem as well.
Yeah,
They
where
send all
you
these
go back
JP
and you become JP and you get make the case. Who wasn't that one of the directors that was accused of corruption recently? The National Hajj Commission, right? He was the guy who was accused. They were accused of corruption.
at that point in time. They will see him as the alpha and the omega, that he takes their religion seriously. Because the Northerners don't joke with their religion. I want us to know that.
Well, he's a Muslim too.
Are you kidding me?
Jimmy, another thing we need to think about, he might have already told them, see, this Hajj that I removed, all these imams, if you want.
Udo, can you kindly read that section of the Nigerian constitution you read before, please, my brother? I don't think.
Which one?
The one that says that Nigeria is a secular state. Can you kindly read it again?
I like to read it like I'm reading the Bible. For my Christian friends, because the majority of them are told to memorize the Bible. Of state religion, and that the government of the federation or of the state shall not adopt any religion as state religion. That's clearly what it says. So, which makes Nigeria a secular state.
to the are we okay? Are we actually okay?
I go that hard because I want to.
Are we actually okay in that country? Are we okay?
You get gold tooth when you come back. Is that not a thing? You get to.
Nigerian government should not even be engaged in anything sponsoring really. That is not even supposed to be. Government should not be involved in any of those things. Government should not even be a part of any of those things. If any organization feel they can sponsor it, government should not be involved. It's a secular state. Now read this. Another question I want to ask about this local government autonomy. To give the local government autonomy than or do what they did. To, in my opinion, make a doctrine of necessity like that. So look at the way the government is being run by Tinubu.
Well, the funny thing, I think he got a call. The funny thing is, they keep saying local governments autonomy, local governments autonomy. I laugh when I hear government autonomy in Nigeria. They are still, if as far as the governor still puts the local government chairman, the local government is not autonomous.
Karigwe, so Chijioke, whom I like that guy, by the way. I'm a fan. I like his doings, the way in the show. So, in give one into weekend. Minister to take his time, and then he went to the government building there, where the local government, whatever, where Wike's name was there on the building. He told them to remove.
Okay, will he do that to Fubara? That is what you ask. Will he do it to Fubara? No.
Yes, I fear it might become the next weekend.
No, as in maybe they promised him governorship. So
the guy is one of the loudest.
Yes, I am. Hello?
Yeah. I said, go ahead. You have your hand up.
Okay. For me, it's the whole. I think. Because the governors will still dictate who everything, anything can happen. And there's what I've been listening to. I think there's one thing that someone said in the previous section that even the news that it will happen. They can just wake up and say, let's just increase this floor to 5,000. What can they do? They won't do anything. Boo, they'll just boo. Nothing will happen. Okay, what's it called? Recent someone that is in charge of the security of the federation is missing. He's missing in a foreign land. If there's a security threat now, no one would defend us. No one will defend Nigeria, not us, because I'm in Canada. I'm in a governed. Honestly, it marvels me the kind of sacrilege that happens in that country. It's really funny. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Yeah, it's don't judge me. I'm not one of those people that like to compare America with Nigeria. I would never make that mistake. But
But you just did.
No, I needed to.
Oh, okay, you're about to.
I needed to give you guys that little. Secretary of Defense. He went for treatment. Lloyd Austin. It wasn't something crazy. It wasn't terminal. He went for treatment. But it's something he has been knowing. But it wasn't made public. And it's fine. It's fine now and everything. But the whole country to sort of it was like an apology that it didn't, like, you have to tell a story basically. This is just to buttress your point, my brother Stoney, that even though it's his personal issue, this is personal matter, but because
but that's because he didn't mention it before.
Yeah, and they recognize as a matter of national security. Imagine the scrambling, like everything that would be, let's say you suddenly dies. So you have to explain that, this is what happened, this happened, and then this happened, and then I can't sit down there, can't watch that day when this man is saying, what now he say, me, now this thing and my body is there. I can't say I'll go and do this my matter privately first.
He's a public property,
my brother.
So why wouldn't you announce it? I mean, okay, if Ghana wants to attack Nigeria now, who the chief of armed forces? Where is he?
Well, let's just hope that Ghana doesn't attack Nigeria.
The only way they will attack us is jollof rice attack or.
Guy, you are talking about Ghana. Ghana far. What if Boko Haram or IPOB decides to start attacking Nigeria now because
military is weak. Yeah, who will command the troops, Jimmy?
Well, that's a matter of national security. But I mean,
it's above your pay grade.
It is above my pay grade. And to talk about national security,
it's no matter. This one is no matter of national security.
That's a very compelling point. And again, look, Tudo, you mentioned in the last space, it is absurd. If the life of your number one citizen is in the hands of a foreigner, do you know the implication of that? But we've normalized it, including the fact that our senators, House of Rep, they fly out.
They take pride in it that they went abroad for treatment. They take pride in it.
Pride, like it's like showing that they have first class service. It is that bad. And Tudo said in the last space, Biden. Now within America, they go from you would never hear say Biden go London, Scotland, go to it. You'll probably see him on one of the beaches and you see casual people passing right next to him. You saw the showing what their country is all about. Of course, imagine Biden going to London for treatment. Why?
Jimmy, Obama's daughter, Sasha, now my backyard she go college. USC. Obama's daughter.
All our politicians, they pride there. Anyway, that one is on the
Where she graduated? Obama, number 44,
Yeah.
Photos 44 was here to for the graduation ceremony. Oh, my backyard were here.
All this security. When the papa will come, all the security they'll be running all test around the neighborhood. I mean, besides that, it's them promoting what they know, the quality of what they have. But look, our own people, they go abroad, go get treatment. It is crazy the kinds of things we talk with in that country. We don't take serious, and it bottoms down to the fact that we don't know our rights. We don't know our rights. This one now that we're shouting, mascot slap person. To me, I consider it selective justice. Even though, maybe the guy reported it and it's ugly. Do you know how many people have been slapped? Do you know how many people they are slapping right now? Both drivers. Do you know how many people have the balls to even come out? Did you hear what the guy said? I will make you disappear in this Nigeria. Nothing will happen. He knew it was being recorded. And he still said that boldly. He said, and he stood up and he was even mentioning his name to show you how confident he was. He was mentioning his name. Damn. TK, you wanted to say something. TK, you there?
All right. Yeah, I think TK dropped. Let's go to Ushi, Umaru. You guys came up. Any thoughts on this issue?
Wonderful evening to every one of you. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. I was just strolling on our street of. When I came here, I noticed that almost everybody here, major organizers of this space, are diasporans. I was so elated to hear the conversation. First, I want to say that I've noticed some things about us in Nigeria or Nigerians. Majority of the times, our diasporans are good in finding out better things or better way to do things. But we come to see that when you guys come into the country, majority of the times, I'm not saying any of you here, but I've seen many diasporans when they come into the country, they even do worse. They break the law. If you check the history of this lawmaking now, if you say let's dig very well, you find out that it's a diaspora. So sometimes I begin to imagine if I'm not saying the color. I said if we dig deep,
Jimmy,
if we
King, who would think is a diaspora. Nobody would think is a diaspora. But did you see the pictures circulating on social media, especially the one where that Igbo attire come post fine boy with Teddy. He post with his Teddy, you think say, hey, fine boy. But Jesus Christ.
But I
So
do you know what I said?
I
don't think that was the point issue was making. Well, let's continue. Let's continue.
Yeah, I was just messing around with him. But yeah, Ushi, go ahead, carry on.
Do you know what I said? If we check very well or deeply, if we investigate deeply, I can assure you that 90% of our House of Rep members or legislators, all of them came back from diaspora or they contested from diaspora. So that was why I am very sure that if we dig deep, we'll find out that he's a diasporan. And most times when they finish their tenure, they go back again. So it's like Nigeria is just a dumping site where they come and do whatever they want to do, achieve their ambitions, and after then they go back again. So that's a talk for another day. That's that topic. But what I'm trying to say, I am so pained. I'm so pained. I reside in Delta in Asaba. I do say it on my Facebook page, on Twitter page. I know, I can tell you that all the diasporas I've come across, they do worse than what we who believes that okay, we believe in Nigeria than what we do here. I 2 days ago I said one of the mistakes I made in my life, one of the regretting in my life is believing in Nigeria when I had the opportunity to travel. I decided to believe in my country. It's one of the worst mistakes I've made in my life. But nevertheless, we move on. Now, to this, our fine brother that have done what he should do, it's also painful that even with our consciences, we all know what is right and what is wrong. But we continue to, do the opposite because our leaders over time have shown that it seems that the wrong things are the things that are right in our country, in Nigeria, everywhere. Like what has happened now, you find out that at the end of this day, everybody is dragging him on social media. Let's see. Nothing will happen according to him. Nothing will happen. And it will not happen. Nothing. And nobody will say anything about it because people have done worse than him. Nothing happened. So by and large, I am begging every one of us here. I think the way out is for we youths to mobilize ourselves. I love the way they are dragging him. I love the way they are dragging him, and I've heard the police have come to pick him up and the rest. But let's look at it clearly. With the way our country, the foundations of our country is formed, nothing will happen according to him. Highest, he will use money to cover it, and nothing will happen. That is where we are. Our country is really suffering. Youth of this country are dead. Parents can't train their children any longer. Parents can't pay school fees. To even eat in this country is a luxury. To eat once in a day. I'm not exaggerating what is happening. I'm telling you the truth. I reside in Asaba. To eat once in a day is a luxury in our country because of what our elders have done. They were the one who got free education. They got jobs while they were graduating. Even in their classroom, they got job. They got everything. Nigeria gave them everything. Then it got to our turn. We used to grow out and also enjoy the same thing. They took all those things out from us, and they are now intimidating us. That is where we are. That is the situation of this country at the moment. It has been for the past, let's say, 30 years down. That is what they have been dishing out to us. And when we want to say, they say we should shut up. That we should shut up. Who are we to talk? That's exactly the character this our brother has exhibited. That is, intimidation is the height of the day in Nigeria. You know, might is right. Who have power, who have money, who is in power, have everything. Governors, I heard somebody saying that governors, today, have anybody asked governors what they use their security vote to do? Nobody's asking them. With the recent autonomy, imagine a whole Soludo, former governor of Central Bank, going back to rebel against Supreme Court. Nobody's saying it. Nobody's saying it. That his own local government, his own house members, he has to, impose a law to them that he just imagine Soludo, professor who have traveled all over the world. So is it not his wife and him, after he finished his CBN tenure, he was in diaspora. He came back from diaspora to contest for election. Look at what he's doing. So that was why when I said if we check properly, you see that diasporans have done worse to this country than we who believes in this country. Even if I don't believe again in the country at the moment. So we are pained. We don't know where to go. We are prayed. We are tired of praying. I can't pray again for this country. For what? Am I stupid? I can't waste my time again praying to because it seems God has forgotten us, and that is the truth. Prayer cannot solve our problem. It is we that we decide to solve our problem until we all decide to come together. But it's appalling that majority of our diasporans, when they come, they will do worst. I'm sorry to say, I'm not saying any of you here. From my experiences, one-on-one experiences, that's what we see. So at the moment now, we don't know where to go. Is it protest? When we protest, when you protest today, tomorrow they will do what you protest for. They will punish you with what you protest for. So we don't know what to do again. You should give us the way forward.
Please don't give up. Please pray. We
are giving up.
No.
We are giving up.
Look, listen.
I can't. God forbid that I will pray. God forbid I will never do it again for this country. I will never do it again in my life for this country.
Hold on now. Let me speak to your conscience. You see, prayer is the key. Prayer is the key.
Are you mocking us?
Prayer is the master key. Jesus started with prayer and ended with. You cannot give up now. You need to pray more. All ye of little faith. Didn't you join the Hallelujah Challenge? Don't give up, my brother. You see,
what has Hallelujah? What have Hallelujah Challenge done?
It is when you're about to win, you give
up. Is America doing Hallelujah Challenge? Oh. Is America doing Hallelujah Challenge?
Bro,
is UK doing Hallelujah Challenge?
Nigeria. Prayer works in Nigeria. Prayer works in Nigeria. What took you too long? What take you this long to do?
If I don't pray, Satan will make mess of me. If I don't pray, Satan will make mess of me. If I don't pray, Satan will make mess of me.
Let it play along now. Let it play. Let it mention the names there.
I will pray. I will pray. If I don't pray, Satan will make mess of me. I will pray. I will pray. I will pray. Oh, I will pray. If I don't pray, Satan will make mess of me. I will pray. I will pray. Pray. If our fathers can pray, who am I not to pray? For we cannot pray enough. I will pray. I will pray. I will pray.
Exactly. Pray more. Pray more. If you can pray enough, pray more.
Satan will make mess of men. You need to know that every man that is made, he has built on a ritual. That ritual is called the place of prayer.
I should believe that this is a satire. I should believe that this is a satire. You're getting me? So whatever we are, yes.
Reggae.
I can hear
Rego.
you.
So maybe we're onto something. Maybe we will be the first nation to pray and improve the country, and then we can show the rest of the world that it's possible.
When Jesus said, without faith, all works is what.
All right, let's move forward here.
But to be very
in China,
honest,
many
yeah.
young Chinese children are building the next jet. I will pray.
Beautiful.
I will pray. I will pray.
Beautiful.
In fact, I don't want to swear here.
Beautiful. No, I think it's that time we'll swear. It's that time we'll swear. That's where we are now. We will swear with our. It seems our ancestors. It seems the swearing of our ancestors is better now. Yes, I'm telling you, we really need to, because even that China, they do their own, whether they are voodoo or whatever, and it's helping them. We need to go, because if we are swearing with our ancestors, we want to swear this them in. They swear with our juju. I think it would have better things. So that's the way forward. Though.
All right. Thank you, Ushi. Let us take Umaru Abdullahi. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Can you hear me?
Yeah, welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. You see, I listened to everything you people have been saying, but I will need to tell something. You see, in Nigeria, the problem with Nigeria lies with our security agency. Let me tell you, the problem of Nigeria today, they say it's leadership problem, but I must tell you, it's just one problem: indiscipline in the military. I must tell you, the reason why a politician can do anything and go scot-free is because he believes that the military will always protect him and that the military will guide him. And thereby we are a kind of multi-lingual or multi-ethnic nationality in Nigeria. Imagine, for instance, a president of a northern extraction surrounding himself with his fellow northerners in the military. Now he does something bad. His brothers will never see it as something bad, or when the country will maybe go on protest, his brothers will see it as an attempt to remove him and thereby killing innocent protesters. We'll see it happen during the EndSARS, whereby lives were wasted. And we are seeing it happening now, whereby the protest in North was misconstrued. And that's why the Easterners were kind of silent watching. You see, I remember in one of the manuscripts of this guy, Chukuma Nzogu, he laid it down there that it is evil for the military to be silent and watch corrupt politicians destroy the country. And they paid.
You will like this guy, yo.
And they will
No,
pay
he's saying
them
the truth. I don't need
to go and brutalize and destroy their own people. So the issue in Nigeria, I'm telling you, honestly speaking, is because one, our military are the one giving these people morale. If the military knows when to draw the limit between the defense of the country and also.
So my brother, why you using
Yes,
military?
I
Why
will
not
use
the
military.
police?
No, not police. Our police have no power. Our police have no power. And remember, these men.
Jimmy, are you for real?
Yeah, I'm being honest. These men always surround themselves with the military, and the military are known with brutality. Check all of them. Check even ordinary House of Assembly member. Check them. Now, in the issue of this guy, he's not the first. We know of Senator Ishaku of Adamawa State, who brutalized and abused a lady in a shopping mall. What?
Oh, the celebrator.
I don't know. That's
Elisha Abo.
Yeah, Elijah.
Yeah, that's his, yeah, Senator Vibrator, Senator. That's his name,
We
Senator.
saw how the senators raised up a committee and it died off. It watered off. These guys, I remember in the United States of America when the issue of Donald Trump ordering the military to go against the protesters, the chief of defense staff and the chief of army staff refused. They couldn't take the order from Donald Trump. This is where this thing lies. These guys go on abusing, doing things. Today, a politician is corrupt because he has militaries around him. That is why whenever anyone wants to enter, the CSO or the chief of staff or the chief of defense staff will not be in line or in accordance with military dictate. It will be according to favoritism. So I'm telling you today, check it, that the corruption in Nigeria, the evil happening in Nigeria are because the military are supporting these guys. My brother, if not, even citizens, ordinary citizens will light the government house. They will light it and it will be burning. Ordinary House of Rep member. And secondly, Nigerian democracy is a situation of whereby an ego with a fowl, a chicken feather, it can't fly. We lie to ourselves. We call what we are democracy. When Fela will call it democracy. This is democracy, and we know the truth. Somebody talk of security vote. Who will you demand for security vote from? Is this somebody you elected or somebody you did not elect? We saw what happened in Edo State. We saw what happened in what was this current local government election in Kano State. We saw what happened in 2023 presidential election. We saw what has been happening in Nigeria. Who will you hold accountable? A situation whereby the citizens are afraid of the leaders. It is democracy. It is democracy. So you see this issue of the House of Rep member beating the boat driver, my dear, in Nigeria. One of a friend of mine said that a politician, his godfather, told him that today, even if he himself, a politician, is being caught with a woman and his name is being dragged in all the social media, that he won't shiver and he won't respond. The reason why he won't respond is that he knows that in a week time, something bigger than that one that he did will take over. And the people will automatically forget about it.
It doesn't even have to be something bigger. It could be something as little as maybe Bobrisky or maybe jollof rice.
Don't forget to me. Then secondly, our religious houses. These people are the enablers of evil. I'm telling you.
Those ones are thieves, rogues.
I don't call them rogues. I don't call them thieves. I call them the major enablers of corruption. Imagine a situation whereby religious leaders envy politicians' way of life, envy politicians' luxurious life. They can't call politicians to order because they want the favor, the friendship from those politicians. So, my brother, talking about this boat driver, my dear, now your own cake. Man, don't chop am. There's nothing. Look, we in Nigeria, forget all this dragging. We know these things are a mess. I was surprised that Senator Abo or whatever Elijah came back second tenure from his senatorial district. The only thing here is that this guy that is the House of Rep member, the yellow guy of a thing, I discovered that he's from East. And because of this thing, he has in East, we know, except maybe he has a backing of APC. We know. And he's coming from Apaga. We know that his political career has been finished. He can't go for second term. No need of even recalling him. It will be used against him during election, and we know he's not going anywhere. Unless what happened in Imo State happens in his place. But aside it, the Easterners will not re-elect him. It's obvious. He knows. So But aside this, my brothers, let's not stop all this dragging. We know it can't fly. It's a waste of it's even discussing about this thing to me is laughable. It's laughable. It doesn't make sense. And again, an average African, a black man feels that politics, whenever he finds himself in position of authority, sees himself as a god. I'm telling you, imagine even in the university, your course rep, check how he behaves with power. Ordinary course rep. Ordinary course rep will tell you, will confront and tell you, I will deal with you. Maybe a woman will on the drag, I will deal with you, you won't graduate in this school.
My guy, waiting because when I've been there SS3 that year, I've been labor prefect. See how they oppress SS2 students. Neither there.
Okay.
I will finish your life. It's over for you. I will destroy you in this life. SS3.
So my brother,
Tudo, that won't pay you. Or you go just do your bed, you go shout, boys.
So you can imagine,
they will be scrambling to reach you.
So you can imagine. So an average black man don't understand what we call democracy, and I believe this is where the colonizers dealt mercilessly with us. Our understanding of power is not actually what it should be. For us, whoever is in power is a god. I saw Rochas recently. I was surprised how humble he could be. But when this guy was in power, he was called emperor. He said his in-law, nothing will stop his in-law from ruling Imo State, except Jesus Christ came down from heaven. He saw Jesus Christ and took his hand where Jesus Christ was nailed, except it that his son-in-law will be governor of Imo State. So these people see themselves as God. So this talking about this thing is meaningless. But also, let me talk about the Sharia law. I think that is even where we should even be putting our interest in. As for that House of Rep member, my brother, the only thing you will do now, as Nigeria is now, even those people that said, the guy said, let's come together, my dear, let's stop deceiving ourselves. As far as you are in this Nigeria, have one thing in mind. Nigeria is survival of the fittest. As you are now, this, as I'm speaking this thing, that this is the mentality of average Nigerian, that, my dear, if you know any way to go there, go there. If you think you want to play honesty and integrity game, you will end up becoming P2P. But if you want to play the game of disaster, you will be weak. I'm telling you.
This guy bad.
That's
He
how,
say if you want to play honesty and integrity, you end up becoming P2P.
Nigerian
That's
is
funny.
awful. My brother, it's reality. You will be P2B and you end up they will use you for mimicking, Canada, Dubai. When I went to Jamaica, when I went to Japan, China, they argue, they remove you. But if you want to come out in Nigeria full time, my dear, talk amo, hey, now your turn, nothing. You play the rough game.
Your full chest.
My brother, you play it the way it should be. Scatter anything scatterable, and you end up becoming weak. There's no gentleman in Nigeria. Fela told us earlier, say this is democracy. We thought it's a joke. It's a democracy. So let's stop deceiving ourselves, saying we'll come together. No, brother, let me tell the truth. That day you say let's come together, people will accept to come together with you. But the same people that say they will come together with you will be the same people that will knock you. This is how Nigeria is. If na lie, ask people. If na lie, ask many people.
So let's, my brother.
Who doesn't know about Doyin Okupe? How he rode on the floor of Dunamis, NHS church, rolling. When he was interviewed, he said, oh, he saw the Spirit of God coming from heaven, that this will happen. Immediately, Tinubu was announced. My dear, switch immediately. Who doesn't know of Reno Mokri? That's why if I look at what Reno Mokri is doing, I say, yes, he understands the game. I don't blame him. I love even what he's doing. He's a guy that understands the game. And this is what Nigeria wants. Nigeria doesn't want integrity. Nigeria doesn't want good name. We are not here for those nonsense. So if you're talking of the citizen will come out, yes, the citizen will come out. The citizens are ready to come out, but the issue is that who will be at the front? The citizen will come out, but the same military people who will be killed in Sambisa forest, who might be killed in terrorist clash, who might be killed in bandit clash in East here, the same military people, their name will not even be erased. Their family will not even know that they have been killed. Their bosses will be receiving their salaries even when they're already dead. Are you getting me? Collins of that stuff. Are you getting me? That same military people will be the one to shoot civilians who are protesting for their own good. My brother, choke. Someone I know the talk. See, as Nigeria don't they, it will be fine, but not now. That's just the truth.
All right.
It will be better, but not now.
Not to find money, Japa.
Hold on. So speaking of, but not now.
Wait. In this show of the Japarin, let me tell you the truth. In this show of the Japarin, my brother, and twice. If you get the link, why? Because we honor those. Nigeria respect those who study in a foreign university. We respect those who comes from abroad, even when maybe their certificate itself not reach anywhere. As far as they say, you see that inferiority mentality. As far as say you come from abroad, my dear, you are entitled to a position in Nigeria. You don't even need to waste your time. As far as you come out from abroad, what you will only do is come back. For you people in diaspora, let me just give you the tip. In case of any day when you contact me, see, if you study abroad and you have maybe good result, just come back. Form organization of mad Nigerians. It's enough.
What that one go do? What that one go mean? What that one mean? What you go do?
Thank you. I will give you the
breakdown.
intent. Just organization of mad Nigeria every day. Carry like 20 members. Go to the streets with a placard. Be shouting. Be antagonizing a particular government. My dear, then go recognize. If they check your detail, this boy, he even study in Oxford. No, not Oxford. Says most of them do not even study Oxford. He even study in
Ukraine.
In one university underground in Pakistan. Okay, my brother, give him something. My brother, so see what you don't know mockery they do on the land work. So my dear, if I hear people talking about all this, and please let's leave it there.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Speaking of prayer and timing, I want to give you guys a piece of information. We were talking about the lion himself, General Yakubu Gowon, Jack Gowon. In 1996, he started a movement. Speaking of movement, 1996, he started Nigeria Praise. All right, Nigeria Praise. So what?
That's another 419 leader in this country.
Wait now. Make I give you the breakdown. So in talk say he get one event of eminent Nigerians where they organized that year for Redeem, one branch of Redeem, Olive Tree branch for RCCG. So in talk say that spirit of God move him, making start that movement of Nigeria Praise because of the dire need in the country and the way the direction the country is headed, that he felt the burden to start that movement so he can begin to pray for God's intervention in Nigeria. And then he went further to say that he gave God 3 months and he thought after 3 months, all the problems of Nigeria will magically disappear. Like, those were not his words, but that was what he said. Like, he was hoping in 3 months of Nigeria Pray movement, all Nigeria will reorganize, restructure, all our problems will just disappear, and Nigeria will be a new country in 3 months. So when it didn't happen in 3 months, he now realized that God's timing is the best.
I begin to ask. Sometimes they say the wisdom of our elders, but in this context, in many contexts in Nigeria, the wisdom of our elders are seriously foolery. Foolery. I don't know where these elders are from.
All right. Let's continue, yeah, guys. I just thought I should
Yeah.
give you guys that breakdown. Jimmy, go ahead and then we'll go to Oxley.
Yeah, that was Ushi, right? Ushi Israel,
Yeah, Ushi
right?
just spoke.
He came with this Sizwe
No.
vibes.
Actually, it was
with,
Umaru who
Sizwe.
finished speaking. Yeah,
Oh,
Umaru
was it
finished
Maru?
speaking.
Yeah, he came with Sizwe's vibe. That was beautiful. Yeah, the Ifeanyi I was referring to the other time, I remember him. It's just because he changed his
Yes,
DP. He
he
put
did.
his
I was going
picture
to
up
mention
there.
that.
So yeah, I remember that. All right, so we have new speakers. Goat was here. Justice came. Oxley. All for Christ. All for Christ. I go hear you speak. Oh. I think prayer is the key. Oh. Abi? All for Christ.
Jimmy,
Prayer is
if I don't pray,
yeah.
I mean,
Satan
you
will
already
make
know,
mess of
bro.
you.
We already know what time it is.
Yeah.
Don't play.
Christ.
Don't
All
play,
for
bro.
Christ. This guy is
Don't play.
bringing
You're
the
gonna
gospel
learn.
to us.
You're gonna learn, bro.
Gold, my brother, jump in. How you doing?
Yeah, good, Jimmy. Interesting conversation. I've just been laughing. But anyway, I requested the mic because I think it was Maru saying that, look, the military coming in, look, it's not going to change jack shit, in my own personal opinion. And you need to sit down and watch, I think it was Absalam's interview. It's about an hour. I didn't even skip a second and I watched it. They asked him that what was the reason why he handed over, to civilian rule. He gave two reasons. He said the first reason was that the military hierarchy, you understand, was breaking down. So junior officers had no longer had no respect for senior military officers, and he was like, that's bad. And he was like, the second reason was that before their very eye, that Nigeria was turning, like they fought very, very hard to keep Nigeria together. You could see that ethnic tension. So do you think somebody who is a tribal bigot, because he puts on a military uniform, then he's no longer a tribal bigot? So they are one and the same. They are both corrupt. You understand? There are no difference, from what we're seeing in the civilian rule. And that's my own personal opinion. It is not going to change jack shit. So in terms of Nigeria,
who is speaking?
Sorry, somebody was speaking. I don't know.
Goat, I wanted to warn you that you are swimming in the midst of sharks with this your anti-military intervention argument.
No, I wanted to know who is speaking. I
You
don't know
already
the
know what time it is.
Yeah, but to be fair, he's not speaking alone. You have Justice here. We have Justice here as well. So it's gonna be interesting.
All right, you know what? Let's
Good,
entertain that
on.
conversation for a second. Before Goat,
Oh yeah.
Goat, I promise, bro, I'll give you enough time to make.
Yeah, sure.
So, Karigwe, you wanted to interject with what you just heard.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to tell him that he said they are one and the same. I know, but at least in the military regime, we won't see this bleaching cream guy come out and start oppressing people. We will know who is oppressing us. We will know who we are facing. It will be a particular set of people oppressing us. Not every in this particular government we are, anybody can. If I come back to Nigeria, I will have the money to oppress anybody I want and go back.
See, bro, if it's military, unless maybe they know.
If it's military, I can't do it. I will not try it.
But the point I'm making.
Yeah, good. I think
in all this way, please. In all this, what is the way forward? What should we do? We that are remaining.
We're getting there. Yeah, we're getting there. Good. I think what Karigo was trying to say is, if we are under military rule, we will not say we are under military rule. So why stay under civilian or democracy? But it's okay. Why stay under military rule in disguise of democracy? Hey, don't request for Mike.
Jimmy, you're not
Okay.
framing it very well.
Let me
why is there
accept Odogu.
No,
See,
Odogu.
I will leave the
Jimmy,
conversation
Odogu is actually
for you guys.
against military rule, so this is going to be balanced. So
That is
Odogu
what
and
I'm
Goat
saying.
on
That's
one
what I'm
side,
saying. That I will leave it for them.
yeah, Karigwe and
Goat, I
Justice on
came
the
up
other
just
side.
because of you.
So let's have a debate here, guys.
Okay.
I came up just because
Alright,
of
let's
you. I've handled this issue with them Jimmy before. I think I won, but let's do it again.
Odogu, you know we know because I still do Odogu. I did a poll. I did a poll for people that want, and the people followed
How
you.
many people voted in your poll?
Karigo, no mind
How many people voted?
1,000 something.
That
About
that
1,500.
poll,
Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot.
that
That's
poll
a lot
was
of people.
faulty. It was a very faulty poll.
Should I do another one? Should I do another one?
Do another one. Do another one.
I'm
Use a
coming. Let me
different
just.
premise.
I'm in the.
Your premise should be
launch another
different.
one.
Another one.
Launch another one. No. Launch another one. Go to beg, no verse, carry on.
Yeah, so my point I'm saying it is one and the same. Even now, you even have a little bit of voice to even speak. During the military, see, if Tudo talk anyhow, they'll catch Tudo, they'll block you up. So unless people who are not, maybe you were too young during the military era, so you don't understand. Yes, Nigeria is not in a democracy. But sometimes when they carry out some of these atrocities, they think twice and they do it under a cover. But now the only difference with what is going on is that religion has now come in, like full blown. It's now in. So when the oppression is going on, they use religion as a form to actually suppress the people, and then make you believe that prayer is actually going to be the solution for the country rather than going out there to hit the streets. While you were talking about this whole Hajj and pilgrimage stuff, I was like, okay, let me go on their handle and then just see if there's any tweets about maybe the subsidy being taken away, because it has been taken away. They've announced for Hajj, maybe pilgrimage. My brother, I think that commission needs to be renamed as Leaking Commission of Nigeria. That commission leaks us morning, afternoon, and night. Even Alex Oti, the president, the first lady, and guess what? During protests, they came out and they wrote a long epistle as to why Nigerians should not go out there to protest. And this is where the problem is. And I keep saying it. Sorry, I would say Nigerians themselves are not good people. Let's accept that. That's the facts. An average Nigerian is just looking for the opportunity to oppress the next man. And that's just what it is. We are all individualistic in nature. You are waiting to say, okay, when is my turn? Okay, look at this man that assaulted this boat driver. Go and read at some of the comments, although not in the majority. But some Nigerians were supporting the man, saying that boat driver actually sets him up. That when did he know to record? Why did he start recording at one part? Why did he not wait from the beginning to start recording? If you go on social media, see if military is brutalizing somebody. I was seeing another one that happened today. The Danfo driver was driving one way, and the military guys just came out and they start brutalizing the guy left, right, and center. And Nigerians were supporting him. So Nigerians are not even good to even start off with. We are a reflection of our leaders. And I think the very minute that Nigerians you understand, we get firstly that understanding that prayer is not going to do anything for us. If we need a change, we need to come out and then make sure that change happens by ourselves. Don't wait for any leader. Don't wait for Peter Obi. It should be a movement for the people. And then secondly, when we take away that mindset of it is only I and my family, if it is good for me and my family, I don't give a damn about what the rest of that population, is facing hardship. And that's why you could say, I think it was Adeboye or so, preaching on the pulpit and then saying that your prayer point should be that God should bless you so your neighbors can come and then beg for food from you. Can you just even get that kind of mentality?
Not that foolish elder.
I'm telling you, so if I don't come to your church, so others will come and then beg for food from me. And that was the prayer point. And many Nigerians were praying fervently. And this is one of the problems that we have. So until we, as a people, we take that individualistic nature in us and then start looking at the bigger picture, sorry, Nigeria is not going to move forward. Lastly, on the Sharia, I know Kennedy K is actually going to request for the mic. I've said it before. The Sharia bill or Sharia that's happening in the North, there's a similar thing that's happening in the South with Christianity as well. You would see a pastor go to a shrine, break that shrine, burn it down, Nigerians will clap. Is that not similarly the same that's happening in the North? If you're in like Calabar and you're under 5 and a pastor accuses you of witchcrafts, your own is done and finished. So we need to start calling this out. The extremism.
But come on, God. Then
Tudo, it's
they're
true.
not the same, my brother. Can I marry a 15-year-old in this house?
Tudo,
as a Christian? Can I marry a 10-year-old? Can I marry a 10-year-old? Please help me.
Child marriage, Tudo. Let's not even go into that deep water. Child marriage happens in the South. Don't let anybody.
But I can't do it legally, is what we're saying.
You can't do it legally, but it does happen. Nobody on here can tell me that child marriage does not happen. Now, who them catch?
But goat with Sharia law, it will start happening legally. That is what we are saying. It will not now be something that
it's already happening.
No, it's already happening.
It's already happening.
I'm just trying to distinguish between.
No, I'm talking about in the South.
In the South. Oh,
South.
Okay. No,
if Sharia goes all Nigerian, those Southerners that hide and do their own will start doing it boldly.
So in the South, what we do is traditional marriage, and let's be honest, we see it happening. Child marriage happens. There was one that was highlighted, I think, 2 years ago. I think the girl was 13 or 14 or 15 or thereabouts. It happens. Go to those riverine and
No, I agree with you. I'm just saying that the way they are openly displaying it, which is the contravention of our federal laws, except that there's a provision for it within the Constitution. We don't have that in the South. An equivalent of that in the South is what I'm saying. But I see the case they're also making.
I'm going to pull out the child marriage thing. Even some states in the South haven't even signed up to that bill. I was looking at it the other day. So not all the Southern states have actually signed up, like child marriage and women's rights and all that. So my point is it's still happening. And you understand there's still, not equivalent as, Sharia, but you still have Christianity and then other religions, you understand, still oppressing people that have a different faith. So that was where I'm coming from. So thank you very much, Tudo. How just you two others can come in.
Yeah, I agree with in terms of lack of religious tolerance. I understand. On that point, I completely agree with you. Okay, so I guess we've left the military or no military debate.
Have we? No, we haven't.
Odogu don't run now, so I guess goat won.
No, Odogu is still
we are doing it for the record. We are doing it for the record. It has to be. We have to let the people know.
I don't put the pool.
Can you listen? Hello, are you there?
Good.
Are you there?
We are here, Umaru.
Now listen. When I made mention of military, I wasn't actually telling you about military taking over. There was something I was telling you.
Oh no, it has nothing to do with your submission. We're talking about you're talking about the politicians and their protections, the people that guides them and all that. But I thought they were the police. I never knew they were soldiers guiding them.
Yeah, they do. Soldiers even guide pastors. Jimmy.
Who is speaking? You know why? The person said you don't know that it's the military. You thought it's the police. I beg, you know, for Nigeria.
Oh no!
No wonder my.
Oh no! I'm not in that.
No wonder my brother. No wonder my.
No, I'm not in
My
that
dear,
shit. Therefore, don't keep me if I did that.
my dear, ordinary speaker of a state house, if I talk to speaker too big. Ordinary local government chairman goes around with 5 hilos. Are you
You are
hearing
talking
me?
about
This
people
5
that are in
hilos is not
power.
police hilos,
Out of
military hilos.
Air Force, the full arm.
Maybe you were not born in Nigeria and you didn't grow up in Nigeria before traveling, before your own japa.
Okay, slow it down. I was born in Nigeria. I grew
I
up in
didn't
Nigeria.
were born in
Just recently I come up for
the
Nigeria. So no carry me
chief.
trabaji. It's not up to 15 years I left Nigeria.
So Umaru, are you in support of military intervention or not?
Listen.
Because I want to understand what you are saying exactly.
What I was saying, but I'll answer that question. You said if I'm in support of military or not. But what I was saying is based on the first statement I made was that the military men who protect these guys are the reason why these guys behave the way they behave. What I mean is this: there is no discipline in the military. There's no discipline, and there is no boundary between the military and the corrupt politicians. And that is why the politicians.
Yeah, I see your point now. We understand that. So answer my question. Are you in support of military intervention?
I'm coming. Aside they pay their payments, let me shock you. Do you know that even an ordinary recruit in Nigeria here, a military recruit in Nigeria earns 47,000 naira, but it's different from what they write.
Bro, you're preaching to the choir. We know all that. We know all these things. The point you want to bring out.
But they capitalize on those things, like the politicians, knowing fully well how much these guys are being paid. Now, if they have a personal military assigned to them, they now have to topple it, increase the payment. And that is why the military people are blind towards the actions of this politician. And the military people now go against the civilians whom they are meant to protect. But that's not
So military intervention will not change anything.
My dear, on the issue of military and democracy, look, the two are the same thing. These are two left and right legs of the same monsters. They are the same people.
I don't think that necessarily. What I think your argument could be based on is this. I think the only reason why the military might not act is simply because, look, in the first place, the military are not even meant to get used to money the way they've gotten used to money now. Okay, the top high-ranking officers, the only thing they're meant to get involved in is getting the allocation to buy equipment, ammunitions, latest equipment. I mean, we're still using the World War II jets, and the world is moving on to F-35s right now. So the monies that were meant for ammunitions to empower our military men to go into the bushes and just do their thing, they're being used by our top military officers to buy houses in Dubai, to buy expensive wristwatches and all that. And the younger ones that are actually meant to carry out these coup d'etat or whatever it is, to take actions, they've been distributed amongst the politicians, right? And these politicians give them money, they travel abroad, they buy palm slippers, they give them good quality palm slippers, they double their salary, they go to party with Oga, and someone delivers money to them, they give them small envelope. So you now telling these military men to take action. That way, it's more like you want to collect our daily bread. They cannot see beyond the fact that the country deserves more than that. They cannot even comprehend that they themselves deserve more than that.
Exactly.
The little they're being given. So I'm actually letting you know that I understand where you're going. The little they are getting, they still compare themselves to other Nigerian citizens.
Jimmy, you know what happened?
Yeah.
What happened? You know the way Nigerians have been deeply indoctrinated in the religion.
I hear me
because of how our
Umaru,
hold on, guys.
yeah, we can hear you.
On the question of whether military.
Wait, Umaru,
hold on. Can you hear me, Umaru?
Okay, I can hear you.
Yeah, hold on. Someone is speaking. Karigo is making a submission. Let me finish. Go ahead.
Because of how our first democracy failed, and the military took over, the politicians learned their lesson in 1999. Now they've deeply indoctrinated these junior officers that would think about carrying out any coup. They've deeply indoctrinated them, added them to their system. So these guys, instead of thinking about Nigeria now, they are now thinking like an average politician, thinking about their pockets. That is the problem we have. If not, a military coup would have been done since. And Goat was saying that the reason Abu Salami handed over power is because he saw that there is a decay in the military. Yeah, he saw that there is a decay in the military, and he knows that because junior soldiers don't respect senior soldiers anymore, his rule will not last. They would have taken him out if he stayed. If not, he would have stayed. So he now he wanted to become a hero, and he's making money from being that hero. And he's part of those people that corrupted the military. Our military don't think the way they think in the First Republic, and maybe when they were ruling us. They don't think that same way again. But what we are doing is, the reason why we are clamoring for them to come back is to see if these junior soldiers will start thinking like that again. But the only way we'll get out of this situation is either by a revolution by Nigerians or by military takeover. If we don't do it, Tinubu and his gang will rule us for more than 100 years. We should bet it. If a revolution don't happen or military takes over, Tinubu is going to be there. Shey in son don't they line himself up to be governor of Lagos? Do you think he will not do that in Nigeria? Let's watch. If he leaves, he will put his boy from Hausa land. If that his boy finishes, if that his boy does one tenor and he sees that this boy is not going in line with what I'm doing, he will remove you the way he removed Danbode.
I can't hear anyone. Oh my goodness.
I will drop you.
TK, drop and come back.
Okay.
Yeah, TK, drop and come back. I'll pull you back up. Yeah. Oh, okay. Karigo True dropped. So yeah, I think I understand what Karigo is trying to hit on. And that's a very compelling argument because look, I totally believe it. I said it earlier on, and I think BOFL was arguing with me that that's impossible because the Senate, the blah 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 won't let it happen. You guys, you're still looking at 2022, 2021. Buhari's time. There's a new sheriff in town, guys. See, the moment Tinubu entered that place, you guys don't understand. Every rules will be broken. Every laws will be rewritten. That is one thing you guys, you're underestimating the caliber of this guy. And look, Nigeria is empire. He is clearly the emperor. And take it or leave it. Lagos is just going to be one of his dynasty. He's just going to put his son there to take over the place. And people think it's now a family business. He can put whoever he desires, wherever he desires. We're not practicing democracy in Nigeria.
The only solution to the country right now is a revolution. Forget military.
Yeah, sure.
As small,
TK, don't worry. You have your 5 minutes submission. Let Karigwe wrap up, then you jump in immediately. I actually want to hear that your point. I beg, right? Karigwe.
No, I think I've wrapped up. The only way Nigeria can be saved now from this man's shackle is either by a military coup or by a civilian revolution. Election will not remove the man.
Go.
Definitely. No election.
Yeah, so Jimmy, quickly, let me just tell you that the military is
people are talking about revolution. You
Umaru, please hold on.
Jimmy,
I've been
here.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Justice. I know. I've been seeing your hand. You've been waving. TK has been here. She's been dropping back and forth. She was here before everyone else, to be honest. But she's been dropping back and forth. I know our submission is not going to take long. Goat, you were saying
Yeah,
something.
just quick. I was gonna say to even show you proof that the military is even worse than civilian, at least with the civilian rule. Yeah, what we have when they want to buy stuff for themselves. Jets, houses, cars, but you see the in Canada, it was decommissioned like scraps. They bought that and they repainted it, and that's what they even have
the helicopter was 27-year-old aircraft that was decommissioned in Canada.
No, it was flown by a 27-year-old pilot or whatever.
Boy.
Yes.
Okay, I heard that. Yeah, I wanted to be sure that was what I heard.
The storyline is that particular aircraft, under Canadian aviation laws and procedures and protocols, had been decommissioned. It has been removed from airworthiness. It's not safe.
Yeah, so I mean, what do you expect? All the vehicles they buy from America here, they are all scraps, and they take it back. They take them back to Nigeria to fix them. So I mean,
Jimmy, you're right in spirit. It was actually manufactured in 1997, so it's actually 27 years.
20,
right?
Yeah. So
without not knowing.
There you go. I mean, accidented cars. We're not paying attention to those things, and that's where we have SON, Standard Organization of Nigeria. They're meant to be checking the quality standard of things that comes into that country, but no one is doing their job. You see, so they don't care what happens. So I mean, if you can bring in scrap vehicles and assemble them, so why not bring in scrap helicopters? If any country is to go, no, let me not. Let me humble ourselves. If Niger wants to go to war with Nigeria now, they will beat us hands down. And that's a fact. Because now they have supporters. We are not organized. Number one, the head of the army said, where is he? As a matter of fact, I know he's dead, but they don't want to talk about it. But yeah, where is it? And the one that took over, our soldiers are complaining of not having enough ammunition. They are complaining of not having enough bullets to face the Boko Haram. So are those the ones that they say they want to go and they want to fly to Niger to go and fight war?
And Jimmy, this thing is happening because we are in a civilian rule. The Tinubu administration is just taking their time to bring a replacement.
That's just what it is. They're taking their time, and I think it's they're playing politics, of course, because they have a lot of people that wants to take over, and they don't know who to put across. But anyway, we'll take it one at a time. TK dropped again. You see what I'm saying? She's been going up and down. She's probably doing school runs with the kids. So whenever she comes in,
her subsidy.
So guys, have that at the back of her mind. When she comes back, we'll just let her have a go. Okay. Justice, go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much.
Oxley, I see you. Don't worry, I'm coming.
Thank you to once again, of course, Jimmy and the other hosts for always bringing up our consciousness to the fact that we have to continue to at least discuss the Nigerian project and at least voice our opinions. As regards today's space, I know it's an emergency space because today is Monday. Usually, we don't normally have to do on a day like this. But however, thank you very much for that. And God continue to give you people the time because it's not easy to host all these spaces and platform to at least air their opinions. That being said, well, on the first topic, Nigeria is a secular country. This is not the first time that we're seeing some of these Sunni-led or Sunni Sunni-led agenda of the northern political elites trying to do a legislative Usman Dan Fodio on Nigeria. They would always fail they will fail not necessarily because Nigerians are that conscious, but there is a sharp contrast between the northern Nigerian culture and religion and way of doing things, and the southern Nigerian protocols to approach to life. Therefore, it will always meet a brick wall because the conquest of Usman Dan Fodio that should have probably been the galvanizing force for some of these things even failed on the physical side, the physical battle that he tried to do while he rode south. In fact, that was where the whole thing ended. So, but that being said, we do not rule out the fact that these flashpoints of Shariaism and trying to envelop the country with Sharia law, and they are not just trying to deepen this Sharia law, like they say, into the Atlantic, but they want to have a full galvanizing force. Let us always remember that the major reason they want a nationalized Sharia is to enslave the southern part of Nigeria, more particularly the southeastern part of Nigeria that is Republican in nature, like the north, where, of course, the Sultan says, and his words are yes and amen, it's final. And of course, that enslavement leads to redundancy, leads to this nonchalant attitude. I saw a video today of some people somewhere in Kaduna State picking noodles that fell off a truck, a capsized truck, and they were picking it. So this Sharia, project that rears its ugly head time and again in the National Assembly, unfortunately, is towards that project of encapsulating, of chaining up the entirety of Nigeria to the Muslim belief that, one, you don't question your leaders are from God, you don't question God, hardship is also from God, to turn us to look to the ways of Allah, especially when there is hardship. So we don't all know this. I think that's me laying the background of this Sharia nonsense. We all know this, and Sharia will always be suffocated, most particularly in the southeast. It will not work. That is not to say also that we don't have our own issues with religious stupidity down south, but I wouldn't go into that because that's not the topic. Religion generally is a very big problem in Nigeria. In fact, religion and bad politics and bad leadership goes 50-50. They are the two very dangerous components within the Nigerian society and state that makes progress very difficult. Because you see time and again that we fail to hold our leaders accountable because we're either religiously leaning, tribally leaning, or otherwise. And when a leader from the north is being held to account by Southerners, the northern brother, he runs to his northern brothers and they shield him with, oh, this is Muslim against Christians, and vice versa. So the earlier we broke religion and saw and held our leaders accountable based on their performance and not based on their religious leanings, the better for the country. Now, as for the unfortunate beating up of the bold driver by one useless individual from the National Assembly, well, this is not the first time this type of thing is happening. I make bold to say that this particular case is dead on arrival. It is gone. It's just going to take a few more hours and we move on to the next topic. Yes, he's not arrested. That man is probably chilling somewhere in his house under AC, run by a diesel-powered generator. All the police will tell him now is don't make any comment, just allow it die down. That is the Nigerian situation. That is the Nigerian thing. This is not the first time we are seeing assaults on people's fundamental human rights, abuses by either the police or our supposed elites in the political ring, and even superior, quote unquote, civilians on helpless, poor citizens. Just like one of the speakers said, if he comes back from abroad and he chooses to, molest or harass anybody, he can do it, and nothing will happen. Now, why is nothing happening? It brings me to the third point. The lack of institutions we have in Nigeria. Institutions in Nigeria have been so bastardized. Now, the last time I felt there were some semblance of institutional teeth, what I call institutional teeth, ability of institutions to stand up to its principles, its ideals, and fight for the generality of the common good of the Nigerian masses, was in Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's regime, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan's administration. After Goodluck left office, institutions started to have a very slow but consistent decline. And it brings us to where we are right now. Now we are in a level of institutional collapse where the courts are not working. In fact, the courts right now are a mockery of itself. You see the same courts of competent jurisdictions in different locations, giving contrasting judgments, giving contrasting orders. So leaving the populace with a two-horse race, you don't know which judge's decision to follow. And now, let us remember where some of these things are coming from. We have now seen a criminal take over the reins of power in Nigeria. It is very simple. Nigerians, myself inclusive, we all refused to challenge it because there was basically no reason why we would have allowed a criminal and his criminal gang who did not win any elections take over office. I'm building my case. Now, having said that, what is the way forward? In my understanding of the way Nigeria works from childhood till now, Nigeria, you can, relate Nigeria as that biblical passage of the kingdom of God suffering violence. And that for anything to work very well, violence must have to rise and fix culpability where culpability is. Take it by force. Now, for the group that says that the only way that Nigeria salvages itself as a nation is by revolution, I would like to quickly draw your attention to October 2020. That was the first and most critical time Nigerians actually tried to rejig the system by themselves. And when I mean Nigerians, I mean civilians, citizens. Now, in my own opinion, I do not ever think that in the next 100 years, Nigerians, myself inclusive, yourself inclusive, will ever come out on the streets in that fashion ever again. Now, for me, what is the solution? The solution is simple. Fellow Nigerians, the National Assembly is hereby suspended. The judiciary is hereby abrogated. The Constitution is hereby suspended. We will have to move to that level right away. We have a situation right now in Nigeria where criminals are in power. And now, just like the last speaker also said, I think it was Kariboy that also said that these criminals in full civilian, makeup have understood that there is actually a particular group always in the military that strikes and changes government forcefully with the gun. And what have they done? They have gone to that level, that cadre of military ranks and file, and they have compromised majority of them. Now, the issue is, if you check from 1966, when we started having military interventions, especially when civilians misbehave while they are in power, they have always been very brilliant but radical military officers who are attentive 100% to the character, the behavior, the movement, the actions of civilian leaders or military leaders alike in the Nigerian government. And whenever they strike, there is always a reason. And majority of the times, those reasons for which they've struck align with the reasons of diplomacies. Let me say that again. Whenever since 1966, military interventions happened in Nigeria, there is always a reason or reasons why they choose to step in, and that those their reasons, most of the time, 80% of the time, align with the ideas of the average Nigerian. That is to say, you never see Nigerians really protest that, oh, we're actually having it good with this civilian administration. Why did you people bring in the gun to chase them away? Therefore, hence the fact that Nigerians and Nigerian situation has not improved. It is in my opinion, my personal opinion, I've held this opinion since these criminals took over, that there is nothing under this God-given sun that will take these criminals out of office, out of power, outside military intervention. The reasons are clear. I've made some of the reasons already open. We have tribalism, we have religion, we have hunger now. Hunger is one of them. You see a criminal administration sharing rice. You hear prayers of, may this administration favor me, selfish, me and my family, compound selfish. So you find out that where you are no longer in that line of the government being favored, you are disgruntled, yes. But the question is, how many people is the government favoring? Nigeria has and Nigerians have become worse off since even Buhari left office. They have become worse off. And not only that, we have also become worse off with even our own fundamental human rights under civilian watch, under civilian administration. You find human rights abuses, you find brigandry, rudeness of political office holders. I was just reading on the news now. The works minister is also is giving a clap back now to the National Assembly committee that was grilling him over his poor handling of national roads, and he had the temerity to say that those members in that panel are not up to his standard, invariably saying that your institution as a committee as a constitutional right to oversight functions of my ministry is null and void. This is a fucking minister of works, right? I can't talk too much about, the minister of the FCT. He just grabs land in Abuja, changes the CFO, and does just anyhow. Where do we start from? Is it the National Assembly? Ababio that talks anyhow, recklessly and irresponsibly, and now we have Rep Mascot beating up a boat driver, whom, in my opinion, did not actually even deliver snail. Because I have never seen a real man that waits on the gate for snail. I have not. There is something else if we dig deep into this investigation. Unfortunately, the police will not do that. That guy probably delivered hard drugs. If you run toxicology tests on this Rep Mascot from Abia State, you will be shocked that you'll find tetrahydrocannabinol at least.
Justice, let me help you. TK actually came with one narrative, and I couldn't, disagree with that. TK said there's a possibility that he's into some, diabolical shit, and he needed to use human being at that exact time, and that human being needs to come into the house, but this driver decided not to come. And that was what, got him angry, because I see no reason why that the action was unprecedented to what he complained about, for not just bringing it into your house, than you coming outside to pick it up. And
Funny
slap.
part is, this is a man that has servants, so
Gate man
why
did
didn't you send one of
housemate
the
did
servants
here.
to pick it up?
So I couldn't erase that point. That's a very compelling argument. I couldn't erase that point. So the thing next time say you were meant to go by 12 a.m. You were meant to be my suya by 12 a.m. but you refuse. And by the way, who orders for snail at that time of the day? Carry on, Justice.
Yes, thank you very much. You see, you have brought the diabolical angle, which is also plausible. But I am telling you, whatever that guy was to deliver may not truly be snail. Jimmy, we are old enough to have grown up in Nigeria to know these politicians and how they move. What that guy was probably delivering at that point, just like you said, he had like a barrage of aides that could just get that from that guy, and he goes on his merry way. So outside the diabolical angle that you mentioned, there could be something else that he's not telling us, because how much are you going to give the bold guy? Just give him the goddamn money and let him go.
Did the
But
guy
he chose
know?
not. Peter Ungu, please mute yourself, okay? Please.
Okay.
So, for me, the solution is, fellow Nigerians, the National Assembly is hereby suspended. The Constitution is set aside. Everybody go about your normal businesses and follow others. All the states, GOCs of all the battalions in the state are to take over. Where there are no GOCs, the commanding officer of the states are to take over immediately. Where there are no commanding officer, the Inspector General of Police are to take over the states immediately. We are to do that right now. Because why I am saying this,
you forgot one thing, Justice. Tinubu has been placed in custody till investigation concludes.
Of course, that is if the people who are to take over are very kind. Because ordinarily, in my own opinion, I think Nigeria is ripe enough for a cleansing. A Jerry Lawrence moment or a 1966 moment is supposed to be upon us, because the level of brigandage, the level of cruelty, the level of inhumanity that you see with public office holders right now. Wike just walks out of his jeep and threatens some people who are peacefully protesting for their land that have just been revoked in Abuja. And even with camera, he's saying, what are you even doing here? I'll kill all of you. I'll do this, I'll do that. You hear him talk like he descended from heaven. So a 66 moment is possibly what Nigeria desires right now. And trust me when I say it, trust me when I say it, trust me when I say it. When this happens, Nigerians will celebrate. But let me finally conclude by saying, if this does not happen, Tudo, I can assure you, we will host 1,000 more spaces to lament on how 2027, 2031, 2035 has come and gone. And all we can hear is, if you are aggrieved, go to court. But let us be very clear that no force right now will take out this barrage of criminals, conscienceless human beings that have grabbed power outside the gun. Our neighbors to the north have done it. Some of our neighbors to the west have done it. And we are hearing that their economy, which should concern every Nigerian citizen right now, has improved in those countries, which is the major thing why we are even talking in the first place. People are no longer able to buy bread cheaper. People can't buy fuel, the very liquid that drives the Nigerian economy. And somebody is coming here to tell me, oh, we have to still go by which election, which INEC? Did you people not see what happened in Edo State? Was that an election? Did you not see what happened in Kogi State? Was that an election? Kano State local government election? Of course, there are no local government elections. It's just the governor selecting, using their independent state electoral bodies to bring in people that will be OES members to them. So in finality, it is military or nothing. Fellow Nigerians, we have taken over to stop the bleeding, the carnage, the disrespect of the Constitution. The National Assembly is hereby suspended. Akpabio needs to be arrested. He needs to stay behind bars. That the judiciary, they will have to rejig it, because this judiciary is a joke. We have a CJN that cannot even go to the US. Everybody knows it. If you don't know it well, you're hearing it for the first time. We have a CJN that is alleged to be a British citizen but cannot step foot in the US as we speak, because of the fraudulent judgment of Imo election that made number 4 position become number 1. So the international community even know most of these are wicked criminal leaders, be it in the political side, and in the judiciary. We have right now a bunch of irresponsible, stupid leaders that have no business with power. And only the gun will take them away. If you are waiting for...
All right.
You will wait in vain. Thank you very much. I yield the mic.
All right. Thank you. All fellow Nigerians, please go about your normal business. Those were the aspirational words of a dreamer. Thank you. Hallelujah. Let's move forward, justice. All of you that want military coup, it is well. Peter, mute your mic. We'll come to you. Put your hand up. Oxley, you are next. Oxley, are you there?
Oh no, I think it's TK. Tudo.
Oh, TK.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Oxley, hang tight. I hear it's TK. Just hang on, my brother. I'll come out.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jimmy. Thanks, everyone.
Yeah, now.
Am I being? I'm good, Molodi Boni. Thank you. Thank you.
And I am sure you voted for.
Don't worry alone.
My boss lady. My boss lady. Who rules the world?
TK,
girl?
is the sky blue or not?
Who rules the world, girl? Who rules the world?
Just tell me the sky is blue. That's all I need to hear.
You know my language.
All right, go ahead.
So I just want to drop two things. The first one is the military can do jack shit. Even as small, as tiny, as little as I am. I have some numbers that when I'm coming to Nigeria, I just call. And they're even telling me, find us customer. Once they are coming, they're ready to work with you. If you're going to book them for 3 weeks, 1 month, as long as they're paying, they're ready. So nobody's ready to, take over anything anymore. Who is ready to die? Who wants to die? When they can still collect side money from people like, people living abroad and are coming to Nigeria and needed protection one way or the other. You just pay them and they give you guys, for 2 weeks, 1 month. It doesn't matter. They take it like that, and because that's free money for them anyways. It's free money. So the only solution to our problem right now is revolution. Election will not do jack shit. Let's just forget about the election. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Miss TK. Oxley, what's up?
I'm good.
Welcome.
Good, thank you. Okay. Well. What what else can we say at this point? Well. Um. I've based on the topic of discussion, the bill that somebody from Bauchi State or wherever wanted to introduce to the National Assembly. The point remains that in the north, they seem to there seem to be no demarcation between religion and culture. Everything is subsumed. Religion to them in the north, religion has become basically their culture. So I had a goat when he was making his submission mentioned that, oh, there are still traditional religion are doing whatever in the south and all of that. No, the traditional religion doesn't play in the arena of politics. Whatever traditional religion in the south, whether it is southwest, southeast, south, there is nothing traditional in our politics. Our traditional institutions, yes, they might have some level of influence in terms of the obas, the Ezes, or I mean, they don't play in the arena of politics. But in the north, religion plays very deeply in the political arena, very deeply. I was making a search while this space was going on, and I saw that in the 1999 Constitution as amended, Sharia was mentioned in our Constitution 73 times. Sharia, the word Sharia, was mentioned in our Constitution 73 times. The word Islam was mentioned in our 1999 Constitution 28 times. Now, I did a quick search. There is no word like Christianity, church, or any other key word that relates to Christianity in the not even one. All were zero. And I repeat, Sharia was mentioned 73 times in our constitution. Islam was mentioned 28 times. Grand Kali was mentioned 54 times. And what does that tell you? It tells you the architecture of the country by the people that architected or designed the 1999 constitution. It was designed for that specific purpose. So don't try to, pacify yourself that Nigeria is a secular state. Yes, Nigeria is a secular state, but 12 states in Nigeria currently have Islamic jurisprudence, right? Meaning that they have a secular penal code. They also have a Sharia penal code. So you are in the north, you are a Christian, and you commit a crime that is related to Islamic or Sharia based, they can bring the penal code for Sharia against you in court, whether you believe or not. I don't think you necessarily come to court to declare which penal code you are going to be tried on. I don't think anybody has such rights. So that is it. Now, what are our brothers in the north? What are they? What they always try to do in every so-called democratic dispensation? They try to see how they can push that boundary. The 74 Islam, whatever that is mentioned in the constitution, and the Sharia of mentioned. They want to push that boundary a little bit because what the constitution did was to limit it to allowing them to practice their jurisprudence, for civil cases and penal criminal cases. So they are trying to they try as much as possible in every dispensation. This bill that was introduced recently has always been introduced in the past. In the ninth Senate, in the eighth Senate, in the seventh Senate, they always make attempts to see how they can push the boundary a little bit. And I tell you, don't think that they do it because they feel like doing it. They do it because there's always a discussion around among themselves. Okay, hey, do this. We'll see how we have the numbers. And truly, they have the numbers, although they don't have the numbers to pass anything into law. But they have the majority. They have 19 states. They have more House of Rep members. They have more senators, but they don't necessarily have to all. So there is still some consensus that is needed in the South. So that's why sometimes some of these things fail. Some of these attempts fail, right? But they always make this attempt. However, the ugly and the unfortunate contrast is that from 1999 to today, you have never seen any any lawmaker, whether it's House of Rep or Senator from the South, trying to push the boundary of our secularism. You will never see anybody or even try to raise an amendment for those 74 Islam to be expunged from our constitution. You will never see anybody from the South even raise one motion or even try to remove the 28th Sharia that was mentioned now. You will never see anybody raise their hands, sir. Mr. Speaker, I raise the motion for so and so words to be expunged from our constitution. Because down south, every one of them are all cowards. They are all cowards, because
Firstly,
yes, yes.
Firstly, I'm surprised I'm going to agree with you. Just this thing you said is just a typical example of what P2B did. I don't know why all politicians in Nigeria are always trying to please the North. Every politician in Nigeria that is not of northern origin is trying to please those people. I don't just know why.
Unfortunate, really unfortunate. So you won't see them. You will never see. I have never seen, say, from 1999 to date. Even if the person knows that he will fail, of course, assuming the person even tries, he knows that he will fail. But even make the attempt to say, hey, we are a secular state, Mr. Speaker or Mr. Senate President. We are a secular state. I move a motion today that this so and so was section, this subsection, this line, this be expunged from our constitution. Nobody has ever tried it because they know the consequences that will come upon them. So that's the unfortunate part. And what does that tell you? It tells you that, like I said in the north, there is no separation between the culture and Islam. Everything is mixed up. And Islam, in my opinion, is a domineering religion. The Christianity used to be that way pre-colonialism because our colonial masters, who brought Christianity down to Africa, they also tried. They were nice. They were a little bit nice. They sold it to us to accept. But for the people that resisted, they fought. They fought the Benin Empire. They fought. If you resist, I mean, they come with Bible. They also come with gun and other things. So if they play nice to you and you refuse to accept, they will go to battle. Some empires in Nigeria and even some African countries, they fought. Uganda
Carigwe,
fought them. It was only
Oxley,
yes.
Carigwe, are you there? Okay, Carigwe.
Yeah, I just answer you without even unmuting.
Don't you wish this Oxley can be this objective?
No. I've already decided. No, I've already decided in my heart that Oxley, with other issues,
See,
Oxley
me, I just wanted to ask.
Oxley is reasonable, but when it comes to religion, Oxley throws all logic
It's
So
like that tap, that running tap that of objectivity. He just shuts it off. Good.
see,
Okay, hold on. Good. Go
because I
ahead.
don't
I
want
think
to
you wanted to
break
engage. Go ahead.
I don't want to break your train of thoughts, but can you give us the section? Because not the so I can see for Sharia section 275 and 277. So I have checked for Islam, so not amended, just the way the Nigerian constitution is, because Sharia was, after post 1999 independence. So I've seen on religion, I know they're referring to Islam and then Christianity, but they don't explicitly mention it. So if you can point me in the direction, so I've got the Nigerian constitution in front of me, and I've searched through, I can't find it. So maybe if you can point
Okay,
me,
let me make my submission. When
in
I'm done with my submission,
section.
I will post my own where I got my own reference from. Right? So, so the point is very simple. So what I'm saying is that post pre-colonialism, Christianity was a little bit aggressive because the colonial master had to be aggressive. The Portuguese, the British people had to be a little bit aggressive for places where where they get resistance, they fight to impose whatever they want to impose. But once they left and gave us this Christianity stuff, we became weak. We basically become weak. You see an average Christian not standing up for his rights, believing that it's God that will do everything, even the responsibilities that is within his power and his control, he adjudicated to God. That God will do this. It is God that will do that. Oh, uh, you will always see Christians say it is well, it is well, even when it is not well. So the religion has become weaker in our society, and that's why up north, that is why they are killing people in Benue. That's why they are killing people. They are cutting off people's hands and legs in Jos, in Benue, in the Middle Belt, because they have to. They know you will resist. So, and the only way they can get you, knock you into line, is to show you some crazy stuff, and you collect it by fire by force. So that's the point. And our politicians do the same thing down south. We have 17 states down south. We just have weak politicians. The north basically dictates what happens. The only difference is that our brothers from the southwest are their enablers. I'm saying this and I'm not missing words. The brothers down southwest particularly, are the enablers of the north. So they always find a way of, because it works for them. So it is okay. But that's not the topic of today. But the point is that down south, our politicians are very weak, extremely weak. They don't stand for anything, basically. It's just
But it was mostly southern senators that knocked down this bill, though.
yes,
Does that show that
the
they have?
South has the capacity. The South has the capacity to knock down any bill. There is no bill that the North would introduce,
No, I'm
and
saying,
it
did
will
they
say
did they
through.
get credit for this one time at least?
Well, the point is this: if there is no national consensus for it, it won't fly. But the audacity to even introduce it, given the obvious. And what is the obvious? We're a secular state. And so the way they introduce some of those things, they will bring some of the things that they want to. That is this superficial things like banking. Oh, they will not hide. There are texts that don't come to the media for us to read. You only have to be a senator or a House of Rep member to know the text-to-text
But
amendment that is being introduced.
the law already exists. He just wanted to
Yes,
tweak
but you bringing it to the
existing
bringing
law.
it in, bringing it into the constitution. See, Tudo, any legislation can exist,
Mm-hmm.
but anything you are bringing into the constitution is damning. You want to make it to have consequences,
Yeah.
overreaching,
So it
over.
exists
So
in the constitution already, section 262. So he just wants to open it up, remove one word that is limiting. The word is personal in this case, and
yes,
and
and
and and
expand it.
introduce, make it broader in its application,
Exactly,
primarily
and
towards banking
to
and other things.
you,
Yeah.
Exactly. To you, it might look subtle, but by the time it goes through, and you once it's passed, and some
So
presidents
you're saying the
unfortunately
interpretation
signs
now
it,
is basically it's
interpretation, yes.
yeah, it's
So by the
dangerous.
time you go to court and the court starts interpreting it, you now see
Mhm.
the overreaching consequences. So that thing you are seeing as subtle, oh, it just remove one word, put one word. It might make it can cause a lot of damage. So my point is that anybody that is after the constitution to insert or remove anything in the constitution wants to create a major consequence. If you keep anything in a legislation is legislation. Somebody can go to court. We've seen instances where people go to court and knock off a legislation that is contravenes probably a section of the constitution. So the legislation is just there. So, but my point is that these people have the audacity to want to alter our constitution and bring in something that is consequential. However, they will not do the needful in elections. They will not do the needful in INEC related matters, but they always have try to do things. So whether it goes through or it doesn't go through is not a point, but the audacity. But what I'm also saying is that our southern people, lawmakers, don't also have these audacities, that is coming from the north. You know, so that's my point on that front. Now coming to um, the rascality of the lawmaker from Abia State. Is what I don't want to say much there. Is what the guy did is just a reflection of our society. I think Goat captured it very well, which is where what that guy displays is innate in us. Is innate in us. Just don't lie to yourself. An average Nigerian wants to is oppressive. Just the only thing is that is you might not know. You might think you're a good person until you find yourself in that guy's position. You might think it's not inherent in you, but one way or the other, it will stick out. The only thing what Nigerians are looking for is let me have the opportunity to be there. We see it in everyday situation. Let me have. Everybody wants to belong to that privileged few. you know and some people work hard to get there. Some people wish that they are there, and that wish means when I get there, this is how I'm going to be. I mean, it's in it enough. So that guy, I wasn't surprised with what that guy did, basically, but I was a little bit outraged by his reaction. Basically, somebody delivering something to you. What was it? Maybe I'm thinking that there is more to what was delivered than the snail, because I don't see why a bold person brought a snail to your doorstep.
I think honestly,
Yes,
I think NC's captured this thing very
I,
well.
I've not even
For
seen.
that guy to be waiting on
I've
the
not
gate,
even
for
seen.
that guy to be
I've not even
sitting
seen
waiting for that
NC's
thing,
tweet.
there's something else. It's not just
Yes,
snail.
I've not even seen NC's tweet, but I've reasoned it. But I'm like, what will make a lawmaker almost at 12 midnight or 11 p.m. come out at the front of his and be waiting for a package? I'm not accusing him of anything, but I mean, a lawmaker should be sleeping, or maybe it would be house boys or anybody that will go and pick that thing and drop. So there is more to what was delivered than, I mean, I don't know, but it looks to me, whatever was delivered looks very serious to him. It's a serious package. I don't know what it is, but I'm not accusing already anybody of anything, and I've not said anything, but it looks serious for him to come out of his house and be waiting for that package and even have that issue with, the the guy that brought it. So whatever that it is, I don't know what it is, but it's as simple as that. It's not. I'm not surprised by his reaction. It's who we are as a people. So whether we want to change culturally, whether maybe it's not our generation, some of these things are already innate in us. Maybe it's our children that we need to train well to begin to walk away from some of these our bad behavior. But for me, the guy should face the music. The unfortunate part is that, in conclusion, nothing will happen to him. He will remain a house member. The only people that will decide his fate is his constituents. Would they recall him? Is the possibility is zero. So nothing. So after by this time next week, we are talking about something else. So
Beautiful. I'm not sure if someone was speaking, but I'm having a little bit of a network problem here. But yeah, thanks. By the way, guys, the voting is ongoing and military is winning. Military is winning. Military takeover is winning. You can check on the jumbotron, click on it, and yeah, military is winning. 314 people voted already, and we have 69% to 31. Okay, we see how it goes. We see how it goes. It's an
Jimmy,
interesting.
it's,
Yeah,
it's kind of a fact that Nigerians are tired of what we have today. So
obviously, obviously,
we are
obviously.
tired of what we have today.
Yeah,
Anything apart from this democracy,
they just
people
want change. Yeah, something different from what they have right now. I mean, a lot of videos, pictures have been popping up. I just got to realize that some people actually came out and they brought out Tinubu's poster and they were praying, speaking in tongues, only if they knew they were praying to God for this kind of hardship. And then again, talking of praying to God, man, you guys just want to confuse, you know, one minute you're praying heavily for him to come into power, and the next minute you are praying for him to leave power. What exactly do you guys want? I'm sure God will be wondering, what do you kill a fell to your long? You prayed for this man, and I put him there for you, and now you are praying for him. Which one is which now? Anyway, good conversation going on. There's been couple of breaking news. Someone sent some breaking news to me. I'm trying to see if they're what's being talked about in Nigeria. Okay, people are just saying. All right, there's been a couple of accidents that happened in Lagos. Okay, yeah. Very dark man. Okay, he made a video about what happened. Yeah, different people with different points of view. And then again, Oxley, you made a very serious point. This thing has actually been in our system, in our culture, how we were raised, from even from our household. While growing up, I mingled with my cousins, extended family. We lived together for a while, moved around. During all days, we traveled and spent time together. And sometimes we could be up to 30 people in the house. And when they serve us food, we grab our food according to our age. Even I have a cousin that with the same year, but I'm match and he's yeah, we both match, but I'm March 8 and he's I think March 16. I will carry food before him. It's as serious as that. I will carry food before him. And that happened within our family, right? But when we now went to secondary school, then you get hit by this so-called seniority thing. I mentioned it earlier on, and I remembered back in secondary school. When you enter as junior, JSS1 junior, you're the freshman, and people just want to bully you, and life is always miserable for JSS1 people. Life is always miserable because you have nobody to bully. Then when you move to GSS2, hey, now the suffering you went through during your GSS1, you now want to apply that suffering to GSS2. GSS1 people just coming in. And that way, you don't really have that much power because GSS1, GSS2, you guys are still the same thing. But when you move to GSS3, you now have GSS2 and 1 to control, right? Though you guys are still under SS1, 2, 3. So you now get to realize that the more you move higher, the more stronger your power gets, the more people within your reach, the more people you can control. So when you get to SS1, that means GSS1 to 3, they are beneath you. Then you move to SS2, that's SS1 to GS1 are beneath you. Then regardless, even if someone in GSS3 is older than you by age, When you now get to SS3, oh my goodness. The rivalry happens between SS2 and SS3, the major rivalry, like those ones that they come up blue for themselves. And I visited my secondary school when I traveled to when I was in Nigeria. I visited my secondary school and I saw the SS3. Hey, they are like very, very tiny looking things. I was like, so this is the SS3. When I entered the SS1, if you see my SS3, they are egbons with beards, as in ogbon tarigi with beer, buruku. These are people with the hair where their legs. They don't wear socks. Very. They are like SS3. And these are the people you grew up with. But that is where the misuse of power starts. That is where they tell you to go and bring your food, your provision, and everything. So this thing has been within our system for a very long time, and we've not managed to get it out. And another typical example is to let you know how crazy this thing has been. A boy actually lost his life due to seniority back in secondary school. In Lagos, their private secondary school, I forgot it. He was electrocuted or beaten to death or something like that. So, you see, this thing has systematically been happening within us, but we're not paying close attention to it. And it's only high time we start unlearning some certain things. You being in a position of power doesn't mean you're better than anyone else. Yeah, fine, true. They've given you the power to do things you have power to the police, you have power to money, The point of that power is not to use it against the people. Your power is to speak for the people, fight for the people, give your people the betterment of what they deserve. Do they have light, constant light in your constituent? Do they have good education in your constituency, and are your constituents all living a good life? The basic amenities of life, do they have it in your constituency? Those are the important. If these questions can be answered, even at that, you don't have the right to lord over people in that manner. It's only okay for us to learn these things and get to understand that, look, we're here to serve the people. And Nigerians should know their rights. All the things we're doing is just selective justice, maybe because the guy recorded it. Anyway, let's move on with the conversation. All for Christ, you've been here patiently, and I think you deserve an award for your patience. How you doing, my brother? Jump in.
I'm a lady. Hello, Jimmy.
My
Yes.
sister. Now, sister safe. Hey! Oh my goodness. Oh yeah.
Hello, Jimmy.
Carry your strawberry.
Good
You've
evening.
been particularly patient, and I totally respect that. So you take your time to just go ahead with your submission. I'll give you a free time.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I won't say too much because just like TK came on and she didn't say too much, so I would just make it brief, short and sweet. But first off, Jeremiah 17 verse 9 says, King James Version.
Hey! Hold on, I get Bible. Jeremiah waiting. Jeremiah waiting.
17 verse 9, King James Version. I'm reading that version of the Bible.
Jimmy, make sure it's King James Version. Any other version you bring here, you're on your own.
Okay. So it says, the heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? So I will speak from the bottom part of what is on the topic for today, which is the mascot. Is it mascot versus the boat driver, the rep guy?
You not even check. You call it the quote Bible. But when you forget Bible, I talk something else.
Umaru, mute the mic.
Hey, Umaru,
Waiting they stop now.
No, don't do that.
What is
don't do
your
that. Yeah.
problem?
It's not
Calm
me.
down.
Now, for
Yeah.
Nigeria, now,
It's
anybody they
Umaru.
take that like this, Omar,
Umaru, waiting now.
Umaru, mute your mic.
Your blood to the boil now.
Let
What's this up?
let the lady speak. She didn't even interject you when when you were speaking. So please, accord her the same respect. Just whatever it is she wants to say, no matter how angry you are, she did not speak when you were speaking. So just let her speak, please. Thank you. Go ahead, all is Christ.
Thank
All
you,
for
Jimmy.
Christ,
You're
rather.
such a gentleman. And I respect every
You know, I'm man, no, I'm not gentle. Man, let me take the man. One bed. Gentle Zegbekon.
Okay.
Oh yeah, go ahead, my
Okay,
sister.
so from what I read, it just displays, how a typical or a human being who is under the influence of a demonic spirit, would act. I'm only going to speak like on the health aspect because this is all subjective or rather objective. I'm not, going into speculations and all that. After hitting that man, the Bolt driver, I don't think what if the man had collapsed? Because the guy said he hit him 3 times on the chest. Nigeria at the moment, there's hunger, there's depression, there's so much mental health issues. Everyone is drained because of how the country is going in circles. I don't think that guy thought about if that guy had fainted or he had, hit his head on the ground and he goes into a coma. What would he do? Or what would he say? It was only after oppressing that man. Same thing if we recall.
You think so? You think that man is not ready for even if he dies? Someone that is telling him that I'll make you disappear,
people say a lot of trash. These people, rather, I would say, in quotes, the politicians in Nigeria, they don't respect us. They don't respect human life. They don't respect the Constitution of Nigeria. And that's why I never refer to them as honorable, because that word honorable should be scrapped from addressing each and every one of them in that chamber, because none of them are honorable. That aside, I was really angry when I saw that video because that man, he felt helpless. He felt helpless. I admire the fact he stood his ground, and he really showed the attributes of someone with so much restraint, because it's a man-to-man thing, and everybody can show, I'm the bigger person, or I'm the, push comes to shove, I can do this. If you think you can come on to me, I can also come on to you. But he showed so much resolve. So good kudos to him. But this is Nigeria. Let's not forget. Similar thing has happened years back in a sex shop in Abuja, where a house member slapped a lady, right? If you guys remember. He wasn't recalled. Nothing was happening.
Oh, you mean
yeah, that Apple guy. Yeah.
Celebrator. That's his name. Why are you guys missing it? Celebrator.
Okay.
The senator with
yes,
vibrator
the
store
vibrator store guy.
Celebrator.
Yes. Nothing happened to him. Nothing. He wasn't recalled by his constituency. He wasn't taken to jail. Nothing happened to him. And I also think nothing is going to happen to this guy too, because why? Nigeria likes people who are oppressive, likes people who shame them, likes people who order them around. Do you get? It's like, for instance, when the guy said they took him to the police station, they did not arrest the rep guy. They called him to come. He didn't come until I think later on he said the guy came. What is that? It's abuse of power. It's abuse of power. They do this all the time. All the time. When they move around with their convoys, they don't mind if they hit your car, out of the way. They don't mind if the soldiers or the policemen they go around with flog you, and all that. I've had a situation where my older sister in Port Harcourt, she went to pick her kids from school. You would not believe this, because a house member was with his convoy on Sani Abacha Road, and they were hooting, and she was trying to. It's always like that road is always chaotic because, you have schools closing and all that, and she was trying to look for how she was going to get off the road. They broke the back of her windscreen. They did. They used the gun, the butt of the gun, and broke it. And she had her kids in the car. And they came down and were pointing the rifle at her and screaming, go back, go come out, go come out, go come out, with her kids in the car. And she began to plead. People had to come around and say, leave her, she's a woman and all that. But what did she do? She was only looking for a way to, move her car off the road so they could pass peacefully. But they did that. Who repaired her car? She repaired her car herself. Nobody takes responsibility in Nigeria for the things they do to the fellow citizens. The politicians don't do that. They don't. Nobody takes responsibility. If they strike a fellow human being, they do it with pleasure. And that's why he could brag about everything he said, because he knows he can get away with it. The only way we get justice is when they go abroad and they try that shit. They get arrested. Like we have Keremadu in jail in the UK. We had Ibori jailed in the UK. That's the only time these people get the justice they deserve. And it's unfortunate because I think we as the citizens really, really enable them, and we are still enablers of this character we see today. We are still enablers, because if we did not enable them up till this time, I think a lot of things we see in the political space in Nigeria will not happen. Now, that aside, I hope the guy gets justice, and I hope that guy is put it up. But unfortunately, we know that one will not happen. For the Sharia thing, I really don't have much to say, because this Northerners, the only thing they hear, eat, sleep, drink is their religion. Unfortunately, that is what they know. Recently, they're crying about how many days without power supply. My state, Bayelsa, has been without power supply for 3 weeks. And nobody's talking about it. Nobody's making noise about it. Nobody is saying, oh, someone or some people have stolen the feeder pillar from a hoarder that gives light to Bayelsa, that transmits the power to Bayelsa State. There's a governor, there are House of Rep members, there are whatever, they have local government, whatever, they have commissioners. Nobody is saying anything. I haven't seen this on the timeline. I haven't. I just put it out today because my sister was telling me that, look, we've not had power for 3 weeks, and this is what has happened. They stole that thing all the way from a hoarder, and so we don't have power supply. But nobody is saying anything. Everybody is focused on, oh, the North does not have power. The North does not. This is just 1 week. Who died? Who died? Who died? My state has no bloody power supply. It's 3 weeks going on. 3 fucking weeks going on. Sorry, I read the Bible earlier. Sorry for the curse word. Look, it's tiring. It's really tiring. And truly, it's only a revolution that can change things in Nigeria. Sometimes I think of certain things.
Wait, with the Bible verse where you quote now, no only revolution fit do am.
Jimmy, yes.
With the Jeremiah where you read now.
No, the Bible verse to tell us that mascot was possessed by the devil.
Yes.
That was the reason for the quotation, Jimmy.
Thank you, Tudo.
I know, but my point is all for Christ 7. What is
You see
so
this guy,
there's nothing for Christ here. There's no
this sister in Christ.
Umaru, calm down
Umaru,
now.
what is
Calm
this
down.
now?
They defend this girl. I the verse for this country. On an accused by
Imaru, what thing they do you? You think say we have an in-house person here.
Umaru,
No, Umaru, don't
you
do it.
should
You did not see my hand. You did not see my hand.
Umaru.
You can't do better than Caribbean, let me tell you.
Tudo.
Calm down.
I don't know what's triggering Umaru. I don't know. And I hope you heal. because I don't understand what I said that should trigger you so much. If it was the Bible I read,
now the Bible we quote in the verse.
Umaru,
Hey, Umaru, you too, you quote Quran now.
what's your problem? This is a safe.
You quote Quran.
I presume this is a safe space, and I haven't said anything wrong here. Okay, I haven't said anything wrong, and I've been
Listen, my
respectful.
sister, it's a safe space. It's a safe space. We can banter.
Don't mind
We
Umaru. It's
can
just,
can play. Don't take it too seriously. It's just banter.
Umaru, if you keep quiet till I'm done.
My sister followed you. Follow me back. Leave Umaru alone. Continue.
I think I followed some of you here. Goat, yes, Goat, I followed you because I was on your space the other day. So nice space. Okay, so to round up.
No, it's justice, so it's not good.
Justice, okay, I'll follow
I'm not
you
a
then.
good.
Oh God, these guys, who are these people on this space? Jesus. Okay, make I do live on a space. I will speak pidgin now. Make I speak my Rivers pidgin, leave English. Oh yeah, I will soon leave you guys. But what I'm saying is, my state, Bayelsa State, we no get power supply. And I never hear them. Me, I'm saying it now. Nobody is talking about it. 3 weeks ongoing. Nigerians are tweeting about the North. We no get power. Tinubu don't come now. Talk, say North, no get power. Give them power. My state, Bayelsa, no power. No power supply.
Waiting to hear the read they do now.
That one. In fact, that state, serious deliverance needs to happen in that state. I tell you, education-wise, how do I say it? Literacy-wise, that state is as backward as anything. Anything. And you know that state, since it was created, is one way in, one way out. One way in, one way out.
But he just approved 80,000 naira minimum wage.
They don't do jack.
Audio,
They don't
my
do
brother,
jack.
audio.
You know, right now, all the schools in Bayelsa have. Sorry, guys, I don't want to take you off the topic for this space. You know, every year by this time.
No. Go ahead, because oftentimes we hear mostly from the big states. You know,
Yes.
northern states, Lagos State, Ogun
Yes.
State, all this. We
Yes.
never all these small that nobody wants to talk about them. So yeah, go ahead.
So right now,
Yeah, we're minority friendly. Go ahead.
every school in Bayelsa State has been shut down because we're expecting the usual flooding. And then they will soon start crying for aid from UN, from Peru will open the dam again. That's why. Few people. And these are the same people in the House of Rep, the senators, the governors, their essays, the presidency. That is it. Those are the people that control the wealth in Nigeria. The rest of us are just poor. Because we can't stand up for ourselves. We are scared of the gun. That is just it. I think if we're able to, I think, because I keep thinking about, I think if there's a gun revolution in Nigeria, I think there's a lot of stand up that will happen between the citizens and these other people. That's how I see it. But
okay, what's your solution? And then go and vote on that vote on the Jumbotron as well. What do you prefer as solution?
Already said
revolution is the solution. Serious revolution is the solution.
Oh, sorry.
Not election, but revolution is the solution. Because election with these people, no. Election, I had thought recently after the Edo debacle, I had reasoned that why would anyone even go to vote? They shouldn't have gone to vote. They should have even just waited for the INEC people beat them up very well and send them away. Beat them up very well. Beat them up very well and send them away. That's what it. Nobody should have voted. Nobody. If I see you say you won't vote APC, I beat you, join. Because I don't understand it. I don't get it. APC. How? Where? If I see you, I will beat you. But unfortunately, they didn't do that because that was what I was expecting at this point in time. That is how a revolution should start. That is how it should start. But we like suffering and smiling. At the end of the day, we'll go to church and pray and sing "It is well," and go and fast and pray and sing "It is well." But revolution is still the way. However, we're going to do it.
My sister, good
Good evening,
evening.
sir.
Romans 13:1. Let everyone be subject to the governing authority, for there is no that which God the authority that exists has been established by God. So these people you are condemning, established by the you have your name. My submission now is going to be very short. The verse, meditate on it.
Karigo, I'm going to remove the subsidy in your Bible. I need to remove it.
Tudo, is that the only speaking in tongues that you know, Tudo?
You're a troublemaker.
You're
a troublemaker.
I can do more, but I don't want to oppress you for this space. My tongues. TK, for those who don't know, I used to be a pastor.
I know.
In tongues. In 3 hours. In 3 hours. For 3 hours before. In tongues.
I speak in tongues too. So.
Hey, gang. Me and you one day will come on this space. We'll have a tongue session.
We will skabash. We will
skabash and skabosh. Zaga, Zege, Rege, Male, Bo, Baba, Yigarebo, Zedede, Zadada. My goodness. Don't get me started though. For if I start bouncing in the Lord, now you people run away. Karigo, what's in the solve? So we should accept Tinubu as the Lord's blessings.
Justice.
Yeah, the Lord has ordained
him.
So we should accept him. This man will beat both driver. The Lord allowed it. So I don't see why we
the
are
Lord did not allow it. It's because the heart of man is wicked and deceitful. I just read the passage of the scripture.
Listen.
The heart of man is wicked.
You're quoting Old Testament.
I make it happen like that.
You're quoting Old Testament. I'm quoting New Testament to you. Old Testament has passed away. New Testament is there.
Where are you from?
No authority will be there except it's ordained by God.
I saw you on God's space the other day. You're a troublemaker.
Just mute your mind. We have a church session going on right now.
No. That is what I want to. I want to suffocate it immediately and remove the subsidy. You can see this is what exactly Jimmy was talking about the dichotomy religion brings to the average Nigerian mind. This one is quoting Old Testament. This one is quoting New Testament. The country is in the Baru situation. This is exactly what happened.
The country is talking in an intertestament. I can't even say the word. Intertestament state.
Absolutely. Yes. No. Now, there's another thing that all for Christ, my sister mentioned.
My goodness, Nigeria.
That I wanted to butt in. Yes. And that is the fact that, you see, for far too long, the North, you see this North, the core North, have been in this heaven, in this bed of entitlement. You see, it is just about 8 days that it is registered in this government that there has been complete blackout in the North. And it is making national headline. Tudo, national headline. Is another state. In fact, I don't want to be using the word small. Bayelsa, Rivers State, Akwa Ibom State form the 3 critical states that feed this nation when it comes to our reserves. Oil, the major thing that Nigeria exports. And somebody is coming here to tell us that for about 3 weeks, they have had blackouts. Tudo, they have had blackouts. Maybe you're asking whether they have governor at all. They have had blackouts. And nobody, no soul, has been able to bring it up to the national
Pathetic.
discourse. So I think, it's very, 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 very pathetic. I think at this point, we need to re-energize and re-engage ourselves again on this national discourse we're talking about. The North cannot suddenly be the people that we have to run away from because they just had blackout for 8 days. Let them have the blackout for 6 months. In fact, I'm praying so that whatever that was stolen on those grids are not fixed. Let their meat rotten. Let their cereals burn. Let everything just scatter. Let them also know that there are states in the South that go for far longer periods of time without blinker of electricity.
Justice, do you know there are some places in Southwest that they've not seen light for 25 years?
My brother, of course, I know that. I know.
25 years. They've not seen electricity.
And the same unfortunate Southwest is where the criminals
sorry,
run around and
EG Ekiti State that sold their vote on credit. EG.
What about Edo State, TK? Didn't they sell their vote on credit? It's the same thing.
I actually have a problem with anyone. TK, please take note. And all for Christ, you have joined that cadre. I want to ask you people in all honesty, how do we start a revolution? Please, any of you can come out and tell me how. Because, I hear revolution all the time.
Why would you?
Now, let us
Why would you
practicalize
be
it.
revolting? Why would you be revolting against an authority ordained by God? I
God
keep saying
forbid.
this.
Oh God. Hey God, I beg.
Akobi. Do you know the meaning of Akobi?
No.
Okay. The unique one. The Lord chosen one. The chosen one. The untouchable person. Heaven will fall. People will die. Nothing is going to happen. He will get to where he will get to. He will do what he wants to do. He will get out of any trouble. That's the meaning of Akombi. The mysterious being.
If anyone can actually tell me how this revolution will start and to what extent,
who are the ones that are going to do the revolution? I put it on the jumbo. See, guys, there's a video I just put on the jumbotron now. Those are a bunch of Africans. They are both capsized. They're trying to go to Libya, and many of them are not going to survive it. So the guy made the video just to show people that they are both capsized and they are just floating around. They don't know. It's not as if they are floating towards a direction. They're just floating away, and the risks are endless because the risk getting stung by jellyfish, stingrays, sharks, and that's the most worrisome part. Sharks, because most of them can't even swim, and they'll be flipping their legs, and the vibration of that is passing a message across to sea animals that will be feeling the vibration from thousands of miles away, and they'll be swimming towards their area. And it's one thing if their boat was even, if their boat was even still active. Let me use that word. The danger of people vomiting into the water, because most of the time people like these, they don't go on strong boats. They go on inflated boats, those disposable boats, and the little boats that are not fit for the ocean. So when things like that happen, maybe pirates, just if they're lucky, they'll come across pirates and they'll just take them and sell them and do whatever it is they want to do with them. Or they're lucky, the authorities will just take them from the ocean, take them to the asylum section, they clean them up, give them clothes to wear. But the video this guy made might be the last time you see him. So with people going through this, do you think there can ever be a revolution? We've gotten to a situation whereby the people would rather die. The people will do things that will claim their lives than revolting against this government. We see people committing suicide. We see people dying in silence. Look, it is state capture. It is a state absolutely fucking capture, right? The people are so scared that they would rather die of hunger. They would rather kill themselves. They would rather run away from the country. And they would rather die. They don't mind die while trying to seek for a greener pasture than revolt against this government. So I don't know where this revolution is coming. Sometimes I think to myself, revolution is going to happen, but something's going to give. But the way I see how quickly people adjust to things, it's not as if they're adjusting, but they would rather not. They would rather just shout, talk about it, and they would rather die silently than stand up against this government. That's the way I see it. So I don't have any direct answer. Maybe Tudo does. I personally, at this point in time, I have no answer to that question. Honestly speaking, because even if the revolution starts, there are some certain amount of people, key people, let me use that word, key people, that the moment they give them just tiny amount of money, give them money, that's it. And these people have influence over majority of the starving people. It is crazy what is going on. And the hierarchy is there. We kept saying this before the election. It's going to be a total state capture. What this man did in Lagos is going to practicalize it on a national scale. That is what he's doing right now. So I don't see any revolution, my brother. I don't see. Nobody has the balls. Nobody has the balls to pull any revolution right now. And the whole military thing we're talking about, I think is a total joke. We can just joke about it. We can talk about it because it's impossible. Let me use that word, impossible. The senior officers are in bed with the president. They salute him. They regard him. They interfere in what is going on within the country. Their job is to protect the country from external forces, external threats. But no, we have military heads that mismanage funds, misuse the position they had, buying houses in Dubai, buying $100,000 wristwatches, not one, not two, not three, four, five, six. They have numbers of those. Are those the people we expect to uphold sanity in our country? No. And the judicial system, there is no fucking hope. It kept increasing their salaries by now 900%, 300%, 300%, 300%, 3 fucking times. What are those ones going to do? And they're building houses. Those salaries comes with new houses, plastering their names on, courthouses, new courthouses. So the whole system is bought. You have people wearing his infinity cap in the Senate, in House of Reps. So what are we saying? It's a total
Not
state
only that,
capture.
even imams wearing the caps now.
Yeah. So what are we saying? And we have Christian leaders, religious leaders, telling you need to pray for the country, and the sins of the country are supersede.
Jimmy, Romans 13 verse 1.
My goodness. So that goes back to what I always tell to do. Look, religion is the major problem of that country, because these guys will they will commit every form of crimes you can think about, and at the end of the day, they believe once they seek for forgiveness, everything it's done with. It's back to square one. And seeking for forgiveness is one thing, but what they do is they seek for forgiveness at the church of a prominent religious leader. So the likes of Adeboye, they will kneel down. Baba will pray for them. And Baba will say things like, "Ye without sin cast the first stone. Go ye into the world and sin no more."
Jimmy, our longest serving head of state Jack Gowan, has established Nigeria Praise.
Your guy.
Okay? And he said he thought Nigeria would change in 3 months, but he now trusts that God's time is the best. So what are you talking about?
So that's to buttress my point. So the moment the likes of Adeboye says, go into the world and see no more, automatically, all redeemers are going to support that person. That is automatic. All redeemers, no matter your political affiliation, the fact that daddy has said so
Jimmy,
Jimmy,
sorry to cut you. That's blind followership. Because if we read the Bible as a Christian,
of course,
what
do you think this is?
Even Jesus Christ, when he sits with the unbelievers, he rebukes them for wrongs they do. I don't see that with our pastors, and that's why I'm pissed with Khan, because Khan should be better than what they are today.
But what he get Jimmy, can I answer? All for Christ. How can they challenge the power when there is a verse like Romans 13 verse 1? I wasn't quoting the verse because I believe in the Christian God or the Muslim God or any God at all. I was quoting it to mock the situation. How can they? I've spoken to people that are Christian. The reason they are keeping quiet is because they don't want to offend God, because God has said it in the Bible, do not challenge the authority.
But the Bible
power
also says, this same Bible says, my people perish for lack of knowledge.
The same Bible, the knowledge is in the knowledge is in Romans chapter.
They are fools.
Verse 1. They are not fools. They are following what the Bible says.
Fools. They will tell you that one
they are
is
following
in Old
what the
Testament.
Bible says.
They will tell you one is in Old Testament. They will tell you the other one is in New Testament. So the New Testament supersede whatever it is. And by the way, they cherry pick because some stuffs are still good for them in the Old Testament, and some are still good for them in the New Testament. So they cherry pick. They just juggle between those two. They will never eradicate any one of them. Right?
You can never blame a Christian for following Romans 13 verse 1.
Why should we?
You can't.
Why?
The only way to stop all these things is for people to throw these religions in the bin. And
are they ready to do that? Are they ready to do that?
That's what I'm saying. I, for one, I'm a Christian. I do not, roll with that, because the passage of the Bible that also says, "My people perish for lack of knowledge," I cannot be subject to that. Even if my pastor preaches that, I read the Bible myself and I ask God to give me understanding.
All for Christ. Do you know that it can be seen as lack of knowledge if you don't follow what Romans 13 verse 1 says?
I'm not a bandwagon Christian.
Because you're not knowledgeable enough to know what it says. That's why you're not following it.
Okay, Karigwe, on that thought, let's get an experienced person into this conversation. Mr. Solomon, our pastor Solomon is here.
Do you mean that I want to be going to praise dance? Yeah, I was going to go into praise dance.
Oh yeah, we can welcome our pastor.
Welcome our guest minister.
Yeah. Of course. Oh yeah. Guest minister.
Who is carrying his Bible?
God bless you.
Who is carrying his Bible? Jimmy.
For this,
Pastor, please pray for my state, Bayelsa. There's no power supply.
I am the assistant women leader in my church.
Why are you talking? Guest minister is coming up. People are talking. People don't have respect.
We shall remove the subsidy of this guest minister.
Karigwe is the protocol officer.
Guest minister don't climb.
Oh yeah, he's climbing the.
He's climbing the altar.
Just left his chair now. He left his chair now. He's coming to the altar.
Man of God, welcome, man of God.
Man of God climbing by this time of the night.
We welcome you, man of God. Karigo.
Pastor Solomon, take off your suit. Take off your suit, sir. Take off your suit, sir.
Don't mind you, though. I wasn't going to respond to his invitation, so thank God you called me. Yeah, thank you, Tudo, Jimmy. Good evening, everyone on the space. Yeah, my brother, you talked about, you see, where there is a good, there's always the bad. Yeah, where there is a good. Whether you have religion or not, there are people who do not have religion. We have the bad ones among them, we have the good ones among them. And the same thing applies to the Muslim, the same thing applies to every human, even in families, in our communities. We have the good and we have the bad. There are people who are fanatically on the extreme, and there are people who are conservatives. I'm a Christian, and I believe what I believe, and I hold it firm. But you see, I'm also a critic of whatever that is going wrong. When we generalize, I think we're not doing, some of us, we're not being fair to some of us who are standing for the right cause and trying to hold the government accountable. We're Christians, but I am privileged to at least to work with some people in the corridor of power. And maybe if you were to know those who know me, we gave godly counsel. Interest, and by the grace of God, the government performed. And where he turned down warnings, he saw the repercussion. I remember in December we met with the governor and he said, I abandoned him. He knows why I abandoned him. I know of pastors who have come to say, you mean you are very close to this governor? Then why are you going through what? I'm a servant of God. So while we talk, please, let's also be considerate and know that there are people who are still holding firm. There are 7,000 who have not bowed their knees. It's not every Christian that is messed up. It's not every pastor that is messed up. Yeah, we might have quite a number of them. Now, Tudo, I just want to say something. You see, I've read this Romans chapter 13. See, we're talking about in an ideal situation. We're talking about a constituted authority. Constituted, meaning a government that was set up by constitution. From every angle, I want you to judge how Tinubu came to the throne. Are we saying, if you remember the words of the vice president, Peter Obi's Tanko, is it Tanko? Yeah, the vice president. Sorry, remind me. Ahmed Dati, thank you.
Ahmed Babadati.
Dati.
Now, you cannot say that the constitution was properly followed. That scripture, if you read another word for governing, is talking about constituted. And he went ahead to say, he said that the government is good. They are not against those who do good, but those who do evil. I want us to get this well. Now, what is this government against? The government is not against men who do evil. They are against men who do good. So they are not operating.
Okay, let
Karigwe,
me
there you
read
go.
more.
You see that
Let me read more
technicality there? It's
Let me read more verses.
constituted
First of all,
authority. I'm
first
going
of
to challenge
all,
Jumobi.
what it says subject to governing. What he says is subject to governing authority. He did not say constituted, and he also says that there is no authority except which God established. So there is no
Why are you not a lawyer?
God shouldn't have allowed an evil man take power. 1 Peter 2:13-14.
Karigwe.
Submit.
My brother,
Wait, first let me finish, please.
have you read about John the Baptist?
I'm coming first. I'm coming. 1 Peter 2:13-14. Submit yourself for the Lord's sake to every human authority. He did not say evil or good, whether to the emperor as the supreme authority or to the governors who are sent by him to punish those who do wrong
to condemn those who do right, who do right. Titus 3 verse 1. Remind the people to be subject to rulers and authorities, be obedient and be ready to do whatever is good.
Wait, now Titus you read so?
Yes.
Titus wait.
Yeah. Titus 3 verse 1.
Parigwe.
Proverbs 8, 15 and 16. By me, kings reign, rulers issue decrees that are just. By my prince, by me, princes govern, and nobles and nobles and the nobles.
Sorry, before you go further, I asked a question. Karigwe, have you heard about John the Baptist?
I've heard about John the Baptist, but John the Baptist is
what happened?
Jesus in Matthew 22:21 said, "Give," and he said to them, "Give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God."
You're not answering my question. I am just asking. No, he was opposing the king. He confronted the king for doing the wrong thing. And is this same John the Baptist that prepared the way for the coming of Christ? Is this same?
Let me make this argument. To John the Baptist because he was challenging authority. Why did he give Paul the inspiration to tell people to obey the same authority? Why did he give Titus the inspiration to write that? Why did he give David to write what he wrote in Proverbs? Why did he give Peter inspiration to write what he wrote in Peter? All these things came after John the Baptist.
Okay,
God knows all these things. God has
Karigwe.
Too. It says, when the righteous rule, the people
I beg you, we don't carry the space to
Karigwe.
Let's allow it.
Let me answer something. Karigwe.
Wait now. When the wicked beareth rule, the people mourn. Are we not mourning?
I always love it when you people use the same Bible to counter the same Bible. You're using God to counter God. That is what I'm telling you. Why is this God confused?
Nobody is confusing anything. You can only be confused if you are not in that realm. You cannot reason from a realm that you do not operate. You are operating from the outside. Now let me ask you a question. Daniel, who is Daniel? Who is Daniel? Karigwe, who is Daniel?
Solomon, wait first.
You are not answering my question.
Wait, I'll answer your question. Daniel is a prophet. Solomon, this God knows the beginning from the end from the beginning. Meaning he knows everything that will happen. This God inspired these different people. The only book that should be a guide of how we live our life, this God inspired confusion into it. He will inspire one person to say another thing, inspire another person to counter what that person says. What kind of author of confusion is that? You don't write confusion. You want to write confusion. The Bible is kind of Bible is the constitution that our judiciary use. What kind of judgments would they be
passing? Karigwe, let Solomon respond. We already know our constitution is confusing, just like the Bible. I said it before. So let's let Solomon respond nonetheless. Solomon, go ahead.
You see, when you want to go from the place of argument, you never understand. There's no contradiction in God's word. It can only be It's just like now, I cannot argue for the Muslims. I can't argue for them. And you say you don't believe in my God. You can't argue for me. You believe what you want to believe.
I was almost a pastor. I was almost a reverend father. I went to theology.
Minister here.
Oh
We already played the music.
Karigwe, do you know that Nicodemus was more than you, but yet he does not have the understanding of the things of God? He was a teacher of the law. So see, it's not about how deep you went into Bible school. Do you know that people ended up going to Bible school and became chain smoker? So let's not argue from the place of.
I'm asking you a question.
No,
Question I
you
would
are
ask
talking
you is,
about
what
going
is
to
it?
Bible
What
school,
is it?
going to.
Is it God? Is it God that told you what you know? Because I'm reading what the Bible says. You are telling me I don't know what I'm reading. What is it that you?
Wait now,
What is
you
it
want
that
to just argue. You don't want to hear. You want
tell
to.
me the book that I should read to understand better. Don't tell me the
Shall
Holy
we go to call? I want to hear what he has to say. I want him to tell. You said the Bible doesn't have contradictions. Okay, let's listen to you.
See, I'm not here to argue scriptures with you, but I wanted to ask Karigwe, you are talking about authority. Who was Daniel? And was Daniel being disobedient to authority when he was asked, to bow down to the image? Or Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, when they resisted bowing down, were they rebelling to authority? Were they against authority, standing against what is evil? Does not you and I know that there is no God that brought Tinubu on the throne. Please, you and I know that many things were done. Blood was shed. And you are saying,
is Daniel. God saw Daniel disobey authority that is bad.
So what happened?
And still sent Paul years later to tell us to obey authority. What kind of that? But was Daniel before? Was that Daniel before or after Paul? Was Shadrach before or after Paul? If God is not an author of confusion, he would have told Paul to make it clear. Tell these people, if this power is not coming, is not obeying the authority.
Do you know why?
If this power is not of the people, don't obey it. But Paul said, obey the governing authority. For there is no one that will get power if God does not ordain it. Tinubu got power.
The churches, you and Tudo, Karigwe and Tudo.
I love it. Before I even started doing spaces, my family, I have a very, very big man of God in my family. If anybody can go and Google it, Reverend, no, he's not a reverend again, he's a canon now. Canon Moses Omoike. Go and or Google him. He's my cousin. They've been discussing me in big churches for a very long time. Nobody today starts.
They said you people you are defeated. You people are anti-Christ. Both of you are
my going to Bible school has nothing to do with my stand before God. I can go to Bible school and still be an occultic. So don't make it look like going to Bible school and being
that is what I'm still telling you is, where is the omniscient power of God? Where is the omnipotent power of God?
So
he's so
wait, Karigwe, what are you saying? God said, I have set before you life.
Why can't that same God do the same?
So sorry, guys. Sorry, my apologies. I will never meet you, Solomon Karigwe. You're my man. But let's reset. I'm actually going to allow this. I'm going to allow this. I know religious discussion is always on Saturdays, but we have talked about religion today. Sharia is on the topic of the space. So I'll allow it, right? Karigwe, when you say your point, let him respond.
The churches.
Waiting, I hear.
What is already? And I'm discussing you in churches too.
Who is that? Wait.
Bro, he redeemed like this. Your topic is like this. You and Karigo. In fact, they mentioned Jimmy.
Wait, which church? Make I go there.
Redeem.
Which redeem?
Yeah, here in Houston, people that come on your spaces are just sneak in and sneak out.
Hey!
Now you people are the topic. One day you've been recruited. You people, you are recruiting people to hellfire. And that Lucifer, the other guy that calls his name Lucifer.
Some guy told me that day I'm depopulating heaven. I say,
yes, so in Houston
like
here, one of the churches in Houston, all those they were like, you know, the guy that hosts spaces on Saturday, that guy, which guy, Tudo, you're not popular.
They should come and pay me tithes because I'm setting them free. I am freeing them from shackles of religion. They need to come and pay their tithes to me. I only ask for 9%. I won't equal myself to God.
So can I?
Yeah,
No, let's yeah, Kaniki real quick, and then we'll go back to Solomon and Karigwe.
I'm interested in Solomon and Karigwe because so this is my theory. I mean, I'm so surprised. So the Bible tells us that God ordains all leaders. So is Solomon saying that God did not ordain Tinubu? I mean, because it's a leader. People might disagree on how he came in, but he's ruling. So secondly, let me just say this. Just 1 minute. So this is my view on religion. I'm a Christian. I go to church, but I think that religion is a personal thing. And because I think that religion is personal, I don't think that religious people should hold political office. I fight Islam, Sharia in Nigeria, I fight Christianity in America. I don't think, because religious people have consistently shown us that when it comes to objectivity, they are somehow blinded by their religion. And they don't see, they don't even see.
God bless you.
They don't see when it blinds them, and it's understandable. Then secondly, because religion is illogical, right? Because religion is illogical. These smart people, because religion is illogical, followed by faith. Why do you have to explain certain things that are illogical? Then if you agree that it's illogical and by faith, why don't you make it personal? Thank you very much. So I mean, that's my view. If it's personal, illogical, and by faith, it has to be personal. Nothing concerns me with people who want to go to heaven or hell. I don't care. Anyway, so my questions, Karigwe asked you, I'm really interested in answering them. I'm really interested in your answer. Let me see.
Yeah.
Let me see something. God bless.
Thank you, Kainiki. Well said. And so, Solomon, the question is simple. The Bible that says, Romans 13, Paul was saying, all authorities, governing authorities, he says, okay, are ordained by God. And it says that all of us should be subject to those governing authorities. In fact, he says to pray for them because they are God's instrument for discipline, for all of these things on earth. The man said that.
Thank you.
All right, go from there.
Solomon.
Thank you.
Point is, don't complain. Don't complain about it.
Hold on. I won't be able to get all the things together.
Solomon, hold on. Before you respond, wait for him to. Let me put it out there that in the context that Paul made that statement, in those days, there were leaders are not elected. Leaders, you get born. And you know there is no election.
Reason why I don't.
So you see what you're doing? You guys have come.
So there is no
you are
choice.
cherry picking now. You are cherry picking now.
In those days,
my apologies, guys. I don't like using the mute button. I don't like it. I hate it. But please allow me this one time. So for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believe in him will not perish but have everlasting life. Was that for that time, or is it timeless? So you guys want to be cherry picking what you want to accept and what you don't want to accept. So look at the technicality you're doing now. Anyway, Oxley, that one will not fly here. You already know.
No, Tudo.
Let Solomon answer.
I will answer him shortly. Solomon will go. Oxley, if God knew that this book will be used timeless, why would he be giving orders for a particular generation? When he knows that people of 2024 will use that book. You can answer, please.
Now, Tudo, you see, you're like just like you said, we're talking about the Sharia people talking about removing that word personal. You understand? My belief is personal, and your belief is personal. It's a matter of choice. You understand? And you and I know that because when you people speak these things, you make us look as if we were part of those who campaigned. We were part of those who stood for the right cause. We were part of those who were championing. But when you generalize this whole thing and lumped the church as if we are all part of those, you know, who eventually brought up this man into governance, you are not being fair. Because if there are still 5 people who are still doing the right thing, you give them the benefit of doubt.
No, Solomon, that's not the point. We respect
No, I'm coming to that.
I'm
coming to that area.
Okay.
I'm coming
So
to
are
that
you going to
area.
ignore the injunction of the Bible to pray for all governments in spite of what they're doing? Pray for them. Support them.
Tudo, let me understand. Let me say something here. See, it does not say you should, like that particular Romans chapter 13 talks about what? It says government, that we are not meant to fear government because they are there for those who do evil. I want you to get the context. There for those who do evil. But this government is for those who do the right, they go against those who do the right thing. They are not working in accordance to what you are quoting now. How can it go like this man that said, I will disappear you? What has that man done? Did he do anything wrong? Do you call it government? People are going against even the constitution itself. They are not holding to the constitution of the nation. And you are talking about the constitution of God. Beyond all reasonable doubt, these people are not holding no constitution, whether of men or of God,
So
that they are binding.
What do I do with Romans? What do I do with Romans 13?
I am just telling you, Tudo.
Sorry, Solomon, mute your mic so I can hear ourselves. That's the feedback. Sorry.
Okay, sorry. I think.
Yeah. There's a feedback. Can you mute for a second?
Sorry, my phone is acting. Sorry.
Oh, okay. So let everyone. Okay, I can hear myself.
Sorry, my phone is acting. My phone is acting.
Yeah, let me do this. So
Can you help me out there? My phone is acting up. I'm not even seeing my Twitter. Okay.
Yeah, let everyone be subject to governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Solomon, my understanding here is we shouldn't be complaining about T-Pain. We should support it. We should be subject to it because that's what the Bible says. So if you are saying no to this, what do I do with this verse as a Christian? Just yank it off my Bible? Ignore it? What do I do? Solomon, are you there?
Yeah, you know, he said his lesson is acting up. I want to go another that. You know, they want to say he campaigned. I know Solomon is a good governance activist. We campaigned, all of us, we campaigned. Christians and Muslims together came and prayed to God. Jeremiah 33 verse 3 says, call to me and I will answer you. I'll answer you and tell you great and unsearchable things you do not know. Matthew 7 and 8 says, ask and it will be given to you. Seek and you shall find. Knock and the door will be opened. Before you start saying that we need work for prayers to be answered, remember that Nigerians worked. I know how many people that were beaten up because of PVC. Those people still worked hard and got their PVC, came out and voted. This God that has omnipotent power sat somewhere, watched Tinubu and few people hijack power. The same God that said we should ask and it will be given to us. We met all the criteria for answered for prayers to be answered during that election. People that don't even believe in God put their money into the election. People that believed in God prayed. Nneka was praying daily.
Yeah. In fact,
I
faith
can
without
never
work
forget
is
that.
dead. Karigwe, we added work to our faith.
We added work to our prayer and God still didn't answer. When is he going to answer us? That is the question. When is this God going to remember we exist? Or is he keep doing Hallelujah challenge every year? Every year we do Hallelujah challenge. Nigerians since 1970, after the war, Nigerians started praying prayers for Nigeria in great distress. The more we pray, the more Nigeria enters distress. Is this God deaf?
All right. Let's finish up this.
Can I answer?
So I'll go to Tuesday. Actually, we already know what you are going to say. You are an apologist for
no,
God.
It's simple now, and it's going to be very absurd. You know me. So God doesn't work in democracy. There is nothing like God in democracy. Sorry. That's my answer.
Wait, is an autocrat?
God doesn't work in democracy.
No, we can hear you, sir.
Democracy
is
is
God an
choice.
autocrat? I mean, it sounds
That's
like
not what
God
I'm
is an
saying.
autocrat.
Democracy is a choice. It's a people's choice. So everybody has to choose. And when you choose, you live by your choices. That's it.
Just like military is a choice as well.
So
But
I guess we
this one
can't trust the Bible and the promises in the Bible then. That's sad.
The only thing is that we use gunpowder in the military. And we chase criminals away.
Tudo, my answer is apt. No, there is no God in democracy. Sorry.
So honestly, if God doesn't work in democracy, why didn't he use his powers to stop democracy from being invented?
He doesn't
why
work
did he allow humans
to invent Karigwe, the real question is, if it doesn't work in our democracy, which directly impacts our lives, people are dying.
God doesn't work
hold on. People are dying.
Anyway.
People are sick. People are suffering. People are hungry. People are committing suicide. As we are speaking, can you hold on, please? As we are speaking here, newborn babies are being born into that mess. Right? He's allowing that cycle to continue, that cycle of life in that mess. So if God doesn't work, because you want to isolate the word democracy, as if this is not something that touches all of our lives, every area of our lives.
As if those that rule in democracy are not governing authorities.
So if God doesn't work in democracy, if God doesn't work in democracy, where exactly is he working?
God works.
Tudo. I like that he said God doesn't work.
Hold on. So the heavenly system.
Tinubu is not practicing democracy, so God should work.
No, he's not.
Tinubu is not.
God doesn't work like that, sir. God doesn't work like that. He doesn't think like you think, Karigwe.
He doesn't work at all.
Well, to you is stupid, but to us it's not stupid. The God you believe is different from the God I believe.
See, Solomon, are you telling me that Hallelujah Challenge this year that nobody prayed for Nigeria?
Karigwe, to you is stupid, but to us who believe it's not stupid, because I can't even insult your God.
Last year, Shiloh, nobody prayed for
Nigeria. Let's do this. Let's do it like this.
You cannot insult my God. You don't insult.
Guys, Karigwe, let's do it like this. Solomon, tell us exactly what God is doing in Nigeria right now.
Tudo. See, I came here.
Yes, sir. I'm here. I'm listening. Please be very specific, Sam Solomon.
No.
Sunday morning preaching.
Wait.
What exactly is God doing in Nigeria right now, my brother?
Wait, Tudo. You are trying to generate prophecy. If God wants to speak to me and tell me what is happening, he will speak to me. But you know what? At the point they blinded Jesus and they said, prophesy. Did he prophesy? No. So it does not come from the place of self-generation. I don't, but even without being a child of God, I know the right thing to do. You understand? The truth of the matter is that the church is messing up a lot. There's a lot of selfishness, there's a lot of greed that has eaten up the church. And the way you people read church, You see, the thing is this. The Bible says God is not a respecter of man. Yes, Adeboye is a big shot, but I'm sorry to say, before the eyes of God, he does not appear the way you see. So when we look at the big shots who are not really doing the right thing, and we think that by that we generalize and rubbish everybody, we're not being fair. We're not being fair. Just like you are on this space now, I can't generalize you because you don't believe my God, or you don't act in a certain way. Then I rubbish the whole of you. It's not done like that.
All
Now
right,
you are
so
not the robot.
Solomon. So as you can see, you didn't answer my question. So let me
What
rephrase.
you are asking me to tell you what God is saying about Nigeria now. That's
Okay.
what you're asking.
No. Okay, so let me rephrase. Why do we need God in Nigeria?
Why do we need God in Nigeria?
Yes.
Yeah, we need God because He created the heavens and the earth. It's not just Nigeria. Every nation needs God. Every nation needs God.
I lie. Solomon, I want to give you list of the bad leaders in the Bible that God removed. So why hasn't He removed our bad leaders? The first is Pharaoh, King Saul, Nebuchadnezzar, Bezabeth, Herod.
Bible is a fairy tale.
These people, God removed them because they are bad. Is Tinubu bad or good? Why hasn't God removed?
He has not removed Tinubu.
Why hasn't He removed Tinubu?
When did you?
Because
When did you put
Old
Tinubu?
Testament, if you want to go the Old Testament angle,
When did you put Tinubu? When did you put Tinubu? And who determines the time for God removing? Do you know how long it took God to remove Pharaoh?
God allowed Buhari two tenors plus military regime.
Solomon, you don't have.
So when is He going to remove them? When they die?
There's something like democracy in God. There's something like democracy is out of.
Then Tinubu and Buhari did not practice democracy. Why didn't God walk there? Why did God allow Abacha? If God doesn't walk in democracy, why did God allow Abacha to
Humans,
why did God allow Babangida to finish?
You can't do whatever you want to do. Now you have your own.
And what is the need for God if we need to do work before we get something? God is there for power. Why do we need God?
Hold on, let me answer you. You set your system of government, and you want God to intervene when you set your system. No.
Also, can you hear me, please? Solomon, what I'm hearing is it doesn't matter what I see, it doesn't matter what the facts are, how messed up the world is, God is still a good God. And I'm asking, if God, according to your own admission, will not intervene in our affairs, if God will not do what we're supposed to do, if God does not involve in democracy, if God does not do this, if God does not do that, if God will not do that one, we've been praying for decades. It's getting worse. What do we need this God for? It's a simple question.
Tudo, are all Nigerians Christians? Because when you channel this question, are all Nigerians Christians? Like Ariwe does not believe in God. He's a Nigerian. So when you generalize us and Muslims, we don't believe in the same God. You understand? It's a very controversial thing. And
why can't he just do it for the Christians? Why can't he just do it for the sake of the Christians?
Jimmy, you remember that Abacha? Who removed Abacha from the throne?
Solomon, wait.
Who removed Abacha?
Solomon, wait. So Solomon, wait. God will allow His people to suffer because of those that don't care.
Pretty much.
And then Karigwe,
God will allow.
And then God is giving you air to breathe now. God is giving you air to breathe. God is giving you
God
rain.
did not give me air to breathe. Make Him take the air. Solomon, let God take the air. I don't want again.
You see, that is why my argument with you cannot meet, because you don't believe in the God I believe, and I'm not against whatever you believe. You see the difference between me and you.
I know you are Oxley, we can't be doing this now.
So what do you want God to do?
Oxley, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, we can't be talking over ourselves. I'm trying to maintain some order so that we can have a smooth conversation. Please.
Okay.
Yeah. So
let me respond to.
I will come back to you. Let's finish with Solomon. I will come back to you, Oxley. I'll come back to you. Yeah, let me respond to Solomon. Solomon, we can do this a million times, and it seems to me you are choosing to ignore the facts of Nigeria simply because God can do no wrong in your eyes. In theology, they call it theodicy, which is the idea of divine goodness in the context of horrible human experience. So what that means is God is always good, regardless of how terrible my life is, regardless of how terrible our world is, regardless of all the children that are going to be sick, that are all over pediatric wards, all over the world, falling sick, born with sickness, buildings collapsing on our children, floods and earthquakes and all these things that even so you guys are making a case based on human abilities and things we can control. How about natural disasters that we can't control? That we didn't, it's not because we did anything wrong, it just happens. So it doesn't matter what we say. As we're speaking now, children are being born in some of the most poverty-stricken parts of Nigeria. And that God is allowing that to continue to happen. Many of those people who grew up in those neighborhoods, right, they will never know what it means to live a good life. They will fall sick, no health care. They will be impoverished, they will be hungry, they will die in that poverty. And that God will still allow that to happen. So it seems to me, it doesn't matter what the facts are. To you, God is always good. Am I right so far, Solomon?
Let me just explain myself. I just want you to know something. I think we have talked about the increase in this childbirth. Somebody will go and give birth to many children and then blame it on God. You marry many wives, you blame it on God. You go and commit immorality. You pregnate a lady, you blame it on God. Yeah, God is good because he made the heavens and the earth, created the garden and put Adam and Eve. He was good. And then when the tempter came, he was not the one who initiated their disobedience. He gave them everything. It's the greed of man that has led him into what we're facing today. And you see, my argument cannot be I can't be arguing with Karigwe because one, he does not believe the God that I believe. He does not believe that God giveth rain to the just and to the unjust. He does not believe that he gives all these things freely without demanding anything. And even on the cross, Jesus never demanded. Even when man fell, he never demanded. God didn't demand anything from us. So how is God not good? The Bible says, for God so loved the
All
world.
right. That he gave his only begotten son. That whoever Karigwe, I want to move on back to the regular talk.
No, yeah, you have to give me the last one.
Okay, wait, I will. I promise. So Solomon, you just proved my point with your response, but it's fine. You quoted John 3:16, for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. By the way, for those who might be new to my space, we host a religious space on Saturdays, where the entire space is about discussions like this. So please join us. It's always fun. That's it. But Mondays are just political spaces, except that today religion is right smack in the center of this conversation, and that's why we couldn't avoid it. Solomon, God is sending his begotten son to save me. I don't know why I need to be saved. I don't know what I need saving from. Life in Nigeria is horrible. Our people were born into that horrible life. What did they need saving from? What sin did we commit, Solomon, to be in this state perpetually? What sin did we commit that the Americans didn't commit, that the Europeans didn't commit, that the Arabs didn't commit? Why are we different? And so the issue is
that China,
the Asians didn't commit. So the issue here, Solomon, objectively speaking, is that we pray to this God. We cry. I can't tell you, when I used to be in ministry, how many vigils and conferences and seminars and sowing seed and like for Nigeria that we all did. At the end, look at the state of our country. And at some point, we have to begin to ask this question. Is there really a God that is listening to us? Or is that God? If that God is there, Solomon, it's either he doesn't give a fuck about Nigeria. Maybe he's more interested in you dying and coming to join him in heaven, or he doesn't even know we exist. Because you can't continue to make
So,
for real, because you can't
is he
continue to make
interested in US?
for real,
Is he interested in the
because you can't
US?
continue to make the case that this God is a good God when we see our country with all of God's people. Nigeria has the highest church attendance in the world, bar none. 98 roughly percent on a weekly basis. Come on, at some point you have to begin to ask. And finally, on the scripture you quoted,
Have churches everywhere. Tudo, having churches
sorry, let me
everywhere does not translate
let
to
me
knowing God. Having
let
churches
me yeah,
everywhere.
say that. Let me finish my thought on this, please. Let me finish my thought on this. So you said, "For God so loved the world, God is good because He gave His only begotten Son." Again, like I told you, I don't know why, or in a tangible sense, what as Africans, as Nigerians, what did we need saving from? Saving from what? I don't know. But then let's examine that scripture you quoted, right? And I quoted it for many years too, until one day I sat down and I thought about it. So you love me so much, right? You love me so much. You gave me a gift, okay? Because love gave. That's what we say, right? God loved me so much that He gave. And now says, if you believe, you will not what? Perish. So you're giving me a gift, Solomon. I don't have the option to reject that gift. It's a gift, though. It's a gift that I didn't ask for. But you are giving it to me nonetheless. And you are saying you must accept that gift. Because if you don't, you will perish. And that makes sense to us, Solomon. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
It's even more like a threat.
Tudo,
There's no threat there. There's no threat there.
I think we need to move forward, but I want to say this thing to all Christians. God loved us so much that He interfered in our affairs and gave us Jesus. God has loved us so much. Solomon talked about people being born into poverty, that if you commit immorality, you shouldn't blame God for being born. Who is creating those kids? Is it not God creating those kids? Why would God create a child into poverty?
It is biology.
Because no, wait first. Because he's
now you have gone to another realm.
So,
now, wow.
Solomon, wait. Because my parents committed sin, that is why I should suffer. Innocent me. Instead of punishing my parents by not making them childless, you gave them a child to suffer with them. We should ask ourselves, why is it that the farther a country goes from religion, the better the country becomes? The farther a country stays from this God, the more a country goes away from this God, the better the country becomes. It shows us that we don't need this God. The more we are.
But Karibo, is Tinubu a religious person? Is Tinubu a religious person?
Solomon, you should Google.
Is Tinubu a religious person?
Solomon, wait first. You're just trying to deviate from this thing. Google the top 10 poorest country in the world. These are countries that over 90% of them believe in God. Then go and Google the top 10 richest country or safest country in the world. These are countries that over 70% of them say they don't want God again. So if I said me, as a child, I was born into religion. I believed. I wanted to preach. I trained to preach. I read the Bible from Genesis to Revelation 5 times. The first 3 times, I was reading it to understand it, to teach people. Then these last 2 times, I was reading it logically to find out why the mess in the Bible is. The first 32 years of my life was a mess. I graduated as the best in my class during my OND. During my HND, I was top 1% of my class. During my BSc, I was number 1 in my class. Now I have a distinction in a master degree distinction in UK. But that times that I was praying to this God, I will go for a job interview because I don't know anybody. God will not help me get that job. The best job I got in Nigeria with all these degrees I mentioned was a primary school teacher. I finally ended up being a plumber. I did conductor once sometime in my life. All these things, I was doing this as a Christian. In 2017, I decided I know they do again. My life just turned 360. Immediately, I denounced God and started preaching against the belief in God. My life changed. Today, I'm taking care of more than 5 families in Nigeria. Going from living in a face me, not short, where I was living wasn't even a face me, I face you. That thing is, I was living in a cage, because I won't call that a face me, I face you. It's worse than face me, I face you. If I remember the kind of bathroom I used to take my bath, I want to vomit now that I know what a good bathroom should look like. But all these things was happening when I knew God. When immediately I denounced God, things changed, because I stopped judging myself with prayers and started putting work into my life.
Let me ask you a question.
Questions.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Karigwe. Are there people who are
let's try to wrap
Christians?
up. Sorry, Solomon.
Let me just ask
Yeah, we're not
Karigwe a
gonna
question.
So that we
stop
can
from
go
this
back
back
to
and
the
forth.
topic of the
Yeah.
space, because there are people
Are
who
there,
want to speak.
sorry, Tudo, let
So
me
I
just
want
ask
to
one
Yeah,
question.
I want to
Karigwe,
respond. I just want to let you guys know
I
that we
beg.
need to wrap
are
up this
there
session.
people who are Christians who are doing much more than you and are supporting hundreds of families?
All right. Let me
Tudo
answer
and
the
Jimmy,
question just
have
with
you
one
guys,
sentence.
Tudo and Jimmy, have
No,
you
wait.
guys voted?
Justice, let me answer
Have you
one
voted in
sentence
the
and we'll
real
move on.
democracy?
Solomon, what is the percentage of those Christians?
Justice, the sky is always blue. Don't worry.
The percentage is
God bless you.
like 1%. What happened?
What is the do you have the statistic?
What happened to 99% of Christians that are suffering in Nigeria?
Can you give me the statistic?
I'll give you the statistics.
You,
in Nigeria
yeah.
now, last year, they said less than 10% of us have 500,000 in their accounts. These are both Christian and Muslims. That's the statistics I'm using to judge what I'm judging. Tudo, we can move on.
Sorry, Tudo. Can I say something that is in my chest, please?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that we can
Oxley,
move on.
2 minutes max, please, so I
Thank
can
you.
go back to the topic of the space.
Thank you. So it's very simple, right?
But if you say something that is whatever, Karigwe will respond. You already know.
Okay. So it's very simple. God is a respecter of no man. He's a respecter of. He doesn't respect who you are, whatever you are. Now let me say this. In Nigeria, we have 51. Data statistics tells us we have 51% Muslims and 49% Christians, right?
That is a very wrong statistics anyway, but go ahead.
But you can correct me if I'm wrong. I saw statistically that Muslims are slightly higher than Christians based on the data. It may not be actual, right? Based on the data that is currently. Now, if we believe that the God of the Christians are different from the God of Muslims, we are worshiping different gods. How do you want who is going to be fair to the Muslims that are 51%? They share the same country with you, they share the same laws with you, they share the same constitution with you. So if the God of these Christians, if you are praying to God, supposedly like for that of the Christians, and you want that, so you want the God of Christians to be favoring you, what happens to your countrymen who are Muslims? What happens to the traditionalists who doesn't even believe in the same thing that you believe? So how will God be fair to everyone? Right? So hold on, please. So that's the point. That's why I said in democracy, God has left certain things out of his domain and put it on our domain for us to make our choices and for us to live by those choices. If you don't want to be in the same country with the Muslims, some people fight their way. That's why there are in the Bible days there were wars. People fight wars and get liberated. So you can as well fight your own war. The same thing the Biafrans did in 1967, and they set themselves free. People are bombing people in Palestine. Does it change who God is? If you whatever you need to do to set yourself free, you set yourself free. It's a world that we live in. Secondly, Karigwe made mention of the situation and all of that. What I know is this: if you're living in Nigeria, you look like your Christianity is a mockery. If you leave Nigeria, I am a living testimony. If you leave Nigeria and live elsewhere in the Western world, there are prayers you will not pray. There are prayers you will never pray. You will start praying. You will stop praying certain prayers. Your prayer point will change because what is obtainable here, whatever people are praying for in Nigeria, you won't pray for that because the system where you live in puts you above that. And Tudo also know probably that's why Tudo maybe I don't know at what point his pastoral life changed. maybe when he was Nigeria or when he has left the country. But the point is that if you live in Nigeria, there are players you'll be battling with. Once you leave this country, you leave Nigeria and live elsewhere, it's where a system that works, your prayer point will change. You people that have basic needs of life, pray for them to make heaven. They no longer pray for God, give me this, God, give me that. So that's the fact. So God puts responsibilities clearly on our space for us to do what we need to do to make our lives work and our lives better. You don't put everything on God. It's God. It doesn't work that way. It's not everything that you
2
put
minutes
on
done.
God. Simple.
Okay, so based on the percentage of Muslims
Space
and
for
Christians,
2 people
I
only.
will use the Bible to disprove that, to dismantle this your claim. First of all, when the Israelites was in Egypt, they were the lowest population there. God came and helped them and heard their prayers. Why can't God?
I love this space.
Wait, first, let me finish. Why is God allowing Christians to suffer? Because there are more Muslims in their means. Then second of all, you said if you leave Nigeria, you just made my point with that. If you leave Nigeria, your prayer points will change. Because if you leave Nigeria, you find out you no longer need God. That is why your prayer point is changing.
Is that true?
Yeah, it's true.
It's not true.
It's not true, sir.
Your prayer point will change. You will probably be
It's
praying to
not true,
make
sir.
heaven. You'll be praying to make heaven. You're no longer praying for basic needs
I
of
allowed
life.
you to talk. Osley, I allowed you to talk. When I came to the UK,
This space is
currently
for only 2 people.
Oh my God. Currently, I have a Telegram group with over 12,000 members. When I came to the UK, I helped more than 2,000 people come to this country. Out of those 2,000, I can categorically tell you that many of them have stopped going to church because they realize they don't need church anymore to make their life better. Then talking about Nigeria, I stopped being a Christian in 2017. I left Nigeria in 2021. Between that 4 years, it's not up to 4 years, 3 years, 3 point something years, I saved enough money to take myself out of the country. From being an ordinary plumber and ordinary primary 30,000 a month to saving more than 5 million naira to live as of January. This came for myself. I was doing everything necessary for myself. Those time I invested in prayers, I invested it in myself. That money that I used to give to churches, I saved it up. People were surprised when they saw so that if I see you with this guy in God and things started working. If you check, I'll still give you the statistics. Go and Google it by yourself.
Karigo, are you there? We can't hear you anymore.
Thing we should be asking
Can
for
anyone
is
hear
to
me?
make help.
Okay.
You just spoke now.
Okay.
Have you they hear anybody?
Yeah, finish your point and then we can move on.
No, I've finished, Joe. Maybe start talking.
Yeah, this matter to go end. All right. Let's move forward here. Where is Tizzy?
Jimmy,
are you still there?
I'm here. Did you say Jimmy?
No.
Yeah, I called you now because now you always change the trajectory of the group of the space.
I was calling on Tizzy because.
Oh no, I don't leave her for Tudo because now you see make her free now.
Yeah.
So,
we don't
finish.
So come back.
I will take the steering wheel. In fact, you don't see the people where they request for Mike. You don't see Sha don't request. Next you don't request. I see where they call this guy to Paul. I just nobody go accept this ones now. Tudo will do this ones.
No, we're not doing religious.
Oh, see, the thing is, anybody coming up, please, let's leave religion, because if
Yeah,
we start this
especially
religious
Sha.
space,
Sha, we
our
know
Saturday
religion is
space
your
is
thing,
always
and
up to 30 hours,
you're gonna be
because
telling us
religious
about
talk no dey ever finish.
Yoruba traditional religion.
If we start, you'll be
Sha, go on
surprised.
talk about Orunmila
Yeah,
and
we start lecturing us about Orumila and
Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
those
So
Odufa,
if you go that
Ifa,
line,
Ifa,
if you
Elefomeje,
go that
Elefijo.
line, the next thing you look at your time, it will be 6 o'clock.
àwọn ìyá mi
Yeah,
Yami
Yao
Shurunga.
Shurunga. An African American that is telling us about Yao Shurunga.
No, the thing is that if we continue this line, you won't be surprised. You look at your time, it's 6 o'clock, and we are still talking about it.
Yeah, this
Karigwe,
matter don't go ahead.
Karigwe, you calm down. Just calm down.
No, when it comes to
Jimmy,
religion, I know they
take
calm
over.
down.
Take over.
If you should come on Saturday and see me. If it comes to religion, I know they feel calm down.
All right. Back to Nigeria. Back to reality. Mascot
Military.
and the boat driver.
Military. The National Assembly is hereby suspended.
By the way, how's the voting coming along? All right. Okay. 68%, 32. 68 against 32. Military people, 68. Democracy, 32. Okay, fair enough. Well, Sharia law bill, House of Rep mascot versus boat driver. By the way, has anyone seen any official response from the boat as a company? Have they given out any reports, any statements regarding these? Nothing. That was what I said earlier on. If not Lyft now or Uber.
Those ones, I don't think they care about their staff in Nigeria, because I'm very, very sure if it's over in the Western world by now, they've released a statement.
Of course. And I mean, by do you think they will actually bother themselves with waiting Nigerians show them during the last South Africa glass boots with their other boots anyhow? But yeah, jokes apart, what happened was unprecedented. A lot of people had their opinion. Sorry, guys, I'm back home with my soldiers. A lot of people had different opinions about this guy's behavior. Number one, listening to the video as I played it earlier on today and replaying everything that happened in that video, portrayed a different scenario entirely. Number one, at that point in time of the day, who orders for snail at that point in time? And number two, there is a difference between a dispatch rider and a boat driver. Boat drivers, all they do is just to drive you. They hardly come out of their cars. Okay, depending on the quality of the ride you're demanding, that will determine if they're gonna come out, help you chuck your load in the trunk or something. But yeah, I think Nigerians need to understand that. And I'm sure these people, they travel abroad. They dare not try the nonsense, he tried. They dare not try it abroad, because a dispatch rider, which is equivalent to our own Uber Eats or, Grubhub and DoorDash here, you can tell them to leave the food in front of the door, take a picture, and they can do all that. But a boat driver, in this instance, maybe it's a situation whereby the dispatchers are not around, which happens sometimes. You can just order for Uber and tell them to go deliver something somewhere. They don't have to come out. They can tell the person to come out and grab it, depending on how much you pay them or the amount of the tip. So, but I mean, it boils down to the effrontery and the extreme abuse use of power. Okay, this guy knows he's been recorded. This guy knows he's been recorded. He doesn't care. He slapped the guy a couple of times. In fact, he assaulted him at first. And what I mean assault is the advancement towards the boat driver with the intent of violence. That is assault. And he did that a couple of times, about 4 or 5 times. And we add the verbal assault to it. The insulting manner at which he was addressing the guy. Those are verbal assault. You can now start writing the verbal assault one by one. Then you can count them to know the length of his crime. Not to now talk of the battery. The battery is him putting his hand on the guy. He slapped him 2 times, and I never knew he slapped him, to be honest. But the guy was building a very solid case against him. The guy knew what he was doing. The boat driver is obviously a smart person, and he was building a case against the guy. And he said, "Did you just slap me 2 times?" And the Okbunu, that is intoxicated, power drunk, replied, "Yes, I did. I slapped you twice, and I will slap you the third time." Given the maximum information needed for any court case. And he said that he did it, and he tore the guy's clothes. He tore his clothes. 2 different videos. So that is one side. Another part is the fact that he knew it was being recorded. He knew the amount of power he has within his disposals, the amount of cash he has within his disposals. The guy was recording and saying, "I came to deliver to this man." And he was saying, "Do you know who I am?" I'm sure we're all used to that statement. "Do you know who I am? I will make you disappear in this Nigeria and nothing will happen." That doesn't sound like that's the first time he's been doing it. It doesn't sound like the first time he's been doing it. And it doesn't sound like more like it sounds like it's a collective thing. He's so certain that his colleagues are going to back him up. He's so certain, and he came closer to the guy to introduce.
How many people that
Sorry?
Who knows how many people he has
Thank you very much. I was gonna go there. I was gonna know how many people they've done that to, because the boldness at which he said that thing was actually scary.
And the
It was
amount of money he specified, the specific amount of money he put out there.
Yeah. So I mean, and honestly speaking, if they were to leave the both of them, that Uber driver go kill him. Like physically, if they were to fight. Because number one, if that Uber driver holds him, the mark, I mean, he's a light-skinned person, no shades on light-skinned people, but this guy not fine boy. If they give her 500, the guy's palm will be on his cheek. He go dead here. There is no how you can escape it. He's a clean-looking guy. Look at him. He looks so innocent and handsome, but he's a brutal tyrant. He's a brutal tyrant. These are the kind of people that, if this was not recorded, you would doubt it. You will say that boat driver is a liar. And by the way, what was he delivering that was so important that you needed the guy to come into the house? Because I paid close attention to details. The guy said he was sitting in the compound of his house, right? He was seated there waiting for that so-called snail to be delivered. Who eats snail at that? Who orders for snail? You can crave for it if it's in your house. You just go to the kitchen, open the fridge, and do whatever you want to do in your house. But you place an order at that point in time. Is it really snail? Is the content really snail? Maybe it's drug. And my sister came up to give a undisputed argument that there's a possibility that they probably wants to use the guy for juju. So they've done all the preparation and they've laid it at the door that he just needs to cross. If the moment he enters that house, he will lose consciousness. And this man refuses to come out because I see no reason why you slap person because bring snake come meet you inside house. All this diabolical is on. I cannot argue it. All this diabolical, because why would you go berserk on someone because he's not bringing you your snail? He delivered it, didn't he?
No, Jimmy,
He brought
he
it.
said the guy was sat outside.
You have gate man. Hold on. Someone like that in Metama, you have gate man. Where is your gate man? You have housemate. Where is your housemate? But you want the man to bring it inside your house. Why? So the moment he crosses, he go just fall down yakata for ground. Bam, ritual. And maybe they don't tell him, say, Oga, you have to do that thing by 12 a.m. If you pass 12 a.m., now your security guy then go use you, or they will use someone else, or I mean, it will backfire in a way. And he couldn't stand it. Because all I can hear is, how dare you, how dare you, how dare you, how dare you, do you know who I am? Anyway, the painful part is We're just going to talk about this on Spaces. Nothing is going to be done about it. I consider it a selective judgment. Selective justice, simply because there are thousands of these guys going through the same thing. There are thousands that have actually gone through a lot, but they didn't. No one did anything about it. Same thing as Mobad. Selective justice is one thing we just jump on in Nigeria. People will jump on it to cash out, to chase clout. The very dark man don't jump up on it. The Yarding your juice, you don't post, say they don't carry and go court, they don't sue this person, they don't sue that. People will use this thing to chase clouds. And what's today? Today is Monday. By Wednesday, something as stupid as Ijebu jollof rice is better than Ibadan jollof rice will overshadow the nonsense, the seriousness of this topic. And that's the most disappointing part of what goes on in Nigeria. Lastly, on the jumbotron, well, for all this to stop in Nigeria, we expect the Nigerian people to know their right and stand up and fight for justice. But no, people would rather die than face their oppressors. People would rather commit suicide than face their oppressors. On the Jumbotron, there is a video of people trapped. They are both capsized in the middle of the ocean. And they made a short video about 16 seconds. They don't know if they're going to survive it. But that's the extent at which people are ready to go for greener pastures. On the Jumbotron as well, um, there is a um, there is a tweet I put up there. It says Tesla Cybertruck don't land Nigeria. These are the stupid tweet. You need to see the amount of people that liking this tweet and commenting. The nonsensical thing that we crave for in Nigeria, that we actually put on the front line of our discussion. Apparently, yesterday there was one that I saw that says Cybertruck don't land Ghana before Nigeria. Now, these are countries, well, maybe not Ghana. Nigeria has electricity power. Cybertruck is meant to be an electric car, but yet the stupid, obviously it's a rich person that's getting it. You getting an electric car in a country that doesn't have stable electricity. Do you know how many times the grid actually collapsed this last month? And people are celebrating. The people offloading this container of Tesla truck, many of them don't have electricity in their homes. You need to see the joy in that they even touch the car. It's maddening to think of all these things going on in Nigeria, and people they're not making any slight effort towards anything that is close to redemption, or is it redemption? Anyway, welcome guys. We come to the final chapter of the space. We'll be rounding up very soon. We're not going to be doing the long ass night as we used to before. We're not getting paid for this. We're not getting paid. We have personal
Oh,
lives.
Jimmy.
So, but
Okay.
yeah, welcome to the conversation, guys. We need to take
Timmy,
as
now
many
so
speakers. Yeah. So
ain't nobody getting paid for this.
yeah, no, we're not getting paid. Maybe when you start paying us, maybe we can extend time. I don't reach out now. I've not spent time with my kids. I had to go to my room to anchor the space for our beautiful listeners. And the whole point of this is to have a better country. We'll keep talking about it. We in diaspora, we do our best to keep talking about it, putting these topics in the limelight so that people know what they're missing out and what they're meant to be doing rather. So welcome guys. For the new speakers, we'll be prioritizing you guys first, and people on the speaker section can chime in as time goes on. So
Military or
Oh boy,
nothing.
I saw that
Military.
coming. All right, so guys, if you like to still speak before the end of the space, you can request for mic. Other than that, in the next 10 minutes, we're gonna stop taking speakers, and we'll just cover up everyone on the speaker section before we wrap up. Thank you so much, guys. Let's go with Sha.
Yeah,
Yeah, before
before
Sha
Sha
goes,
goes,
Karuga, go ahead.
yeah, I want to call people. You know, people when Harry was fighting these Yoruba no people, they were kind of against Yoruba land, he's against Yoruba land. I need those people to go and see what Harry is single-handedly doing to this Biafra IPOB autopilot people.
Simon Ekpa, he's dealing
I
with
just see that guy and I see somebody that really wants Nigeria to work. He fights you as far as you're doing something wrong. And people should, I'm happy that this thing happened so that those people that are thinking he's just doing it because he hates Yoruba to come and see what he's doing to his fellow Igbo people.
Well, I think I understand what you're saying, but to me, I don't see it that way. As I said, I don't really want to talk about it anymore because I don't want it to cause back and forth